Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Command & Conquer 3 Kane's Wrath 3 vs 3 Spring Random Only Tournament hosted proudly by GameReplays.org. My name is Spartacus, and we are in for some hectic 3v3 action here today. And I do want to start things off by saying I apologize for the video interruption there. Granted, we hadn't really started, but I know that's a bit of an immersion-breaking experience for you guys on the other end. So I was just dealing with some issues with my microphone not actually responding, and for whatever reason it wasn't being picked up by my broadcasting software. So anyways, we're fixed now. It looks like it's working. Let me know what you guys think. If it is working or if it's not working, please let me know in the chat. It will definitely be beneficial for all of us if we can get that working. So a couple of things to note before we get started here today. All links referred to in this cast are available in the description of the video, so just click that Show More button beneath the video to follow along with our broadcast for today. So that's going to be links like the link to the bracket, the sign-up topic where you can see everybody that signed up, and a variety of other things. And then, additionally, all music heard during this broadcast is courtesy of both Zircon and Little V Mills. So if you enjoy the music you hear today, please be sure to check out their respective websites, which are also linked in the description below. Those guys are pretty fantastic. Both have active YouTube channels, so I would recommend checking those guys out. Definitely worthwhile. Furthermore, if you find yourself bored during the downtime we'll inevitably have between games or series, and that's going to be particularly pronounced today, and I'll explain why in a few minutes, but feel free to click on that I button in the top right corner of your video screen for direct links to past events and single game commentaries on my channel. Now, if you're watching on a mobile phone or something like that, obviously you're not going to be able to do that here today, so I do apologize, but hey, you'll be able to at least listen to the silky smooth tones of my voice here for the cast today. And then finally, our stream here for today is not being rebroadcast. I had this in my little to-do here. Monster Tamer was actually trying to get his stream to actually rebroadcast this on Twitch because I can't speak this morning. So that way our German viewership could actually enjoy this cast along with us. Unfortunately, he's dealing with some technical issues as far as his ability to stream this info. So it's looking like at this point in time we don't have a restream on Twitch. If any of you guys are interested in restreaming this on Twitch, and by that I mean just essentially putting this full screen on your monitor and then just streaming that to your Twitch channel, feel free to do so. You have my permission. If you do, please just let me know, and I will actually provide a link to your channel in the description of my video, which will actually remain after the video goes onto my YouTube channel, so it'll stay in perpetuity. So if you want an opportunity to kind of plug your own channel, or have me plug your channel rather, that's actually an excellent opportunity, and it also helps us out. So that would be fantastic. Please just let me know if you do. But with that out of the way, let's discuss the specifics of today's tournament. So all games are going to be played as best of 3, and I just realized I did not update this, so let me just make sure that I've got my info right. Sorry, that microphone issue really threw me for a loop here. Yeah, so all games are going to be played as best of 3 until the semifinals, which will be best of 5, and concluding with the third place and finals matches as best of 7 series. So it will be 3v3, and it will be single elimination, no double elimination. That would take like over 7 hours to run all the way through it here today, so we're going to be keeping things quick and to the point. But with that said, let's take a look at the starting maps for each round. The round of 32, if we do have one, and I'm pretty sure we won't, because that would mean that we would have like, what, 96 players? Yeah, I could do math this early in the morning. The round of 32, at any rate, would be starting on Black's Big Battle. And then the round of 16, which is most likely going to be our starting point, is going to be kicking off on Dead 6. And then the round of 8, which is going to be a lot of fun, is actually going to be kicking off on Nod's Gardens. And then the round of 4, which is going to be the semifinal, will be kicking off on 6 Shooter Showdown. And then finally, the round of 2 and the third place match will kick off on Tiberium Resistance. So we're going to be in for an excellent set of games here today, guys. 3v3 is always crazy stuff. Always crazy stuff. I think we've cast maybe 3 3v3 tournaments? Definitely 2 or 3. I know 2 for sure, because I think one 3v3 tournament was actually the very first thing that I ever cast live, and that was insane. Because my abilities were even less so than they are now, so you can just imagine the fails that went on in that cast. Plus, I had the infamous radio mode back then, so I think people missed like an entire game or series because I was in radio mode. But anyways, that's going to be it for our little rant here today. I'm going to take a look and see if the brackets are up, but I very much doubt it. If these guys are able to get the brackets up that fast, I would be impressed. Okay, it's not. So I do want to give a little bit of backsight into, or rather foresight into why things are going to be running a little bit slower here today, or just give us a little bit more leeway than normal. It's because it is a 3v3 event, guys. That means the connection issues and things like that are going to be multiplied by 3, or I guess 6 when you think about it. And I mean, it's going to be a difficult day as far as technical stuff goes. I'm not feeling too great about my casting setup right now. So don't be shocked if my casting breaks down at some point during the day. I've been having some real issues with Windows 10. By the way, don't upgrade to Windows 10, at least not yet. So just keep that in mind. There's going to be hiccups during the day here today, and I don't want you guys to panic. It's to be expected. And I mean, it is going to take a little bit longer here to get the brackets set up because these guys are actually in the process. And by these guys, I mean Toxic Shock, Phantom, and anybody else that is helping out with that process. They're actually taking and trying to balance the teams right now of the players that are checked in. And then we are actually going to create essentially as balanced teams as possible for our number of teams here today. I'm not exactly sure how many teams we'll have. I'm not sure how many of the 31 signups we had actually show up here today. That's right, we had 31 people sign up for this event. That is phenomenal. I think it's a lot of people's first tournament that they're signing up for, and perhaps just gearing up for some fun play here today and maybe get an opportunity to play with some of the bigger names. That would be pretty cool too. And this is actually going to be a great opportunity to do that. So we're in for a great set of games here today, guys. But keep in mind that there will be some downtime. So use the restrooms. Maybe throw on the TV in the background. But we will be jumping into the action right away as soon as it becomes available. And we'll also give you guys a quick bracket rundown as well as the team compositions when we get an opportunity here too in the very near future. So with that said, thank you all for tuning in here for me this morning, and we're looking forward to some great set of games, and we're going to be taking a short break until the brackets are posted, and then we'll be jumping straight into our first game, so stay tuned. And to start things off, we end up with iTunes crashing. So good times, good times, good times. But let's restart it. There we go. All right, back into the action. All right, everybody. So a couple of quick updates here is Plokite Wolf, an old Kane's Wrath advisor, has actually come back to actually give us a restream on Twitch, so you can check that out over at www.twitch.tv/PlokiteWolf. Now, I understand that may not be as easy to spell as it is to say, but you can check that link out down in the description of the video. If you know any German viewers that are interested in watching the stream here today but can't watch this particular video, be sure to send them over there, and they can check this out for themselves. I'm going to be monitoring both the Twitch chat as well as the YouTube chat, so you don't have to worry about your stuff being missed, at least not as much as normally would be done. So with that said, I think the teams are formulated here. Let me just refresh the browser, and I think we are good to go. So yeah, so the teams have been updated. I don't know if the bracket's been updated. I hope not. I hope it takes a second to actually update this. Okay, it looks like they're still working on that, so I'm going to take this opportunity to run you guys through the teams. I'm not going to pull this up on the monitor because it doesn't look all that... Well, you know what? Great. We'll pop it up there. So it's not the fanciest format, everybody, so just a heads up, as this is just a quick thread. But let's pop this up and take a look. So here are the teams for today, and the first word is actually the name of the team. We added some random team names just for some fun. So Team Shardlings is going to be Phoenix, aka Steve Nash, Bobby MacBob, and Janaea. And then Team Agonizers is going to be the team of One Vision, Angel of Death, I believe, and Icor. And then down below that we have Team Bulldog, which is going to be Z Tipsy, Granola 17, and Dragon 99. A little bit bad for those guys. I can already tell that there's going to be some issues with the balance choice here. But Granola 17 is actually quite a good player, so we won't worry too much about it. Echo Troopers is going to be a team of S-Fin, Optimus, and Dimitri. And then Team Grey Wolf is going to be, I believe, Supernova? I'm not sure if that's Nova or Supernova. Let me just check. Yes, Supernova is here. You guys should have really used the real names here. This is very confusing. And then Rox, I think we've seen him in the past, I think primarily in Tiberium Wars? I'm not sure if my memory serves me correctly, but Supernova, Rox, and Space. Space is also a Tiberium Twilight, which is the CNC4. He is one of the staff members over in that section. I think the only remaining staff member in that section, so good on him for showing up here today. Team Myrmidon. Wow, you guys are throwing me some tongue twisters here today. Myrmidon. I think that's how you say it. Correct me if I'm wrong in the stream. But that's going to be the team of S2 Enzio, Incapaiza. Incapaiza showed back up. That's pretty cool. And Mr. Whitey. So that's actually a decent team right there. Team Red Arrow, which is going to be Rockets, which is, I believe, we got the Rockets, Extremizer, and Nice RU. And then down below that, our final team for today, as the Scorcher Buggies, we do have Cabal, aka Survivor Man, Dirty Harry, CNC, and Executive, whoever in the world that is. I'm not sure if that's a new Smurf or if that's somebody who's maybe just showing up for the first time. But anyways, that's going to be our team rundown. Let's take a look. How many teams are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. So that's what? 8 times 3 is 24? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, MLG math this morning. So 24 players showing up and at least getting into the standings. So that's going to be pretty cool. But let's take a look and see if we can get a bracket rundown. Oh, actually, it looks like the brackets are posted. So I'm going to try to jump into a game before these guys leave without me. And I'm just going to ask really politely, quickly, if I can give a bracket rundown. Survivor Man. He gets bad luck, man. Every time that I stream his first, like, he's usually the first guy that I end up streaming in a game, and unfortunately, every time that I stream him, he usually ends up losing. So maybe we'll back this one up, because like the last couple times that I've streamed him in like a 2v2 or a 3v3 game, he's gotten double teamed by like double screen factions, and then gets double or triple stasis shielded. So I feel bad for him, but. Anyways, I think these guys are going to let me get a bracket rundown, at least I'm hoping so. So let's take a look. So it is going to be, where is the brackets? The brackets are linked down in the description below, everybody, so if you want to follow along for yourselves, which I would strongly recommend. But it's actually going to be a pretty quick tournament here today. We've got 8 teams, so that means we're straight into the quarterfinals. And that means we are going to be kicking off on what map? What map are we on? Quarterfinals. Okay, so it's going to be on Nod Gardens. At least I think so, yeah. Let me just tell these guys real quick. Okay, so now that I've done that, Nod Gardens is going to be our first map for the day, and let's take a look at the brackets. I'm going to pop this up really quickly, and it's a very, very short bracket, which is what I like. Should be some fun. Let's take a look. Can I put this up on the screen? There we go. The bracket's up. So, let's see. So you guys can check out the team names and whatnot from, or rather the team compositions from the sign-up topic. I think you can see that down in the description below as well. I think it's like the first link that's down there, so you can check that out for yourselves. But it's going to be Team Echo Troopers versus Red Arrow facing off in the quarterfinals there. Scorcher Buggies going to be facing off against Bulldog. Agonizers facing off against Shardlings. And Myrmidon versus Grey Wolf. And I think we are actually jumping into Scorcher Buggies versus Bulldogs. So that's going to be Scorcher Buggies, Cabal, Dirty Harry CNC, and Executive versus Z-Tipsy, Granola 17, and Dragon 99. So that is going to be our first set of games here today, and we're jumping into that momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of our best of 3 quarterfinal series, and that brings us to the map Nod Gardens. And let's take a look. I think spawning in the upper left corner as the purple Zircon, we have Dragon99. And his teammate in the center in the top left as the yellow Vanilla Nod, we do have Z Tipsy. And then rounding out all 3 players of Team Bulldogs as the pink Traveler 59, we do have Granola 17. And then sliding down into the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Scorcher Buggies as the green Steel Talons, we have Dirty Harry CNC. And then down as the orange Steel Talons, we have Executive. And then rounding out all 6 players in our final member of Team Scorcher Buggies as the red Vanilla GDI, we have Survivor Man. So that's going to be it for our rundown. 6 players, going to be Bulldogs versus Scorcher Buggies. Bulldogs being in the upper left corner, Scorcher Buggies down in the bottom right. So we'll be trying to keep up with all the action here today. And going to be seeing some scout engagements here around the Tiberium spikes. It looks like these guys are fighting over this this long-distance Tiberium spike. It doesn't look like Granola 17 really wants to allow who is this? Dirty Harry CNC to really grab that Tiberium spike for himself. So I don't blame him. Pretty smart move there. Just again, some scout engagements going on. So not too much to be said here early on in this game. And that's kind of what I would expect. Let's take a look around. And I don't know if I mentioned this earlier in the cast, but this is a random-only event. So these guys are not allowed to choose their factions. So we're not going to see like all kinds of lame Traveler 59 and Black Hand spam. So we're going to see a variety of factions here today, and for 3v3, that's going to be pretty fantastic. Looks like everybody's pretty much just ecoing. Surprisingly enough, Granola 17 being Traveler 59, he would really have that early map pressure. We do have a couple of bikes out, though. Not sure who that's from. It looks like it is from Z Tipsy. So Z Tipsy going to be coming into the field of Dirty Harry CNC, going to be looking to get some damage on these harvesters. Those are heavy harvesters, though, so they're going to take quite a long time to actually be poked down. Though it looks like he's doing a great job of staying on top of that harvester. He's going to actually come through. He should be able to get a harvester kill for his trouble, and really no defense here to actually hold this off, and that final shot will take that out. A pitbull finally does come out, so 1 pitbull for a harvester, or rather one attack bike for a harvester. Jeez, I could not figure out what I was trying to say there. For a harvester, definitely going to be a worthwhile trade there for Z Tipsy as he comes in. He's going to be falling back with 2 of those bikes. Meanwhile, let's see what else we have going on here. This is where we're going to start seeing the divergence of builds, as we'll either start seeing some tech from these guys or some additional eco. If they go additional eco, then that's going to lend to believe that they're going to be going a lot heavier macro in this game. And we do have a portal finally coming down here for Granola 17. He wants to start getting out those disintegrators. No stasis chamber just yet. No, actually, whoa, where's the stasis chamber? So no stasis chamber. He is Traveler 59, okay. Not quite sure what happened there, but Pitbull just going to be coming forward here, most likely from Cabal. Going to be looking to get some scouting information by Cabal. I do mean Survivor Man. I will be mixing those names up for the record here today if he does manage to survive more than just our first series. Oh boy, Cabal, I feel bad for him. But we do have a command post being dropped way back by Dragon99, so he's actually going to be hiding that in the base. Oh, okay, I see what these guys are up to. They're actually hiding their tech. So Granola 17 does have fast legs as well, so stasis chamber is done. So these guys are actually playing this pretty smart. I like the way that they're doing this. They're hiding their tech in the most easily defended base, which is the middle portion of the team. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there, but we do have disintegrators moving forward. It looks like Dirty Harry CNC is aware that this is coming. Beacon coming down from Cabal. He did see this. So he does see that there is tech coming down. He sees that there's 2 war factories down for Z Tipsy, so he needs to be a little bit careful there. It looks like just a cheeky foxhole there, or rather a cheeky bunker from Dragon99. Going to be able to hold that one down and get some scouting information, maybe poke a little bit of damage onto some units. Are getting a little bit of frame rate lag, but there are a decent number of pitbulls here, and by that I do mean 5 pitbulls coming in from Survivor Man. He wants to come in and get some damage on these harvesters. Looks like he's going to try to take out one harvester. May actually start losing some pitbulls here. Honestly, I don't think he necessarily needs to overcommit into killing off that Harvester. He can just trade effectively with these Pit Bulls. He's losing a lot of Pit Bulls here, though. And let's take a look and see what's going on around the map. Looks like Z-Tipsy back out on the move with some Bike Buggy. Definitely going to be a good choice here. We do have a Titan out on the field. 2 Titans out on the field now for Dirty Harry CNC. And we do have the MCV move coming out from Executive. I haven't seen a whole lot coming out from Executive just yet. He's been left pretty much to his own devices. Likewise for Z-Tipsy. MCV actually being caught out of position here. It is being beaconed. And, oh, that MCV is going to be going down. Executive losing his MCV this early on in the game. Not going to be good at all, especially his Steel Talons. That's just going to be delaying his build even further. And that may actually spell the defeat here for Executive. He may just want to throw in the towel. He's definitely going to have to sell up his tech. He's not going to be able to hold the line here. He's going to be forced to build some watchtowers, not what you want to be seeing. So, okay, he's not going to throw in the towels yet. His allies are going to be coming to his assistance. By that, I do mean Cabal. Cabal's going to be coming in here, looking to get some pain on those Bike Buggy. Looks like we have a couple of Hammerheads out. Not quite sure who that's from. Maybe from, yes, it is, in fact, from Dirty Harry CNC. One click coming out. Where is it? Oh, man. Dirty one click's coming out. Going to be locking down 2 of those refineries. That's going to be the Tiberium Catalyst missile, so that's going to be on cooldown, and I think that's the only one that our top left side team actually has. Yes, Team Bulldogs, so no availability to actually fire that off again in the near future, but it is going to be a constant threat later on in the game. So, I mean, Executive, he's definitely going to be running a bit behind here. He's already rebuilt his MCV, so he must actually be cruising on cash here because he's pumping out Mammoth tanks. And Mammoth Tank's honestly not what I would have expected. Kind of an interesting choice. I would have thought maybe going into some Juggernauts or rather Behemoths and maybe moving that way. But interestingly enough, nobody has actually expanded towards the center of the map. I'm really actually kind of shocked by this. I mean, I know Executive did make an effort to actually expand down there, but it looks like everybody's been going for some kind of early pressure, at least to some extent, and maybe just trying to play this one safe off of the eco that they have in their main base. The problem with that is that if they get pushed off of this middle field early on, they could be in a very, very bad situation later on in the game, as this usually ends up becoming a very, very base push heavy game as we get later on. But 3 Hammerheads going to be getting caught out by a tremendous amount of Bike Buggy. Unfortunately, all of those bikes going to be firing on the same target, so going to be overkilling by quite a bit. And a lot of lag there. Not sure what's generating that. It's a little bit unfortunate to see. And yeah, Granola 17's experiencing it as well, which tells me that this is still going on. But we do have Disintegrators coming in here, going to be able to lock down one of the Harvesters of Survivor Man. They are going to try to get away now. Forced out a Sonic Emitter drop here. That's going to be sold off for Cabal. So he is still in this one for the time being. And I just realized I'm using Cabal and Survivor Man interchangeably. It looks like he sent his MCV a little bit too far forward, but a refinery comes down straight away. Does he have double MCV or did he drop a crane? He does have double MCV. So Survivor Man is rocking solid on double MCV. Has some Juggernauts out on the field. Does have a decent number of Pit Bulls out as well. Can deal with that Bike Buggy pressure. There are some Gunwalkers running around as well. Let's take a look at the bases and see what's going on for tech here. Tier 2 done. Tier 3 done for Granola 17. Let's take a look quickly at Z-Tipsy. Z-Tipsy is up to Tier 3 as well. We did hear that Tier 4 down at some point, and I'm not quite sure where that ended up going. MCV, second MCV out for Dragon 99, and it looks like there are cultists actually coming out as well. That's a third MCV. Folks, this is a third MCV. Okay, three MCVs, 2 of them just going to be sitting there. Not sure what Dragon 99 is up to, but maybe he'll make it work a little bit later on. We'll have to see. Pitbull's going to be running forward here, but unfortunately getting caught out by a number of rocket squads as well as the Bike Buggy, and they're going to be getting eaten alive here. Going to be trying to take down some of these bikes, but they have tip core as well, so just going to be that much more effective. And all of those Pitbulls have been cleaned up. Very, very unfortunate. Firehawk's out on the map. Who's this from? Firehawk's done for Dragon 99. Not quite sure what they hit. They may have actually hit the Tier 3 of Cabal. I have to imagine that's what they hit because I don't see it. And that I thought maybe for a second that Tier 3 was Cabal's, but ooh, Executive, his base, he's got 2 Harvesters just kind of chilling here. He needs to get those back to work, but he does have a couple of Behemoths out as we speak, and Railgun's already done as well. An interesting upgrade this early on. Does he actually have... He does have I want to say reactive armor because of my BF3 days, but it is in fact adaptive armor, so he will be able to deal with the shockwave artillery and any EMP capabilities coming out from these guys. But Cultist's going to be running forward here. they're going way too far forward, and Granola 17 maybe just forgetting about them, maybe trying to deal with some lag in game. All the same, 2 of them do go down. Huge number of Titans coming out from Dirty Harry CNC, going to be sitting on this front line. No railguns done for them. That's how we can differentiate them very easily. But Bike Buggy coming around once again for Z Tipsy, going to be poking a little bit of damage onto the back lines of Cabal. And it looks like the Firehawks are returning once again from another bombing run on Executive, I believe this time. Not quite sure what they hit. They may have actually hit a refinery here. Very hard to keep track of those Firehawks in a game like this. Let's take a look and see what's going on the other side. Looks like actually a couple of Hammerheads coming out from Dirty Harry CNC, going to be able to catch out a couple of Disintegrators, but they will be losing one of the Hammerheads. One will get away just with the skin of its teeth. And Heavy Harvester coming from a long-distance harvest run. It looks like Granola 17 is actually expanded down and is going to be taking the contested field between those two guys. Shockwave Artillery coming down, most likely going to be trying to lock down that Eradicator Hexapod. No teleport abilities on this guy just yet, though he is going to be phase fielded, so that phase field is going to be on cooldown. These guys can actually fall back at this point in time. I don't think they're going to be able to get enough damage on that to actually be worthwhile. Yeah, even with the phase field, I mean, you can do, I think it does very, very heavily reduced damage, but it is still just a little bit of damage when that phase field is online. I don't think it's like 100% immune to all damage. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but anyways, what else do we have going on here? It looks like these guys are just going to start settling into a little bit of an artillery war here, but a couple of Juggernauts here getting caught out by some rocket squads coming forward here. The rocket squads from Z Tipsy going to be locking down a number of those Juggernauts from Cabal, and they will both be going down. Could actually clean up the husks as well. There's really no supporting units there to actually help things out. I don't think he'll be able to get any units over there to actually help those out. But Bike Buggy coming back in once again into the backside of Cabal. Going to be looking to take down some Harvesters, and with that Tiberium Core missile upgrade, they should be able to take down these Harvesters lickety-split. That's right, I just used that phrase in this cast. I heard it coming out of my mouth, and I'm just like, I was cringing just saying it. But those 2 Harvesters will be going down. Cabal actually poised to lose all of his Harvesters here. That could be really bad, and he is struggling with low power as well. Needs to get that power back online. It looks like he does have it back online now. Huge clump of forces here coming out from Executive and Dirty Harry CNC. So double Steel Talon's going to be rolling forward. Need to be careful though. Obviously, they don't have much in the way of EMP aside from the Shockwave Artillery. So I think they need to coordinate the EMP with the Hexapod actually being locked down. Looks like actually an Orca Strike being called in, just trying to get some scouting information. The Disruption Tower is down, so One Vision going to be really using, or I'm sorry, not One Vision, Z Tipsy going to really be using that that Vanilla Nod faction to the best of its ability, as I cannot speak apparently. He's going to be dropping those Disruption Towers all over the place, and that's what I like to do as well when I play Vanilla Nod or Marked of Kane. Drop those Disruption Towers just so good, and you'll be able to keep them alive because, I mean, you've got 3 players worth of base defenses that you can be plopping down, plus all of your units can be camouflaged as well. So it's going to be really good against the Firehawk harassment. And it looks like I think the tier 3 was actually sniped here for Executive, and those were lost. The Firehawks are back out, and they're going to be flying away here for Granola 17, or not Granola 17. Who is that? That's going to be Dragon 99. What was that? Okay, so it was the Prodigy coming forward, got an area mind control, killed off a couple of units there, but not too much to be worried about. Man, those adaptive armor and railgun titans looking very scary. Unfortunately, these guys actually crushing their own husk. That's not what you want to be seeing. I didn't even know you could do that. I thought friendly units couldn't crush their own husks, but ooh, that Corruptor's way overextended and not going to be able to be killed off here. But Vertigo Bomber is coming out here from One Vision, or I keep wanting to call him One Vision. It's Z Tipsy, and he's going to be able to clean up one of the Mammoth tanks and is going to get away scot-free. I don't think that should go down. No, that one will get away. It does still have plenty of its HP. It looked like it was burning up pretty good, but Railgun's going to be coming forward here, and actually this force could do quite a bit of damage to this this Hexapod. Could actually take it down, but it will be teleported away, so a little bit of Hexa-laming coming out from Granola 17. Not terribly shocking. Definitely a viable strategy in a team-based game. Tib Catalyst missile coming in. Where's it going to hit? I mean, it could hit here. Yes, it is. Okay, so it's going to hit 2 refineries here of Executive. And he's probably not going to be feeling too good about that, but at the same time, oh, Tib Vane! Tib Vane going to be coming in doing lots of damage to these Titans. They need to toggle on the adaptive armor, or and at least mitigate some of that damage. Oh man, that was a lot of Titans that just went down there. Mammoth tanks going down, some behemoths taking very low in HP. What else do we have going on here? Okay, so just some scouting information over here, not a whole lot going on at this point in time, but Cabal, I haven't seen a whole lot coming out from him. He's been struggling with some harassing units on the backside of his base. I think he lost all of his harvesters back here. It looks like he does have one harvester. He does have a couple of war factories as well, so he can keep this stuff alive. It looks like Executive is actually leeching that field as well. These guys are not actually taking their blue Tiberium. It looks like actually Executive did a good job of taking that blue Tiberium, but Cabal not really taking the opportunity to take down that blue Tiberium. He needs to get that. A lot of Firehawks going down here. Very, very messy engagement. Lots and lots of Firehawks going down. Oh, these guys are all stacked up. Will they all go down? Oh my god, they all survive with like 20 HP. That's insane. Huge hammerhead. Oh, the supersonic airstrike almost taking out all of those hammerheads. But with the ceramic armor, they all managed to survive with just a sliver of HP. So some super close calls for pretty much everybody here. But a lot of behemoths going to be thrown down the drain here for Dirty Harry's CNC, and that is very, very unfortunate. Looks like just some scouting stuff going on the other side of the map. We do have the Redeemer out now for Z-Tipsy. He's going to be coming forward. I'm not sure if that Rage Gen's already been fired. It most likely has been. No, he's actually going to try to... Oh, okay, I thought he was going for the animation. Mammoth Tank does go down, but there are some rocket squads, Grenadier squads. Wow, this is really messy. There's just infantry all over the place. You guys can see 3v3 is just insane. What's going on over here? We have more behemoths actually being focused down. Cultists coming in from Granola 17. What's going on the other side of the map? Marv is out for Dragon 99, completely whiffing on the Shockwave Artillery, whoever that was, likely trying to lock down that Hexapod, but it will be teleported away. So good on Granola 17 to actually teleport that back. And it looks like actually Team Bulldogs is actually looking pretty good right now. They're actually managing to pressure these guys in the middle of the field, as well as capitalize on both sides of the expansions here, with Dragon 99 grabbing the left-hand side and Granola 17 taking the right-hand side. One Vision is pushing hard straight up through the middle, and he does have the assistance of Granola 17 with the Hexapod and the Cultists. Not a lot in the way of forces here from Dragon 99. He does have his Marv here. Zocom Marv going to be coming forward. He does have triple Zone Raider, as well as some rocket squads coming in from the backlines. He's been harassing pretty constantly with those Firehawks, most likely what he's been focused on. I thought I heard orbital bombardment. Shockwave artillery coming off. Where is that going to hit? Okay, so the orbital bombardment is actually going to hit here. Shockwave artillery may be coming down on this Marv. No, I don't think so. Where's the Shockwave artillery? Gonna be able to lock down the Hexapod. That's a huge amount of damage coming out on the Hexapod. Phase field is back online, so unfortunately both of those Shockwave artilleries are now on cooldown, but the phase field is back on cooldown as well. So the trading capabilities here coming out from Granola 17 will be good for probably another couple minutes or so. Sniper team's actually being called in here from the transports for Dragon 99, not quite sure what for, most likely to deal with those Grenadier squads and try to lock down the EMP ability. That Hexapod can just roll forward now and try to crush these husks. That's exactly what it's going to go ahead and do, and it manages to clean up the majority of these husks. And it is going to fall back now, as it's not able to actually fire or do any damage. If he commits too far into this, he could actually be worried about some Grenadier squads coming out from Cabal. Honestly, Cabal, I think he just needs to send some Grenadier squads over to the right-hand side and really help those guys out. I don't know that he can really hold the line here on the left-hand side. He's got a Zocom Marv moving in. Lots and lots of rocket squads are going to be coming forward, and all of the Grenadier squads are actually getting picked off by the sniper team. So the sniper teams are actually a great pickup here. But, wow, Dirty Harry CNC calling in a huge Stratofighter coming in, going to be picking off two of those Firehawks from Dragon 99. So great pickup there. Going to be able to lock down two of those guys. He's going to be forcing at least Dragon 99 to rebuild those or give up on that. Vertical bombers still being used to great effect here by One Vision, going to be locking down more and more of those behemoths, and that's exactly what you need to be doing at this stage in the game, just trading effectively, and those vertical bombers and Firehawks are just so good at doing that. Marv is coming forward. A lot of these rocket squads actually getting into range of the APM of watchtowers, and it looks like Dirty Harry CNC is actually trying to give some assistance here. There are some watchtowers down from Executive as well, going to be trying to aid in this. I thought I heard Shockwave artillery. Maybe I didn't. Not quite sure. Oh, there is an outpost. So an outpost down from Dirty Harry CNC trying to get around the backside, but it has been spotted by Granola 17. Lightning Spike going to be firing on that, going to force the sell up there from Dirty Harry CNC. Now, that Hexpod taking a lot of damage, but honestly, it can take damage and then just be teleported backwards, and yeah, it is going to go ahead and be teleported backwards. Great control there, actually forcing out another shot from the Behemoths before it actually falls back, so nice micro control there. What else do we have coming out from these guys? It's turned into a bit of a stalemate, though, but on the right-hand sides, this is where we're really going to start seeing these guys starting to really press forward. And there's still a decent amount of Tiberium left to be gathered by both teams on either side of the map. And Cabal actually has a decent amount of Tiberium to grab back in his original main base. Needs to get a refinery back on this field as well, or at least allow his teammates to do that. One Vision's Redeemer actually pretty far forward here, but feels pretty comfortable about the fact that there aren't many EMP options here from these guys to actually come out and assist with this. And Power Plant's going to be getting sniped down here by Dragon 99, so he's actually doing a great job of just using those 2 Firehawks that are remaining from that earlier bombing run to actually take these guys down. Behemoth's actually moving too far forward here for Executive, going to be getting caught out by some rocket squads as well as the Eradicator Hexapod. Eradicator Hexapod going to be picking off some Harvesters, and it's looking like it's going to be the slow push to victory here for Team Bulldogs. They're actually being sandwiched in here by a Zircon Marvin and Eradicator Hexapod on the other side, and they're actually managing to take out a lot of the refining capabilities of Team Scorcher Buggies, and it's not looking good for these guys. It looks like, did I just see the Vertigo Bombers come back in? No, I did not. Ooh, Survivor Man with the BM. Not happy about the way this game went, and that's okay. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. We're just here to have some fun. This game looks like it was actually quite a bit of fun. But Titan's going to be rolling through, not sure where they're going to be hitting. GG's coming in from Z Tipsy, GG's coming in from Granola 17, likewise for Executive, and that is going to be it. Team Bulldogs going to be up 1-0 in this series. Alright, so pretty strong game coming out from Team Bulldogs, looking pretty good. They were doing a great job of harassing all around the map. Dragon 99 with the Firehawks all game long, and then Z Tipsy with the bike buggy around the backside of the base all game long as well. That early upgrade to Tiberium Core, Tiberium Core missiles was actually a really good choice, and it allowed him to use those bike buggy to be a lot more effective on the back lines, get in, snipe some Harvesters, get out, not take too many losses to the base defense drops from Team Scorcher Buggies. But anyways, that's going to be wrapping it up for game number 1, 14 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. Team Bulldogs is going to be up 1-0, so it is do or die here for Scorcher Buggies coming up in game number 2. Alright everybody, welcome to game number 2 of this best of 3 round of 8 series, and that brings us to the map Tiberium Resistance. And spawning the upper left hand corner as the first member of Team Scorcher, Buggies, who's coming off of a loss in the last game, as the green Vanilla Nod, we have Dirty Harry CNC. And then his teammate in the middle, once again, as the orange, what is it, Scrin? Orange Vanilla Scrin, we do have Executive. And then his teammate just over the little mountain here as the red Steel Talons, we have Survivor Man. And then sliding down to the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Bulldogs, coming off of a victory in the last game as the Cyan Traveler 59, we have Z Tipsy. And then his teammate just to the left of him in the middle, in the bottom, as the purple, or rather the pink Scrin, we have Granola 17. Then to round out all 6 players and our final member of Team Bulldogs as the purple Scrin, we have Dragon 99. So it's going to be triple Scrin factions, 2 Scrin and Traveler 59 versus a Vanilla Nod, a Traveler 59, or no, a Vanilla Scrin and a Steel Talon. So pretty much all Scrin versus a mix of factions in the north. This should make for an interesting game. Again, this is all random only, so these guys don't get to choose their faction, and I think we've seen a lot of Steel Talons. That, I thought that Visceroid was actually going to poke a little bit of damage onto these guys, but I don't know if that's been patched. I'm pretty sure that Visceroid does damage. Well, we'll see. Maybe this other one will actually attack these guys. They're actually firing on it, but it's not firing back. Okay, it is firing back, so it's doing a little bit of damage there, and that's something you need to be careful of when you go around the sides, particularly with infantry. You could take some serious damage from those Visceroids. There's some early scouting engagements here, but Cabal did see these Disintegrators coming his way, and it looks like they've been kind of dissuaded from actually engaging into the base. I don't know what he's got out at the moment, but he has. Okay, so he's got a Wolverine out to hold the line, and those are actually extremely good against infantry. We'll actually mow through those Disintegrators pretty quickly, but they're going to go ahead and try to take down the Tiberium Spike, and that's actually a pretty wise decision. That's guaranteed damage. There's really no recourse to deal with that, and obviously early game Disintegrators going to be a great option for some map control early on. And it's looking like we do have the expansions coming towards the center of the map earlier here in this game than we saw in the last one, which is what I like. And we are going to be seeing Shredder Turret down here for Dirty Harry CNC. Going to be taking out a decent number of these Disintegrators before they even managed to get into range. That was dropped pretty early too, so Z Tipsy should have had plenty of time to actually respond to that, but did not. And I just realized I did not pull up the scoreboard. Sorry about that, everybody. My bad. Not sure why I did not pull that one up. But anyways, scoreboard's up now. Gotta make a mistake at least once a cast, right? Hopefully that's our only one for today. I just get so busy trying to pay attention to what's going on around the map with 3v3. It's just so hectic. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, okay, I thought that Visceroid was attacking the Tiberium Spike. I was like, that's some next level stuff right there. But in fact, it was the, it was just the, God, the Wolverine. That's the word I was looking for. Wolverine from Cabal, going to be taking that one out. We're probably just going to go through and mow down all those Visceroids. It's just such an annoying unit. Nope, actually there are still 2 alive. I don't know if they've respawned. They may respawn. I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat. Do they respawn? I haven't played this map enough to know for sure. I have to tell you, I love this map a lot. This map's really cool. I mean, you've got the Tiberium Spikes here in the upper left corner with the silos as well. And then the EMP spikes, which are guaranteed for both sides. And, well, guaranteed in that you should be grabbing them. If you don't, then, well, something's wrong with you. But we do have a, well, that Pitbull probably wanting to get more scouting information than it did for Cabal. Unfortunately, going to be going down there. And wow, yeah, that looks a little bit odd in the, you know what, let's try this. There, that's a little bit better. I had to fix the scoreboard on the fly. But Wolverine actually pretty heavily damaged. Should actually fall back and get some repairs. Whoa, that was a massive glitch out. Not quite sure what that's from. These guys just kind of ecoing up. Really not a whole lot going on. We did see the Tiberium Spike of Cabal actually getting focused down, and there is some Tiberium residue left over so that they can actually pick that up a little bit later on. But that's going to be swinging the balance of power a little bit in terms of economy over to Team Bulldogs a bit. And, okay, so we've got some bikes coming in here, or rather some bike buggy coming in from Dirty Harry CNC, looking to do a bit of harvester harassment. I think he managed to take down 2 harvesters. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's either 1 or 2 harvesters, 1 for sure. But a lightning spike coming down as well as all of the Seeker tanks actually chasing these guys around. He will get away with one bike due to the pathing that he chose there. And we do have a Seeker Armada coming forward here from Executive. He's been untouched so far in this game. He's going to be running forward. It will be spotted, though. Z-Tipsy, he's definitely padded through that area. Okay, so actually the Seeker tank's going to be catching out a couple of Harvesters that have come forward without any support here. I mean, the Disintegrator is really the only units to actually help out, and they're not going to really be able to do too much. Actually, that's a decent number of Disintegrators. How many are over there? There's a lot stacked up over there. Oh, they actually get pretty heavily crushed by that one Gunwalker there, but a decent number of these Harvesters going down. Actually, no, it was only one Harvester going down. That was a full load of Blue Tiberium going down as well. These Disintegrators actually getting focused down by the Seeker tanks now. They have those attenuated force fields, so they should be able to take a little bit more damage than they normally would be able to against Disintegrators. And those disc weapons actually not terrible against infantry, and we do have a follow-up Seeker tank army here coming out from, who is this? Dragon 99 going to be camping the blue side on the left side of the map. You have attack bikes coming around the far left side for Dirty Harry CNC, looking to go for some additional hit-and-run tactics here. Wants to maybe take out some more Harvesters, or at least get some scouting information. That, at the very least, is what he wants to be doing. Titans up here on the mountain, going to be getting focused down here by the Disintegrators. No, actually, they should be able to survive, interestingly enough. And the Ion Storm going to be coming in here in about 45 seconds. So that's going to be just causing some issues with these guys as far as just adding sporadic damage around the map, as well as confusing them a bit with hit markers around the map. Okay, so EMP called in on the bikes, going to be able to lock down all four of them. And the Devastator Warship should be able to clean them up, I think. I don't know if that last shot is going to be able to kill both. That final shot should be able to. That EMP ability lasts so long. And that final bike, trying desperately to get away, will not be able to get away. And that EMP is going to be on cooldown. We do have some Mechapedes moving forward here for Dragon 99. It's going to be on the opposite side of the map that he is on, so far right side for him. Seeker Tank's not quite sure what they're up to. They're going to be focusing down the Visceroid here. Shouldn't be wasting their time with this, to be honest. But they can't really commit into this field either. There's a bunch of Titans there from Cabal that can easily deal with that. Seeker Tank's still just chilling out here for Dragon 99. Doesn't seem to want to commit into anything just yet. And the Titans, they are aware of the fact that there are Seeker Tanks around here, so they're going to actually try to chase those guys down. Smart move. Mechapede's going to be rolling through as well, and they should be able to come in. Honestly, the Mechapedes may be able to trade well with the Titans. They need to be careful, though, because they can get focused down pretty quickly if that force fire is being done. So the Ion Storm has been initiated, and that's going to be causing problems for these guys. Warp Chasm is down for Dragon 99. Let's see, what does Executive have in the meantime? He's already working on his Hexapod as well. And we've got 3 Hexapods on the way here, folks, so huge amounts of Hexalaming coming up in the near future from Team Bulldogs, and they could really cause some serious rage here for Cabal. I'm looking forward to it. I have nothing against the guy. It's just I feel so bad for him because every time I cast these games, he's always the first one in the series, and he ends up getting some kind of crappy luck like this, like getting Steel Talons against 3 Skrin factions. That's not what you want to be seeing at all. But, hey, got to make it work. We'll see what happens. Still Seeker Tanks just chilling out here for Dragon 99. Doesn't seem to want to really move those guys around too much. EMP coming in. Where's it going to hit? Oh, okay. Actually, it was hitting exactly where I was at. That's kind of impressive. So the Gunwalkers have been locked down here. Those should all get focused down, honestly. Well, no, the Disintegrators are actually here. So that EMP, it's questionable EMP to say the least. But they should actually be able to clean all this stuff up here with the Scorpion tanks now moving into position. Honestly, focus down the Devourer tank first. That's the one that needs to go down. And then you can chase down the remainder of those Gunwalkers. Hexapods popping out all over the place. We've got 1, 2, 3 Hexapods out on the map now. Felt like the count from Sesame Street there for a second. 1 Hexapod. Okay, if you guys got that reference, I'll give you credit. Though I think everybody knows Sesame Street. Anyways, I don't know how I ended up on that tangent. We're going to be looking at some serious lag here in the middle of the map. Not quite sure what's going on. Maybe everybody just taking a little bit of a breather, saying, hey, let's lag the game a little bit so we can take a break, get our bearings around the map, see what's going on. Already hearing CNC not pleased with the lag, but that's okay. It is what it is. It's 3v3, man. It's going to happen. Avatars, Scorpion tanks, infantry, and a Redeemer coming forward here for Dirty Harry CNC. He's looking to put some pain onto one of these bases here, and I don't blame him. That's exactly what he needs to be doing. There are some Devastator warships sitting on the back lines, taking down a refinery. There is a disruption tower down, though, so I'm not sure how he saw that. Storm column coming down from... Oh, unfortunately, the power was down, so that storm column actually not doing a whole lot of damage. And now it's going to get focused down as those Devastator warships are able to get out of range. Disintegrators coming forward here, going to be picking off just a couple of rifleman squads that have been running around the map, just getting some scouting information here for Cabal. But now he needs to be careful. He's only got pit bulls back here to defend, and he's still spamming out pit bulls. Nothing here to actually defend against these disintegrators. That's actually pretty scary. Let's see what else is going on around the map. We do have some Annihilator tripods with the force fields done here, as well as the hexapods. They're going to be joining the fight as well. So 2v1 in this situation, and I think these guys just need to cut and run. Rage Gen does go off. I think it does manage to Rage Gen these units here, so they are going to be poking a little bit of damage. Could see a couple of these seeker tanks actually going down. Those tripods and the hexapod actually do quite a bit of damage to these guys. But it looks like Dirty Harry CNC not willing to commit too much further forward, and I don't blame him. He is pretty much untouched. Hexapod was teleported away. Not sure whose it was. Looks like it may have been Z-Tipsy's. Not sure where that hexapod went, to be honest. Actually, that was a short-range teleport. Okay, so it was actually teleporting forward. Going to be trying to jump on top of these behemoths, and he will be able to crush one of the behemoths for certain. The question is, will Cabal be able to hold the line here? He's going to need the assistance of his allies. He can't possibly hope to hold the line against this hexapod. I mean, he does have a couple of behemoths that could be doing quite a bit of damage. He's got a nice concave as well in that they're all spread out, so the hexapod can't just rush forward and hit one of them. But there are 3 phase fields available for these guys, so that's pretty scary indeed. And, wormhole coming out. It's going to be construction yard getting captured there by Z-Tipsy. So Z-Tipsy really putting some pain here onto Cabal, and I feel so bad. Dude, I feel so bad. I'm going to make a point in the next tournament to not cast your first game. I feel really bad about this, because this is just, I mean, it's really just bad faction luck as well. I mean, he really has to rely a lot on his teammates helping him out, but he's getting the short end of the stick in this situation. But anyways, it is what it is. Visceroid coming way out of its range of attack, going to be coming forward and joining the fight here. Another Visceroid going to be trying to poke down some damage on some harvesters. So Visceroid MVP, I think that's true. I think that's what we'll say. Disruption towers down here for Dirty Harry CNC. Honestly, need to get these disruption towers down in the base of Cabal, and oh my god, he's going to get EMP'd as well. But the EMP, there's really no follow-up damage, so maybe just trying to add insult to injury here. Just saying, hey, maybe he's just trying to send a message. That's what I'm saying. But Hexapod's still just kind of chilling out here, not really ready to commit too far forward. Going to be able to hold the line, though, pretty well. Looks like there was a repair drone ability called in. Not quite sure what they were repairing, but Devastator warships coming pretty far forward. It looks like they're going to try to fend off these forces here from Cabal, and that should actually be the retreat from Cabal. Yeah, he can't possibly fight against these Devastator warships. I mean, if he had a decent number of pit bulls, he could actually take them out, but the Hexapod will be teleporting out. I think it was phase fielded, but will get away. Oh no, actually that's the phase field of, or not phase field, but Hexapod of Executive, and unfortunately teleporting a little bit too far forward there. I don't know if he had vision of these guys, but it will be teleported away now by the Mastermind here, so he will be able to keep that alive. I was worried for a second that he was going to get EMP'd. Looks like the Hexapod of Dragon 99 has actually been EMP'd, and it is going to be surviving a bit longer. Not sure if there's any phase fields left. I would imagine there are, but that Hexapod is going surprisingly low. Need to see that teleported away in the near future. Maybe just trying to take down some of this infantry as it continues to chase here, and it will get teleported away. And it looks like it was under the power of Dragon 99 that it was teleported away, so didn't have to rely on his teammates to do that. Mastermind going to be eating up some repairs from that Corruptor, just going to be preventing any quick destruction of that guy. Hexapod sitting on the back line is just going to be picking up some of these infantry that are sitting back here. The Redeemer hasn't really had an opportunity to actually respond to this. He does get a cloaking field now. Let's take a look in the base of Cabal and see what's up for him. Still no... Okay, so still no disruption tower down. Oh, that was... Where is that? Okay, so Tiberium Asteroid being called in. I can't remember. I think it's Overlord's Wrath is the name of the support power being called in. But Stasis Shield coming down from from Executive, I believe, going to be able to lock down 3 of those tripods and at least allow the Redeemer to escape under its own power. I'm not sure. It honestly may need to be teleported away. Honestly, that's what needs to happen right now, and the teleport in from the Annihilator tripod. Oh, the Redeemer! It gets teleported away. It re-stealthed just as that tripod got teleported in, so it did manage to get away, and the Redeemer does get teleported back. So nice work there from Executive to actually keep that Redeemer alive. That was really critical, because if that went down, that's a huge amount of pressure that comes off of the map for our Team Scorcher Buggies. But we do have planetary assault carriers coming out, but here, Catalyst Missile, where is it going to hit? Oh, okay, Tiberium Catalyst Missile being called in on the Corruptors. Another nice little trick you can use that I love using that catches people off guard a lot of times is you can get a big clump of Corruptors together, and because they're Tiberium-based unit, you can Tiberium Catalyst Missile them and kill all of them. Looks like one did manage to survive, but Planetary Assault Carrier is going to be firing on the Hexapod. Phase Field comes down, or rather Stasis Shield comes down, going to be able to lock down the Hexapod. Should allow these guys to actually get back into range, but once that Stasis Shield comes off of line, or rather offline, that should be able to be teleported back by Executive if he's paying close enough attention and make sure not to get EMP'd in the middle of it. There may be a follow-up EMP coming in from these guys, I'm not quite sure, but that Stasis Shield, honestly, I think hurting rather than helping in this particular situation, so I'm not sure who used it. But now the Eradicator Hexapod needs to be teleported away right now before it takes too much more damage. It can't possibly survive this. That teleport may be on cooldown, though, not quite sure. A couple of, or rather the Eradicator Hexapod as well as the Pack Army coming in from Z-Tipsy, going to be pushing into the forces here of Cabal. And honestly, we need to see some anti-air coming in. And it looks like it is going to be slingshots. No tungsten ammo done for these guys just yet. And one of the... Oh, actually, wow, the Eradicator Hexapod goes down. So great Annihilator tripod placement there from... who was that? There's an Annihilator tripod coming out from Executive, going to be able to lock down the Hexapod and allow all of those behemoths to actually fire on those guys. Unfortunately, now the Planetary Assault Carrier Armada are going to be able to mop up the remainder of these behemoths, but there's a decent amount of anti-air here now. There's a couple of these slingshots. Tungsten ammo is done now, so those guys are going to be much, much more effective. Honestly, they can just sit on the backlines and pick off these little drones. Don't have to worry too much about the remainder of this stuff. But there are going to be Storm Riders coming in as well, going to be able to try to take down some of those guys in the meantime. But unfortunately, a stealth tank from Dirty Harry CNC getting cleaned up on the backlines, doing some nice harassment back there. I think he has Tip-Core missiles done, but both infantry upgrades done for him as well. And that Redeemer is running forward. Oh, needs to be careful though. Those buzzers, very, very scary indeed. And there's just... Where is this stream of buzzers coming from? Okay. Yeah, so stream of buzzers. That's an interesting choice there from Dragon99. Not quite sure. He's maybe just trying to stall those guys out. EMP coming down on all of these units. Oh my god, the Hexapod teleports in, phase fields itself, but gets EMP'd. What happened to the Hexapod? Holy crap, it's buried under all kinds of stuff. This is insane. Follow-up EMP. Oh my god, it locks down all of those planetary assault carriers. That was a phenomenal EMP. Holy crap. That took out so many of those planetary assault carriers, as well as all of the anti-air support here from Cabal. Actually, all 3 players really committing to defending this base. I really like to see that. And now Dirty Harry CNC pushing hard on the left-hand side by himself. It is a 1v1 over here right now. And really not a whole lot of anti-infantry coming out from Dirty Harry CNC. He's realized that, and the Militant Squad army is coming forward to actually join the ranks, going to be trying to deal with those pesky buzzers. That's the word that I was looking for. Sorry for the yelling in the microphone there, but the Hexapod is going to be perpetually EMP'd here, and even if it does come off a phase, it's not going to be able to be teleported away because all of these units are in fact able to EMP it straight back down. So that Hexapod will be going down the second it comes off of phase field, which should be shortly, I would have to imagine, because that phase field was used quite a while ago. But Dirty Harry CNC pushing hard here on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, what else do we have going on around the map? It looks like there is a mastermind running around. Not quite sure whose that is, but it looks like Cabal has moved his base completely into this Tiberian field. Needs to be careful, though. Oh, okay. Never mind. He doesn't need to be careful. There's no nod factions on the enemy team. Bulldogs is all scrin all the time here. It looks like all of the action is actually taking place here. Where did that Mastermind go? Okay, so Mastermind sitting on the back lines here. That's from Dragon99, looking for an MCV or looking for tech, looking for something that it can take out. That phase field lasting so long. Did somebody burn another phase field down here? I'm honestly not quite sure what happened, but that phase field feels like it's been on for ages. And we do have some Annihilator tripods just running through this base. Not sure who it's from. It looks like it's from Dragon99, as I believe they are that purple color. Not quite sure, to be completely honest with you. Drone platform taking quite a bit of damage. It's a lot of sporadic damage here. There's not a huge amount of ways of dealing with these tripods right now, so they can just kind of damage everything for a follow-up attack. But man, Dirty Harry CNC pushing hard on the left-hand side. The infantry swarm coming forward. He's just streaming units from the back lines. Rocket squad's going to be the choice of the transition here, and they're going to be joining the mass amount of militant squads. It looks like actually the redemption support power being called in as well, because we do have awakened squads on the field. So that's actually a really good move as well. Going to be giving some great EMP options to these guys. Stasis shield coming down on the Redeemer, as well as a number of avatars, actually all of the avatars. So that was actually a great stasis shield. Oh, we do have Tiberian Vapor Bomb coming in, going to be killing off a decent amount of his own infantry, but going to be trying to put some pain onto the anti-infantry base defenses here coming out from Team Bulldogs. What else is going on in the back lines? It looks like all of the tripods have been cleaned up, but they managed to take out a decent amount of infrastructure in the meantime. I don't know if they managed to take down the... Did they take the drone ship down? Oh, did they take down the drone ship? I think they did. Wow, they took down the drone ship. Okay, so the drone ship gone for... This phase field is still going on? Holy cow! So infinite phase field here for Team Bulldogs. I think what they need to do is back off of the EMP. That's odd. I've never seen that happen before, but I don't know that it's going to matter too much as long as they can... Actually, that may be even better now that I think about it. If they can just sit there and keep that EMP'd, that means that they can't rebuild it. Ooh, so yeah, I'm not sure who that hurts more. I mean, yeah, they have to leave forces there to actually deal with it, but I think it's actually more damaging for Team Bulldogs. But battle marker's still coming down. I don't know if that Eradicator Hexapod is actually taking damage. And doesn't look like it. But a lot of units and base defenses being used to actually kill that off. And this Hexapod is still alive here for Dragon99. I'm kind of shocked that it is still alive. It is teleported back away, and now there is a Hexapod here from Z Tipsy that has to be dealt with. And these rocket squads are actually being cleaned up pretty heavily. Corruptors sitting on the back lines getting pretty much free repairs on this Hexapod. Rage Gen maybe going to be coming off. No, it's more than likely just continuing to fire. But now there are some supporting Storm Riders going to be coming forward here. Rage Gen does finally go off, going to be just preventing that Annihilator tripod from actually getting any EMPs. And it will actually be focused down. So great move there from Dirty Harry CNC to actually keep that down. Hexapod is still alive. It is slowly being killed off because I saw the red health bar was actually just over the E a second ago. So this is a very strange bug. I've never seen that before. But anyways, we will be seeing the Tiberium, or rather the temporal wormhole coming in on these forces. That was called in quite a while ago. Should be wearing off momentarily. And this Hexapod taking quite a bit of damage. It looks like all of the supporting Corruptors have been cleaned up. This Hexapod actually could be going down. More than likely going to be teleported away. There it goes. And that one will be teleported back. So Z-Tipsy has managed to keep that alive. He's at least stalled out the forces here of Dirty Harry CNC, but honestly, it's probably all for naught. What else is going on here? Hexapod has made its way all the way up into the top left corner of the map. So Dragon99, I don't know about sending a Hexapod up here, but an interesting choice to say the least. He's actually called in the repair drones as well, so he's going to be able to keep that nice and healthy. Going to be able to clean up that entire base. But I actually like that move. And it looks like Dragon99 has actually sent his drone ship down to the bottom right corner. Not sure why he's done that. Okay, I think it's because he's just worried that he's going to be forced out of this game. Maybe thinking that he can hide down here and keep himself alive. I think he actually rebuilt that drone ship from the gravity stabilizer that he actually dropped in his allies' base. That Hexapod still taking quite a bit of damage, but it will go down eventually and free these guys up to actually rebuild it. GG coming in from Granola17. I'm thinking he's going to throw in the towel here in the very near future. Yes, he does. GG coming in from I Like Flame Tanks, which is going to be Dirty Harry CNC. More and more GGs coming in, and this is likely going to be it. And that's actually going to be sending us to an ace match, and all of the forces are now in control of Dragon99. GG comes in from him, and he is going to throw in the towel now. No, maybe not. Is he going to try to stick this one out in 1v3? I'd be impressed if he did, but I think, honestly, it would be a waste. The Hexapod finally did go down, and Survivor Man saying that he can survive. He did, in fact, survive in this game, and Dragon99 just going to force these guys to actually kill off all their structures. Yeah, this is kind of annoying, honestly. There we go. Dragon99 going to throw in the towel, and Team Scorcher Buggies going to be picking up game number 2. So pretty back and forth game that time. I honestly thought Survivor Man was pretty much going to have to tap out in that game. I mean, he was double teamed pretty hard, as we would expect, and he was put in a pretty dire straits there for a while, but his teammates really rallied to the cause and really aided him, particularly Executive coming over with the Scrin forces there. So really doing a great job, and then Dirty Harry CNC just absolutely crushing the left-hand side on his own. So doing a great job of that. Did take him a while to get rolling, but once he did, he finally just steamrolled through that base. Once Dragon99 was kind of out of the equation, it left the other two kind of in a very tough situation. Even with Survivor Man pretty heavily damaged, he was really able to recover pretty well. And getting that Hexapod EMP'd for such a long period of time, and just keeping that out of the clutches of Team Bulldogs, it really allowed Scorcher Buggies to get up over the top. So they're going to be evening up the score here, 1-1, and that's going to be sending us to our ace match of this best of 3 series, and that's going to be coming up momentarily, everybody. So be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of this best of 3 round of 8 series, and that brings us to the map which I've forgotten the name of. In the midst of all of the connection issues, I've completely spaced it on the name of this map, so I do apologize. If you guys know it, let me know and I'll add it in later on. But anyways, spawning in the upper left corner as the first member of our top team, as the orange Traveler 59, we have Granola 17. And in the top center of this map as the cyan Traveler 59, we have Z Tipsy. And then rounding out all 3 players of Team Bulldogs as the purple GDI, we have Dragon 99. Then sliding down to the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Scorcher Buggies as the red Black Hand, we have Survivor Man. And then his teammate in the center, once again down in the bottom of the map as the yellow Mark of Kane, we have Executive. And then rounding out all 6 players and the final member of Team Scorcher Buggies as the green Vanilla Nod, we have Dirty Harry CNC. Let's pop that up on the screen. I'll update the score as well, and as you can see, my map name is missing. Oops. Yeah, I totally spaced it on the name of the map. I don't know why. But anyways, these guys are going to be contesting for those early game spikes, and it is an 8-player map, so there will be, I believe, 8 spikes if I did the math correctly. Yes, I estimated correctly. And lots and lots of mutant hovels all over the map, as you can see there, in between each position here. So not going to see any of those captured most likely, but hey, it's a pipe dream. We may see it at some point. I'm just waiting for the chat to actually catch up with me here to see if they know the name of the map. Roctagon! That's the one. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is Roctagon. At least I think it is. We'll assume it is. I'm going to throw that up there. I'm pretty sure it's Roctagon. Thank you for that in the chat. Christian Kirjoen. I think I butchered that name pretty heavily, but thank you very much for that. I do want to say I appreciate it. Hopefully it's right. I'm not sure. But anyways, MCV going to be on the move here for Cabal. Going to be moving towards the center, and that is just a sea of Tiberium. I mean, just look at this. Look at this. So much Tiberium to be eaten alive. We actually have any early game scouting. Okay, so we've got a Black Hand squad out, and it looks like it's out from who is this? I like Flame Tanks, which is going to be Dirty Harry CNC. So does he have a flame tank or anything out on the map? No, I think he actually just produced that to actually deal with the disintegrators, which wouldn't have been a bad choice. A little bit unfortunate to have to plop that down and just sell it off like that, but it's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world, and you can actually use this to actually kill off some Tiberium spikes if you can get into range. EMP coming down on the drone ship from the Mark of Kane squad here, so that's just going to be a nice little annoyance there coming out from Executive. And that's one of the great features. No, there is a flame tank. I completely missed it. Flame tank here on the far left side, going to be able to lock down one of the refineries, going to be able to take down a power plant as well before it goes down. Oh, it's going to be close. That power plant will go down, and now it should be able to get maybe a little bit of damage onto a seeker tank. But no, it will blow up and leave a nice little explosion there for us. At that old school Mammoth tank. I think it's like a Mammoth Mark II? Sure if my Tiberium knowledge or CNC knowledge is up to par, but pretty sure that's a Mark II Mammoth tank. But anyways, that was the old school Mammoth tank design. Flame tank, or rather Flame Squad, as in the Black Hand Squad, going to be trying to put some damage onto that Tiberium spike. And okay, everybody else confirming that it is in fact Roctagon, so thank you guys. Hey, I have brain farts too, guys. It happens. It happens. I apologize. Try to be on my game, but sometimes when stuff like con issues and whatnot happen, I get a little bit flustered. But anyways, not going to worry too much more about it. We did have an airfield down for Granola. Oh, for Dragon 99, so an airfield coming out from him. Not sure what it's going to be, though. He doesn't have AP ammo on the way, so that lends me to believe that it's going to be maybe... Okay, so it's been spotted. What is he doing? Is he building a tech center? Is it going to be Fast Firehawks? Oh man, if it's Fast Firehawks, he's dead. This is not good, because Cabal here is actually going to be rolling in with some bike buggy, and I'm not sure what that building is. It's ready to drop, but he's not actually prepared to drop it just yet, apparently. As we do have some infrastructure coming down here for Executive in the center of the map. I don't think we've had any expansion coming out from Dirty Harry CNC. He's invested pretty heavily in that early game rush option. Buzzer Swarm support power being called in pretty early here. Going to be trying to kill off some rocket squads, and more than likely just going to be trying to pave the way for these Seeker tanks to actually come in and start doing some damage to these harvesters. Scary proposition, though, knowing that there are base defenses that can be dropped all over the map. Looks like that was in fact a refinery, not a tech center. So not sure what this airfield is really for. Airfield's been dropped, but what is he using it for? That seems like a really early airfield for no return on investment. Ooh, Harvester's so close to going down. That's going to go down. Another shot from those bikes is going to take it down. We do have some pit bulls chasing as well. That's going to go down. That Raider buggy may go down. That one will go down. Yes, indeed. Disintegrator's just going to be trying to clean up this Black Hand Squad, but honestly, the Black Hand Squad can take those guys down very, very quickly. It looks like Phase Field actually came out on these Harvesters. Must have been some bikes that actually came in. Temporal Wormhole coming down on the base of Dirty Harry CNC, so it looks like he's the one that's going to be under fire in this game, realizing that he's a little bit behind here to the early game harassment that he went for. So I think the right side's either going to need to sweep through and kill off their opponents quickly before Dirty Harry CNC collapses here, or they're going to need to come to his aid. There are some rocket squads sitting on the back lines, a couple of attack bikes here as well, not sure who they're from. But we do have Cabal going to be moving around through the right-hand side of the map. I thought for a second that he was going to commit. He is going to commit into this base. Needs to be very careful, though. That Shatterer tank can kill off a tremendous amount of bike buggy very quickly. So he needs to be careful about not bunching up too much against that. Harvester's just picking away here at this middle Tiberium field. Still a ton of Tiberium left to be gathered. And honestly, as this game goes on, I'm thinking that the Scrin factions are going to be looking very, very good, as they should be able to just run over that Tiberium field with no real trouble whatsoever. But man, Dirty Harry CNC seriously under fire here. Finally manages to beat back the forces of Granola 17, I believe. He may have even been double teamed there by Z Tipsy as well. I think that was the case, because that was a lot of Seeker tanks. But we do have Mechapedes out on the field here now for Z Tipsy, going to be chasing away the Scorpion tanks here from Cabal, and those do not have the Dozer Blade upgrades, so they're not going to be able to tank too much more damage. Not sure what these guys are firing at. Oh, there's a... oh, what are they firing at? Looks like they were firing at the Mammoth tank. That was kind of interesting. Not sure what they were shooting at. Coming down here from Granola 17, not quite sure what he was spotting. Okay, so here's some bike buggy here coming out from Executive, and I just realized that my music stopped for some reason, so we'll go ahead and kick that back on. Not sure why that stopped. That's odd. But anyways, we do have some bike buggy as well as some Scorpion tanks rolling through the map here for Cabal. He's got a lot invested into this Tier 1 army. He needs to be careful that he doesn't lose too much of it to some errant shots here. We do have a couple of Shatterer tanks moving forward. Airfield's still not being used for anything from what I can tell. I'm not sure if maybe there was a transport called in somewhere, and maybe it was an engineer capture that went wrong. I don't quite know. But it looks like Cabal is actually trying to assist his ally there, Dirty Harry CNC. He is set way behind in this game and needs to get himself back into the game for sure. He's got some militant squads running through the middle of the map. Needs to get his economy back up and rolling. It looks like he's actually going to be spamming out flam tanks, interestingly enough. Okay. I would think, honestly, at this point in time, he'd be focusing on getting his economy back up and running, but it doesn't seem like he's too worried about it. Seems like he feels pretty comfortable with his allies taking the brunt of the damage here on the front lines. And not having him on the front lines is actually going to put a lot of pressure here on Executive and Cabal to actually trade cost effectively, because normally you would expect to have an ally here to actually assist in your efforts. There is a Buzzer squad that's managed to make its way into the base of Dirty Harry CNC, and I'm not sure if they managed to pick off that flame tank, but don't see it. There it is. There's the flame tank. So just a single flame tank up, but Dirty Harry CNC is way, way, way behind at this point in time. Not sure what that was, but it went down or was sold off. It may have actually been... nope, I thought for a second that it was maybe a secret shrine, but... Shrine needs to come off. Ooh, radar jamming missile. Where is that going to be? There's a decent number of bikes over here. Wow, that's a lot of bikes from Executive. I'm not sure what he's doing. But radar jamming missile did come off. Where is it going to be used, really? I don't see anything really going on that would warrant a radar jamming missile. Maybe just using it since it's available, or maybe just trying to prevent the Mechapedes from actually being microed properly. I'm thinking maybe that's what it was for, because now they're actually going to chase these guys down, but the attack bike's taking quite a bit of damage. Need to be careful. The disintegrators could come in and kill these guys off pretty quickly. Oh, the Mechapede going to be getting caught out there. between a rock and a hard place. Bikes on one side and Scorpion tanks on the other. Sonic emitter going to be coming down, and that's going to be Cabal getting pushed back off of this field. Needs to be very, very careful. We'll lose one Scorpion tank. Another one's going to be going down once the disintegrators finally get into range. Is in heavy damage mode, so it's going to be moving very, very slowly. And these tanks that are very heavily damaged are going to be getting cut down by the disintegrators, and they're going to continue to run forward. They feel very comfortable running on the field. Looks like... Okay, so tip catalyst missile did come off. It looks like the refineries were attempted to be sold off, but were not able to be sold off quickly enough, and got $0 for the sell. Okay, that's actually a decoy army, so he must have decoy armied the flame tank coming forward. It is going to be spotted, but that disintegrator squad going to be getting cleaned up. That's going to be a nice pickup there. Meanwhile, Cabal is pressing hard on the right-hand side of the map, and there's really nothing here from Dragon 99 to actually hold the line. He's got some Shatterer tanks again with the early the early railguns. Railgun's the word I'm looking for. Railgun upgrade is done. Interestingly enough, Cabal squad's not actually upgraded with the Black Disciples. I would have thought, honestly, with Black Hand, if you're going to be spamming out infantry. Okay, there we go. As I say it, the Black Disciples are upgraded. So he must have read my mind there. But they are going to be done. They're going to be focusing down the construction yard. Probably a smart move here. He is going to take heavy losses in doing so, but honestly, it will be worthwhile just cutting off that build radius, as well as destroying any potential to rebuild infrastructure here and force out another MCV. It looks like the Marv is ready to pop here. A couple of zone troopers ready to hop in as well for Dragon 99, though he is struggling with economy. Unfortunately, now Cabal under fire here by the disintegrators coming in from... Oh, actually a great stealth field coming in from Dirty Harry CNC. Again, almost called him Dimitri. Going to be able to do quite a bit of damage, but the Annihilator tripods getting some pretty good crushes there. Not quite sure. Looks like finally the MCV does go down, so that's that entire force for the MCV there. And now there are a couple of tripods that are going to be running forward as well. But honestly, Cabal can get massed up again. It's just infantry that he lost, really, as well as a couple of Scorpion tanks. A little bit unfortunate to be losing that number of Scorpion tanks, but he's lost a lot of Harvesters. Needs to get those disintegrators out of his base, and it looks like they are finally cleaned up. Beacons coming off on the back lines. It looks like all of these Harvesters have been just kind of idling back there, maybe just a little bit bugged out. All the same, what else do we have coming out? Z-Tipsy. Haven't seen a whole lot of him in this game, at least not that I can recognize. He's been trying to hold the line here for Dragon 99 on the right-hand side. There are some rocket squads as well as some Railgun Predator tanks to hold the line here now. Marv is coming forward. Needs to be careful about not getting EMP'd, though. That's going to be the critical thing here, because if that Marv goes down, he's invested so much time and money into that. He needs to be very careful. Is there any EMP on the way? Looks like the Tech Lab has been dropped, and more than likely EMP going to be coming out very, very soon. Honestly, that would probably be the thing that I would focus on at this stage in the game. We do have two... Okay, so Redeemer did pop, and we do have bikes coming out after that. It looks like they do have tip core missiles as well, so going to be able to dish out quite a bit more pain. We do have the base push coming in from, or well, rather, yeah, it is going to be a bit of a base push coming in from Executive. He does have the Mark of Kane Shredder turrets, so that supercharged particle beam going to be able to be very, very effective on the front lines, very cost effective at that. Engaging very, very far forward with this bike buggy army. I don't know that he needed to commit that far forward. I don't know that that's necessarily what he was really hoping to do here. Marv coming forward, just going to be trading a little bit with this infantry, and they should be able to take all this stuff out without any trouble at all. Still no EMP coils on the way, at least from what I can tell. A couple of Railgun Mammoth tanks have made their way all the way around the map, have managed to clean up the entire original base of Cabal, so that's going to be pretty good if they end up into a base trade situation. It's just going to be eliminating that additional base on the outskirts of the map. But Dirty Harry CNC as well as Executive still have their original mains. Those Mammoth tanks could honestly roll around the sides of the map and just clean up everything on the back lines. There's really no way of dealing with them. Marv on the front line taking a lot of rocket damage. It is dealing out decent damage with the main cannon, as it does do decent grenade type damage as well. I think it is technically cannon damage, but has a bit of an area of effect. Marv has been EMP'd, and it looks like follow-up EMP is going to be coming in. Tons and tons of EMP coming in from both Mark of Kane as well as Dirty Harry CNC's Raider Buggies, which have been upgraded with those EMP coils. Looks like some Seeker tanks on the back side of things for Granola 17. Going to be looking to do a bit of damage, but Z-Tipsy has His Hexapod is very, very far forward, more than likely going to have to blow a phase field here in the near future. Honestly, the Redeemer could actually get further into range and just get the flame weapon to actually fire off as well. EMP whiffed on the Hexapod, but locked down one of the Corruptors. That will go down. Going to be trading a Corruptor for a Raider Buggy. Not too bad, but Prodigy is out on the field. Not quite sure whose that is, but I think it is Z Tipsy's. What else do we have coming out in the meantime? Rocket Squad's still just going to be the spam of the day here for Cabal, and he does have his Redeemer out as well. At least I think that's his. Honestly, can't tell. It's very, very difficult to tell. But Buzzer Swarm support power going to be coming in. Not going to be able to do too much damage to this force. Honestly, they should be able to tank this one up. And with the Black Disciples upgrade, they should be able to survive through that. Looks like Granola 17 going to be doing a little bit of a hit and run here. Going to be coming in with the Seeker Tanks on the back lines into the Dirty Harry CNC's base. He should be able to clean up this Harvester as well as maybe get some power and infrastructure. It's going to at least force out some base defenses, maybe even some forces going to be rallying around. Ooh, Tib Vane going to be used instead. Going to be trying to kill off some of these Seeker Tanks. Going to be able to kill off 5 of those Seeker Tanks. That's actually pretty good. It actually did mitigate the majority of the damage there, but did do a lot of damage to his own base. So needs to be careful about that. I don't know that that was necessarily worth, because those Seeker Tanks could have honestly been stopped pretty easily, and that amount of damage that he did with the Tib Vane was probably more damage than Granola 17 would have actually done on his own. But anyways, not sure what that was all about. It looks like that's actually Executive's Redeemer, as it does have the double repair platform, so that kind of leads me to believe that it is a Market Kane Redeemer. Shockwave Artillery coming in, not sure where it's going to hit, trying to lock down the Redeemer. I think the Redeemer should be able to get out of range. It is going to get out of range, so that Shockwave Artillery completely whiffing there for Dragon 99. Unfortunate there for him. Redeemer is out of range of the Temporal Wormhole, so we'll be able to fire at full speed as well. Thought I heard a Buzzer Swarm support power coming in inside of that Temporal Wormhole. Not quite sure if that's what happened. But there are some sniper teams sitting on the back line, so the sniper team's actually getting a great opportunity here with the assistance of the Temporal Wormhole to actually get some free shots on this infantry and maybe thin the ranks here before these forces get too much further forward. Looks like the Eradicator Hexapod was teleported back. Okay, I'm not sure about that animation. I'm not sure if it was teleported while it was EMP'd, but the Redeemer actually coming forward and smartly targeting the Corruptors. Just focus those guys down. The Hexapod isn't able to do any damage. Ooh, but great Temporal Wormhole there. And Prodigy comes forward, tries to teleport something. I think he was trying to teleport a tripod, but I think he did in fact miss. Yep, that was a miss micro there from, I believe it was Z Tips, and he's going to pay for that with his Prodigy. So despite a good effort there by actually getting a great Temporal Wormhole placement as well as his Prodigy being in range, but now we do have the Mammoth, or rather the Marv, I wanted to call it a Mammoth tank, getting pushed back here by the infantry forces of Cabal. Redeemer's actually getting into range as well, and those infantry are actually doing quite a bit of damage, but they are being focused down slowly over time by the railguns as well as the sonic shells coming out from that Marv. So I think honestly that Marv should be able to get away. Redeemer still under the power of the Temporal Wormhole. It finally has worn off, but now the Raider Buggies are going to try to come in and get some EMPs off. Big lag spike, not sure what's going on. Let's take a look around the map to see if there's anything that I've missed in the meantime. Oh no, Granola 17. Okay, a little bit of a desync there, or not desync, but we'll give it a second and see if he manages to reconnect here. That's a little bit unfortunate. We were waiting for him the majority of the game. But Granola 17, he's not in the greatest of positions here, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do. Definitely Granola 17, a little bit unfortunate. It looks like all these guys are prepared to kick him. I'm not gonna add in my my thoughts on it. I'm gonna let these guys choose. Alright, well, Z-Tipsy's saying to kick. That's a bummer. I'll add in my thoughts as well. I think that will be enough. So Z-Tipsy going to be grabbing control of all of Granola 17's forces, so going to be putting him behind the 8 ball to really carry this team to victory, and this is a tough situation because it is 1-1 right now, and this game decides who moves on into the semifinals. So it's going to be critical to win this game. I like Flame Tanks being Dirty Harry CNC, realizing that he's got an EMP on the Hexapod. Wants to continue to lock that one down, but unfortunately all those Raider Buggies being EMP'd as well. Oh, they're being focused down very quickly. I think they all fired off their EMP at the same time, so they're not really able to be re-microed. I'm going to try to chase down the Prodigy. Oh, actually, the Venom's coming forward, trying desperately to kill the Prodigy. They do manage to get the Prodigy. Lots of Venoms going down in the process. That Redeemer coming forward, going to be able to get some free snipes on the Gunwalkers. Let's see what else is going on around the map. Looks like Dragon99 is going to move forward with his MCV, going to be able to drop that one down. But now he's going to get pressured here by the forces of Cabal, as well as a supporting Redeemer here from Executive. So looks like Cabal is actually going to be the tanking force here for our right side engagement. We do have Tiberium Silos being dropped down in front of this MCV. More than likely going to be follow-up Tiberium Silos or maybe even some Watchtowers. That would probably be a better choice. Oh boy, what's going on now? We're not going to really have somebody else. No. So yeah, I'm not sure what's causing these freezes, guys. This is a bit unusual. These guys upgrade shredder turrets? Is that what happened? No, because it would have desynced. I don't know what's causing this, to be honest. Just looking around trying to see if there's any shredder turrets that are upgraded, but yeah, this is something else. I haven't seen this type of lag in a while. See if it comes back, but I'm not quite sure. It's a little bit unfortunate. So you're saying it seems like Z-Tipsy crashed. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to wait till the screen shows up. I mean, if he did crash, then I'm inclined to give this over to Team Scorcher Buggies. Yeah, I'm very much inclined to give this game to these guys to begin with. They're in a very, very powerful position. Granted, Z-Tipsy does have a decent amount of infrastructure, but it is 2v3. And the fact that Team Scorcher Buggies is pushing forward into the base of Dragon99 lends me to believe that this game is going to be over pretty soon. I'm thinking this game may be over, and we'll have to leave this one up to the refs to decide. I'm not quite sure. Very unfortunate to say the least. But again, I told you guys about this when we first started. You know, this is bound to happen. It occurs in larger games, and unfortunately, when you add more players into the mix, you got to amplify those connection issues exponentially. I don't think it's me. I can't tell these guys. I mean, it's not me. I can't talk to them in game, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm honestly not quite sure what to do here. I'm tempted to just continue to stay, but yeah, Z-Tipsy's still here by the looks of it. He's in the chat. So who's not? I mean, everybody's here in the chat. I mean, did I freeze this somehow? I'm not quite sure what to do. Okay, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and back out. I know I'm not the one causing this, but what's going to end up happening is when I back out, it's going to cause a desync screen, and or rather a disconnect screen. So maybe they'll kick me, maybe that will get things back up and running for these guys, and they can finish up this game. We'll have to see, but I'm going to have to go ahead and close my game down. Okay, let's see if I can actually do this. Oh. Freaking out on me here. Alright, so we'll go ahead and close that down. A little bit unfortunate to have that happen, but it does happen from time to time. Let's see. Okay, so we'll get the game fired back up. I do apologize about that, everybody. I'm not quite sure what was causing that. Again, you guys could see that I was in there just fine. I was able to pan around, and I could have talked to them, but they wouldn't have been able to hear me anyways. Very unfortunate, to say the least, but it does happen from time to time. Let's get our game fired back up, see if they come back into the lobby, and we'll get kind of a read on what is going on. In the meantime, I'm getting messages from Phantom, who is the event organizer here for Game Replays. and he's on it. He told me to go ahead and exit the game, so we've done that, and we'll have to see what happens. But anyways, we'll be taking a short break. I'll give you guys an update on what happened and what the verdict will be, whether or not that game has been decided, or if we're going to be moving on to another game. We'll have to see, so stay tuned. Alright everybody, and welcome back to game number 3. Once again, that's right, we are replaying game number 3 because of that crash. And that brings us back to the Roctagon. And spawning in the upper left-hand corner as the yellow Steel Talons, we have Granola17. And then his teammate in the top of the map as the purple Scrin, we have Dragon99. And then off on the far right side as the last member of Team Bulldogs, as the pink Traveler 59, we have Z-Tipsy. And then sliding down to the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Scorcher Buggies, as the red Marked of Kane, we have Survivor Man. And then down in the bottom as the orange Reapers 17, we have Executive. I was going to say Executive 17, but it is in fact Executive. My mistake. And then rounding out all 6 players and the third member of Team Scorcher Buggies as the green Steel Talons, you have Dirty Harry CNC. So, let's pop this back up on the scoreboard, and just an update, guys. The last game did desync, or not desync, but, oops, let's fix that. There we go, there's the map name, rather. Had to fix the scoreboard a little bit. The last game, we suffered from some kind of a freeze, so we did restart, and all these guys agreed to, well, I think the majority of people agreed to replay the game. I was inclined to give the game to Scorcher Buggies, so I would say they're going to be really looking to powerhouse through this game. Though they got Marked of Kane, and Steel Talons and Reaper 17, so kind of interesting factions. Not the greatest early game options from these guys, to be completely honest. Steel Talons actually have some decent early game rushes, but they're really not that viable in a game like this, so we'll have to see what ends up happening here. So we've got Disintegrators out from, I believe, Z-Tipsy, who got Traveler 59 luckily this game, and he's going to be taking down the Tiberium Spike, of Cabal. And I think these guys were a little bit disappointed to see that they were against Traveler 59. So I think it's a Traveler 59, a Scrin, and a Steel Talons here for our northern side team, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that to be true. So it's a mix of power. I mean, the late game is actually going to be really good for our northern side team. It's actually really good for our southern side team as well. So I don't know that I would give anybody a leg up so far. I would say that the Traveler 59 is pretty scary, but there's a lot of EMP options coming out from Cabal if he can just keep himself alive in this game. He's actually doing a nice job of kiting out these Disintegrators with that Raider Buggy as well. He's doing a nice job of chasing them down. He's actually managed to get into the base and actually EMP both the Warp Sphere as well as the Extractor, so that's actually a really good pickup there because it's going to be just delaying any harvesting being done there and force those harvesters to be sent back to the field. Disintegrators coming in, they should be able to keep that drone ship from actually deploying, and that's just going to be a really big annoyance here for Executive. He needs to get those guys dealt with. If he deploys that MCV while these guys... Oh, I don't know about this choice. You really shouldn't deploy that MCV. That's very, very scary. And I think Dirty Harry CNC... Oh, no, he is going to go ahead and deploy. Oh, this was really risky. Does that take... Yeah, it's down to about half HP straight away. So that was a lot of damage. Okay, so he did manage to actually drop this one down, but he does have some Shard Walkers going to be joining the fight as well. But, I mean, half HP on that drone ship for... really pretty much nothing in return is actually a really good trade there for I believe it is Z-Tipsy, so he's going to be feeling good about that. Foxhole in the base of Dirty Harry CNC. I'll be able to get a little bit of damage on this power plant. Probably not going to be enough to actually force it to be rebuilt because there is a Titan out now. But what else do we have coming out? Z-Tipsy's rebuilt another portal here, so he wants to start spamming out more and more Disintegrators. There are some Raider Buggies out on the field here for Cabal, so he's going to try to thin these numbers before they get up to a large mass. And that's exactly what you need to be doing in this situation. Just prevent those Disintegrators from really becoming the nuisance that they absolutely are. It looks like the portal was actually either paused or is running low on funds here. I'm inclined to believe that it was paused, yes. It was, in fact, paused because there is another portal down from Z-Tipsy on the back side of things. What else do we have going on for these guys? It looks like we do have... I keep seeing his name. It's Granola17. He's managed to expand here. He does have some rocket squads coming out. Not quite sure what he's doing with them, though. Kind of interesting to see rocket squads coming out from Steel Talons. Not typically what you would see. Infantry, not the greatest thing in the world for Steel Talons, just because, I mean, really the only infantry upgrade that you can get is AP ammo, which is only going to affect the rifleman squads. And when you go infantry, typically the rocket squads are what you really are looking for to be the powerhouse. There are some Wolverines here on the front lines going to be mowing down rocket squads and going to be feeling very, very good about that. And it's looking like Dirty Harry CNC is going to be putting on some serious pressure onto this field, and lots of harvesters being pressured off the line as well. That harvester could potentially be going down. There is a decent amount of defense here. Actually, this is looking pretty bad for Granola 17. Dirty Harry CNC, as well as some supporting units from Executive, have managed to catch this base pretty much undefended. And unless his teammates really rally to the cause, he's going to be in a very, very bad situation here in the very near future. Need to be focusing down the Titans, just eliminating those guys. Get these Titans to maybe crush some of this infantry. I don't know whose infantry that actually is. I think it's kind of a mix here. Very difficult to tell, but what's going on the other side of the map? We do have disintegrators moving around on the right-hand side. Holy crap, that's a lot of Raider Buggies from Cabal coming out. He's going to be able to clean up all of these disintegrators, no problem. He's going to lose a couple Raider Buggies, but I honestly don't think that he cares too much about it. What else do we have going on in the meantime? So we have a huge Storm Rider transition coming out from Dragon 99, so he's going to be moving in, going to be able to get some free kills on some harvesters here. Should be able to kill off all these harvesters without too much trouble. I don't think there's any tier 2 done for Dimitri, or for Dirty Harry CNC rather, as he's invested pretty heavily in pushing this front line force, and honestly needs to take out that War Factory. He's pushing pretty far forward, but honestly not going to want to trade with these forces, especially with the disintegrators coming into range now. These Titans are very, very much out of position, and that's a lot of Storm Riders. They're coming around and they are getting absolutely fantastic kills on these harvesters. So this was actually a really great move here by Dragon 99. May have actually saved his ally here on the front lines, because that's a lot of economy that's actually gone down the drain. Now the disintegrators coming in from Z Tipsy going to be able to clean up these front line Titans, which are pretty much unguarded here by any anti-infantry forces. Cabal, in the meantime, what has he been up to? He's been dealing with those disintegrators, but he hasn't really had much else to show for it. It looks like he lost... Where did all those Raider Buggies go? Okay, so all of the Raider Buggies are actually going to be forced to chase down the Storm Riders here, but honestly, they're not going to be able to keep up, because they can path over the top of rifts and little bits of terrain deformations or little mountains here and there. So those Storm Riders will definitely get away, and it looks like the majority of the battle is actually going to happen here on the left-hand side, as both of the Steel Talons players just continuing to butt heads here, as you apologize for that, but War Factory really needs to be focused down here. I think, honestly, that should be the priority, and it looks like that's what's going to be focused down, and that's probably a smart move. It looks like the Rifleman squads are being microed to actually kill off the Disintegrator squads. Need to kill off the Disintegrator squads that are actually in range, and they are going to go ahead and do that. That War Factory will be going down. Now, this should be giving some breathing room here to Dirty Harry CNC. He's going to be feeling pretty good about that. Battle markers all over the place. What is going on? Cabal is pushing hard on the right-hand side, and it looks like he's getting some assistance from his Reaper 17 ally here in Executive, and they're going to be pushing hard on the right-hand side. It looks like all of these forces are pulling back, but there's only Storm Riders really to contest them. They need to continue pushing forward. I think, honestly, they can sweep through and at least force out a response here, and that'll give Dirty Harry some breathing room on the left-hand side. So it's looking very much to be going in the favor of Team Scorcher Buggies. In the meantime, what's going on in the back lines? Seeker tanks coming in the back lines from Dragon 99, and he's just been the backdoor god in this game. No, in fact, that is Seeker tanks from Z Tipsy. I thought for a second that it would be Dragon 99, but it is not. What does Dragon 99 have? He's got... Wait, does he have 2 tier 3s? He's got 2... No, okay, that's actually Z Tipsy's. This is not looking good here for Dragon 99. His infrastructure is being ravaged. The tier 3 should honestly be focused down, especially since it is Scrin Tech. Definitely going to be a good pickup if you can kill that stuff off. Titan v Titans here, but it is definitely going in favor of Dirty Harry CNC. He's got the superior size force. He's pushing forward with Juggernauts as well, or rather Behemoths, and he's saying gotcha. A little bit of BM, but these guys are looking a lot more convincing here in this game, and it's looking like Team Scorcher Buggies may be coming away with a victory in this one. Looks like we do have some tripods coming out now, but that's a lot of tier 1 army coming out from Executive and Survivor Man. So that tripod is going to get phased, could potentially go in for the crush, at least draw some fire, or maybe force these guys to be microed around, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. It looks like they're actually going to go ahead and split up. Honestly, should stick together because the anti-infantry and tank capabilities that these guys have is pretty good. Oh, the Warp Chasm actually caught out of position. They could focus down any number of things here. I mean, the drone platform's a good pickup, and the Warp Chasm is honestly a good pickup as well. But it's looking to be going very, very poorly here for our northern side team, Team Bulldogs. Meanwhile, we do still have Secret Tanks on the backlines continuing to do damage. Dragon99, he's sent his Storm Riders down here to continue to add insult to injury down here, but honestly, he's managed to hold the line pretty well against these forces, and if he can manage to clean up all the stuff on the ground, he's going to be okay moving forward. It looks like the Warp Chasm was cleaned off. Nope, actually it was sold off. And it looks like the drone platform is going to be going down now for Dragon99, or rather for Z-Tipsy as well. Does he have a gravity stabilizer? No, he dropped a foundry though. Though it is, I mean, that could be going down. He needs to be careful. That foundry is definitely something that's ripe for the picking there. What else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like the forces of Executive have actually made their way all the way around the sides. They're going to be trying to move into the base of Dragon 99. Should be able to clean up that tripod. No phase field going to be available, at least not that I'm aware of, and that one will be going down. It's going to be pulling all of the forces away from this area, but honestly the tech assembler will be going down momentarily. Meanwhile, Dirty Harry CNC continuing his assault on the left-hand side. GG coming in from Executive, so it looks like these guys are calling the aggressive GG. Looks like Granola 17 going to be tossing in the towel. Z-Tipsy's throwing it in as well. Dragon 99, the only remaining player of Team Bulldogs. And a little bit of a game freeze, but okay, so the game crashed. But that's okay, that game was over for a fact this time around, despite it being 2 crashes in a row. And Team Scorcher Buggies is going to be coming through with a victory in that game. And let's just close this down real quick. Pop that back up. So we'll get our game fired back up, but it is definitely going to be going in favor of Team Scorcher Buggies. They're going to be moving on into the semifinals, and that should be coming up momentarily, everybody. So I do apologize once again on behalf of ourselves at Game Replays about that crash there that we had in the last game. Obviously, we have no control over that. I mean, the game is hard-coded that way. It's just what happens sometimes, but all the same, we do apologize for that, for both the players and the viewers. And we'll be moving on here. Team Scorcher Buggies will be moving on. We're going to be getting a quick bracket update because I would imagine quite a bit has transpired since we've been in this series of games. And we'll have to see how everybody else did. And that's going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, I think we have managed to solve our problems here today, and again, it's to be expected, 3v3, I run into a lot of technical issues for whatever reason with 3v3 tournaments, and anyways, my tech issues aside, we should be jumping into our first game of the opposite side of the bracket here, which is going to be jumping into the semifinals. So I'm going to give you guys a bracket rundown really quickly. These guys have been gracious enough to agree to allow me to do this, and I'm not sure if their games ended at the same time or what have you, but anyways, let's take a look and see what has transpired on the bracket in the meantime, and so let's see what we've got going on. So Echo Troopers went up against Red Arrow, and it looks like that ended up going to all three games. Team Red Arrow taking a 2-1 victory over the top of Echo Troopers, and they're going to be facing off against Team Scorcher Buggies, who just took a 2-1 victory over the top of Team Bulldog in our last series. We just caught that, so if you are just now joining us, you can rewind the stream and check out those games from earlier in the day. And then down below that, we had Team Agonizers versus Team Shardlings, which ended up going to all three games as well. Team Agonizers coming out on top 2-1. And then likewise for Team Myrmidon versus Team Grey Wolf. Team Myrmidon taking a 2-1 victory over Team Grey Wolf. So that's actually pretty fantastic. We have had full sets of games all across the board here today. All four of our matches so far have gone to the full length, all three games for our best of three series. It will be jumping to a best of 5 now, so we'll have to see if maybe these guys can start cleaning up some of these series a little bit quicker, or if it will still in fact go all 5 games. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a blast. We've seen some pretty awesome games so far. Nothing like crazy epic, but we've seen some great stuff nonetheless. So with that said, we're going to be taking a short break while these guys ready up, and then we'll be jumping straight into our next game, so stay tuned. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 5 semi-final series, and that brings us to the map 6-shooter showdown. And spawn in the upper left hand corner as the first member of Team Myrmidon, as the purple marked of Kane, we have Incapaiza. Then sliding up into the top position as the orange vanilla nod, we do have S2Enzio. And then his teammate off to the right hand side, and rounding out Team Myrmidon here as the red Reaper 17, we have Jake White. And sliding on down to the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Agonizers, as the yellow Reaper 17, we have Angel of Death. And his teammate just down to the left of him in the bottom position as the pink GDI, we have One Vision. And then rounding out all 6 players in our final member of Team Agonizers as the blue vanilla GDI, do have Icor. So let's pop this scoreboard right up there. So Team Myrmidon in the north versus Team Agonizers here down in the south, or top and bottom respectively. 6-shooter showdown. We have not seen this map just yet. Usually ends up being pretty aggressive here early on because you usually end up split across this little rift here, or little pathway, I guess. I don't even know what you would call that. So it usually opens up some early game options for either side, really. I mean, I don't know that we saw any really early game aggressive factions here. I mean, GDIs, I guess, could be pretty early aggressive. Nod could be very aggressive. So I guess the nice thing for our southern team is the Nod faction, which is really the heavy early aggression, is actually up in the north. It is going to be dual War Factory here for S2Enzio, interestingly enough. He is on a blue Tiberium field, so he's going to be invested pretty heavily in getting some bikes out early on. I like this move a lot. He should be able to get a little bit of damage off. Needs to be careful, though, because if these guys are allowed too much more time to actually grab some Tiberium, they should be able to get up over the top of them. But he can feel pretty comfortable about this because it will actually give him an opportunity to expand in the meantime. And honestly, the middle player usually doesn't get harassed too much early on. But I say that, and we've got Pitbulls rolling through here for who is this? This is going to be One Vision. So One Vision rolling through with Pitbulls. It looks like they are going to miss out on all of the bikes here. They are going to get beaconed now by One Vision. It looks like he's going to continue to send his Pitbulls forward. Was going to look to trade Harvesters for Harvesters here. Oh my god, Shatterer Tank coming out. Going to be able to do massive amounts of damage to those bikes. That was perfect timing on that Shatterer Tank too. And who was that? Icor getting a massive kill on those bikes. So S2Enzio definitely not happy about that. But we do have some just a couple of Shardwalkers going to be engaging into the drone platform, putting a little bit of damage off on it. But these guys trade amazingly effectively with the Seeker Tanks. Should be able to clean these guys up very, very quickly. And as we can see, these Seeker Tanks are just being obliterated here by the forces of Jake White. So it is, who is this down in the bottom right corner? It is Angel of Death, so he is actually getting focused down pretty heavily. Scorpion Tanks out. It looks like the Pitbulls coming out from One Vision actually managed to make their way all the way around the map. Not quite sure what they managed to hit. I don't think they managed to kill off too much. It looks like a couple Harvesters maybe pulled off the line. Tier 2 down for who is this on the left-hand side? Incapaiza, so he does have Tier 2 down. Oh my gosh, we do have follow-up Orcas coming in from I believe this is One Vision. Yeah, so he's got dual airfield Orca coming in right now. It looks like the Orcas are kind of out of position, though. They're very largely spread out here, so maybe able to tank a little bit more damage. Honestly, the Harvesters need to be the target of choice here. But Grenadier Squad going to be running forward, just going to be trying to do a little bit of damage. It looks like they may actually be able to take out a SAM turret. Whoa, where did the Fnatic Squad come from? Fnatic Squad coming out. I did not expect that. So Fnatic Squad going to be taking down a Grenadier Squad. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Base creep forward here from Jake White is real as he's going to be pushing forward. Only has these Tier 1 units. Does have Tier 2. So he does have a Devourer tank sitting on the back lines. No upgrades just yet. And we do just have these Shardwalkers. These Shardwalkers are actually excellent at tanking that front line damage, as well as actually being reasonably useful on the front lines as well. Scorpion tanks from Incapaiza are going to be rolling in here, looking to do some damage to the base, or rather the expansion of Icor, and he's actually caught a lot of these Harvesters pretty much off guard. Should be able to clean up all these Harvesters without too much trouble. These Watchtowers need to be microed to kill off the tanks that are pretty heavily damaged. It looks like the Orcas from One Vision going to be forced to respond to this as opposed to Harvester hunting, and they should be able to clean up all of those Scorpion tanks, no problem whatsoever. Not sure what that harvester is doing. It's not actually harvesting, it's just pretty heavily damaged. It needs to be pulled off the line. But a decent number of Devourer tanks all charged up here at this point. Going to be moving around for Jake White. He's more than likely teching up behind this. Not quite sure exactly what he's doing, but I would imagine that to be the case. No, he's continuing to eco, I think. He's got a lot of refineries down, and he's actually pushed Angel of Death into a bad spot. Did Angel of Death actually tap out? So Angel of Death actually tapped out of this game. That's really unfortunate. So one player being eliminated very quickly, and Reaper 17 being the one to actually do the dirty work there. Radar scan coming in. Looks like the Orcas from One Vision continuing to pick off more and more of these harvesters, and this is looking to be going very well for One Vision, but very poorly for Angel of Death. And honestly, if Jake White is able to continue to spiral out of control, this could become a very, very bad game here for Team Agonizers. Meanwhile, Icor, he's doing a nice job of holding on the left-hand side. It's looking like he's managed to actually push into the base of Incapaiza. In the meantime, looks like the oh my goodness, what is the name of the word of that unit? Shatterer tank. Yes, Shatterer tank. Good God, I cannot believe I forgot what that was called. But the infantry as well as the Shatterer tank is going to be getting cleaned up there for Icor. And meanwhile, Jake White just continuing his rampage around the side of the map. Bottom right corner, he's feeling very, very good about this. He's going to continue to push forward. Somehow, beacon coming off. I'm not quite sure if he spotted that or if he's just beaconing something else. So Jake White beaconing this green Tiberium field, maybe realizing that he wants to continue to push forward and grab more and more of that luscious green Tiberium. He should be able to do that without too much trouble. I mean, there's really no answer coming out from One Vision. He's trying hard to help the left-hand side of the map, but Incapaiza is holding strong. He's losing lots and lots of harvesters, but he's managing to rebuild them and keep himself in this game. Meanwhile, S2 Enzio, he's been set pretty far behind, but he is still in this one. Does have some Scorpion tanks rolling through the middle of the map. Unfortunately, he's not able to do a whole lot more than that. So I think these guys are just trying to keep up as much pressure on the left-hand side as they possibly can to allow Jake White the breathing room that he needs to just continue to get out of control on this right-hand side. And with the early demise of Angel of Death, this is looking to be going very, very much in favor of Team Myrmidon. They're looking very, very strong. Huge watchtower defense coming out in the base of One Vision, trying to hold the line against all these Scorpion tanks. Does have the assistance of his Orcas as well. Should be able to clean up all these Scorpion tanks without losing too much. Looks like he maybe lost a Harvester or two. But now we have the follow-up force here coming in from Jake White. And just this Tier 1, Tier 2 army should be enough to actually poke through this base. I don't know that that One Vision can really hold the line. He really needs the assistance from his ally, Icor, but he has nothing left to speak of either. So One Vision has actually thrown in the towel, and the only player remaining for Team Agonizers is going to be Icor, and it's looking like he should be going down in the very near future as Jake White continues his rampage here through the bottom portion of the map. So he's looking to be in prime shape so far in this series by taking a very, very strong game number one. And I don't know if Icor is ready to throw in the towel just yet. Honestly, should be ready because he's lost pretty much complete map control at this stage in the game, and he's now losing the majority of his tech. So yeah, this is not looking good for Icor. Hopefully he taps out in the near future, just makes this game go a little bit quicker. But he's got a Marv on the way, so I mean he's not necessarily out of this one. But GG comes in, and that's more than likely going to be it. Where is the fire sale? There it goes. So Icor has been defeated, and Team Myrmidon take a powerful game number one. A pretty quick game number one there, 8 minutes and 32 seconds on the clock. Jake White really just cramming it down Angel of Death's throat on the right-hand side of the map, and just trading so effectively. Those guys were a mirror matchup on the right-hand side, but it looked like Jake White was just a little bit more familiar with the matchup, and it really shined through. So Myrmidon going to be coming through with a game number one victory, and that's going to be putting them up 1-0 in this best-of-5 series. But it's first to three, so it's anybody's game coming up here in game number two, everybody, and that's coming up momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 5 semi-final series, and that brings us to the map Tiberium Resistance. And spawning in the upper left corner as the first member of Team Myrmidon, as the pink Zocom, we have Incapaiza. And sliding over to the right as the orange, is it going to be orange? Okay, he hasn't dropped his refinery yet. Orange Zocom, we have S2Nzio. And then finally, the last member of Team Myrmidon as the red Blackhand, we have Jake White. So then sliding down to the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Agonizers as the Cyan Zocom, we have One Vision. And then sliding off to the left of him as the blue Vanilla GDI, we do have Icor. And then finally, our final player and the final member of Team Agonizers as the yellow Skrin, we have Angel of Death. Let's go ahead and pop that up on the screen. It is 1-0 in favor of Team Myrmidon, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Team Agonizers did lose the last game, and they will be behind the 8 ball here. Need to make they don't need to make something happen. They will definitely want to make something happen in this game in their favor. We do just have some early scouts coming out, going to be getting some eyes on those expansions, going to be seeing that they're not up against any kind of a crazy early game rush, not terribly shocking, but 3 Zocom factions this time around, so going to be probably seeing quite a bit of Marv play, maybe some GDI infantry mixed in there, or rather Zocom infantry. I'm looking forward to it. Probably going to be seeing a lot of aircraft. Actually, it's going to be a lot of aircraft. I can pretty much guarantee that at this point. Definitely going to be seeing some Hammerheads, probably going to be seeing some Firehawks, likely not going to see any of those Orcas, but we won't worry about it too much. And that's actually going to be really cool to play with, considering that there are 2 EMP centers on the field. So if those air armadas are actually mixed up, they could potentially go down. But we do have a Reckoner, which I'm not sure if it's been spotted. I haven't seen any beacons just yet, but the Reckoner is looking for an opportunity to actually come in and maybe jump somebody here. Most likely going to be looking to jump into the base of One Vision. It's looking like he should be able to get in pretty much untouched. There's really nothing here, and it doesn't look like they've had any opportunity to actually see this one coming. One Vision seeing it now and is going to be very disappointed. He's going to go ahead and deploy here. There may be enough space to actually squeeze in a Tiberium silo there, but no, it's not going to be the case. He's going to go ahead and sell that off. We'll more than likely have to sell off his refinery as well. He's trying desperately to block this one off with a Tiberium silo, but is not going to be able to. Gonna force the sell off of that as well, so 2 refineries, or rather a refinery and a war factory being forced to be sold off by just a Reckoner here. And the D garrison, will it be coming in? You could at least kill off some more infantry as well. The D garrison does come in, will kill off that tower, as well as maybe look to kill off some infantry here. Could actually take out a power plant if he does this well enough. No, he's actually going to use this as some scouting information. It looks like he is chasing down some infantry here. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, he is going to turn and fire on that infantry. Smart move. Just some scouts poking away some damage. Just going to be spotting out those expansions. I thought for a second that MCV was actually going to roll over the top of that rifleman squad. Would have been interesting. What else do we have coming out here? So wait a second. Do we have one team that's all Zocom? No. It's double Zocom and Blackhand versus Zocom, Skrin, and GDI. I thought for a second that it was like triple Zocom team. That would have been insane. No artillery would have really stunk. Jeez. But yeah, these guys don't have a lot in the way of artillery, I don't think. I mean, I guess they do have some artillery. Jake White does have access to beam cannons as well as the unstealthed version of the Spectre artillery, so they've definitely got some artillery options. But this particular map, you don't usually end up seeing it turn into a base siege operation. You can usually poke in and do quite a bit of damage with just a normal style force. So maybe not going to necessarily need to see those heavy artillery style fights, but I really like the options for air on this map as well. Tech Center is down for, I believe this is Incapaiza, yes, so Tech Center is down. Airfield could potentially be researching ceramic armor or maybe Stratofighters. The Tech Center being down lends me to believe that he may be building some Firehawks, and honestly, Firehawks would be extremely good. Particularly against the Skrin faction, just because he doesn't have the ability to laser fence his buildings. So that means those Firehawks will just be that much more effective, particularly when they don't have access to the hard points. Looks like we do have a Zocom Orca Strike coming in here. Not quite sure where it's going to hit. Oh, well, I do know where it's going to hit. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what it's going to hit, but not too much. Actually, that was a regular GDI airstrike, rather. Lots of rathers being said. But a Pitbull getting picked off there by some bike buggy, and it looks like actually Jake White should be able to chase down these Pitbulls here from One Vision. Those will all be going down if Jake's paying close enough attention. The Pitbull's actually focusing down the Visceroid. Not what you want to see in that situation. I'm not quite sure what these Pitbulls are doing. They should be able to take out one bike, but it's pretty minimal. Oh, EMP coming in. Okay, I thought for a second that it was going to be looking to kill off the the aircraft, but now here comes the EMP. Is it going to hit? No, double. Wait a second, double EMP on their own. Hold up, what just happened here? They just EMP themselves? I'm kind of confused. Okay, but a couple of hammerheads going down, some orcas going down, but lots of harvesters being thrown down. And Jake White, he's lost the majority of his harvesting here on this field. He's going to need to rebuild some harvesters, and that's going to give a bit of breathing room to the rest of the map here as that black hand. Wow, actually, that's a major force from Angel of Death. I think he's been left pretty much to his own devices. He's actually got a decent-sized army there, and he's continuing to stream more and more units forward. Orcas are down here for, I believe this is I-Core, so he does have those GDI Orcas out on the map. Firehawks are flying around. It looks like they are, in fact, One Vision's Firehawks. Not sure where they're going. No, actually, that's not One Vision. Oh, that's not One Vision at all, and it's going to be the EMP center going to be getting focused down there. Not sure who those Firehawks belong to. May actually be Incapaiza. Yeah, it is. So Incapaiza actually focusing down the EMP center from One Vision, and that's actually a pretty smart move there. Want to eliminate that as a threat, and we may see a follow-up or a retaliation bombing run on the EMP center for our team Myrmidon. Anyway, force fields come online at just the right time, and it's going to be allowing this force to really overwhelm these guys. And unfortunate Orca stacking there, but no rocket damage coming out just yet. But the anti-air capabilities here from Team Myrmidon going a little bit too far forward, and unfortunately going to be going down. Do manage to take down an Orca or two, but there are some supporting forces here on the back lines, more than likely waiting for an opportunity to actually kill off the remainder of these units. And it's looking like the Predator tanks, as well as all of the infantry, will be getting focused down here by Angel of Death. Shockwave artillery going to be fired off, and it looks like it's going to be trying to take out the shields. And we also have an orbitable... Wow, I don't even know what I just said. Orbitable? I think that's what I said. Well, orbital strike being called in there on those forces is going to be just trying to soften them up. Should be allowing Incapaiza to hold the line here, force Angel of Death to actually fall back. He should just be able to feel content with that and just fall back and just get some repairs, wait for those force fields to recharge, and then re-engage. But it's going to be giving Incapaiza just enough time to actually get himself back up and running, and he does have that Marv out on the field now. Is not actually selling off that Reclamator hub, which I would have maybe expected just to get out that Zone Raider a little bit quicker. A couple of harassing Pitbulls coming out from One Vision, more than likely just being used to get some vision here. No pun intended, but also going to be poking a little bit of damage on these harvesters. Should have actually been focusing down the damaged harvester, but it's pretty minimal to say the least. Marv actually way overextended here for somebody. I'm not sure who this belongs to. I think this is actually the Marv of S2 Enzio, caught way out of position. Going to be getting EMP'd here by the Grenadier squads and actually taking a lot of damage. Now the rear armor going to be getting focused as well. That Zone Raider should actually hop into the Marv here and just increase the damage from there. And it looks like he is going to go ahead and do that. And that Marv from S2 Enzio will be going down. Double sonic emitter drops should be able to clean up all of that infantry as well. So Jake White not going to be able to assist this force too much. Well, actually, wow. Those Black Hands members of the Confessor Cabal squad is actually doing a great job of cleaning that stuff up. What else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like Harvester's just continuing to harvest away on that field. I did see a battle marker, but it must have just been some infantry getting some scouting information. Meanwhile, where are the Firehawks for Incapaiza? He does have a full deck of Firehawks, could potentially be getting out there and doing some more work. They do have, by they I mean Myrmidon, they do have access to the EMP ability. Not quite sure when or how that will be used. But number of harvesters here. They need to cut and run right now before that Marv gets into range. One of the harvesters did go down. Two harvesters go down. A third one will be going down as well. And now that Marv should be able to clean up the remainder of this blue Tiberium field just by sitting here and munching away at it. Though this is actually a great opportunity to maybe pincer it and grab an EMP onto that Marv while it's inside of that little vein there. Not quite sure, but Marv back on the way here for S2NZO. He definitely has the economy to fund this, though he is running low on that eco. Needs to get some harvesters back on this field back here. Needs to sell off some refineries. He's got a lot of extra infrastructure that he doesn't really need to keep around. Could sell that off and maybe get his Marv out a little bit quicker. But a Marv from One Vision going to be harvesting this blue Tiberium field on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, this blue Tiberium field on the left-hand side has been completely untouched, and it looks like Incapaiza is going to engage in, but Shockwave Artillery should be able to lock down the Marv as well as a couple of supporting Predator tanks, and that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Zone Raider's actually taking quite a bit of damage as well, and that Zone Raider army was actually not too bad, but the EMP being called in to drop down the shields on these Gunwalkers, but now that Marv is just going to be eaten alive. Shockwave Artillery coming in once again. Where is that going to hit? It looks like the Shockwave Artillery is actually going to be coming in on this Scrin Force, but honestly, the Scrin Force with the shields, it's going to be able to eat the first layer of that EMP and then not take too much more damage. Great supersonic airstrike comes in and locks down a number of those Zone Raider heads there, as there were hammerheads with Zone Raiders inside. Zone heads, I think, is the correct term that most people use, but looks like Angel of Death, he's managing to force out a lot of responses to this force here, and he's going to continue to push forward. May actually be able to catch another Marv for his trouble. Rage Gen needs to come off right now, and it is going to come off. Is he going to get the EMP on that Marv? No, he's not. And unfortunately, it looks like Angel of Death may have missed his opportunity there to actually get that Marv EMP'd. Marv's sitting on the front lines. It needs to be backing up. It needs to get into range of the War Factory to get some repairs. That's very scary. We do have the Buzzer Swarm support power being called in. A huge number of Juggernauts coming in from I-Corps. They're continuing to push down there. Looks like there is a V-35 Ox with an engineer inside of it, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But Marv pushing forward here for One Vision. He is pretty heavily damaged and needs to be pretty careful, but that MCV is moving forward. Another Shockwave Artillery going to be coming down. It looks like it's going to be on the Juggernauts this time. It's going to be able to lock down the Juggernauts as well as the Marv, and these rocket squads really need to be focusing down the Marv. Looks like, no, they're actually going to focus down the Juggernauts. I like that decision as well. Orbital bombardment going to be coming in here from I-Corps most likely. Could potentially be coming in from One Vision. Not quite sure who it's from. But the Marv is back online. Juggernauts are back online as well. The Hammerhead's going to be rolling up to the fight. Should be able to clean up all of that infantry. And now Myrmidon is looking to be beaten back a little bit here, but Agonizers are going to be falling back as well. What else do we have going on the other side of the map? It looks like Pitbull's going to be coming in, trying to deal with the Harvesters coming in to grab this blue Tiberium. We actually have a Harvester joining the fight as well. Potentially chase down these Harvesters. Honestly, these guys could give chase. It looks like that Harvester is going to try to chase these guys down. Nope, he's actually going to go ahead and give up. But what else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like the Marv being chased away by a lone Hammerhead. No AP ammo done for whoever that is. That must be I-Corps. So we haven't seen a whole lot from him. We've just seen a number of Juggernauts. He's also been Marvisting this middle field as well. I like this a lot. Just keeping that out as an issue. A couple of Harvesters coming forward here. Could potentially be killing off that Hammerhead if they are able to get into range. And that Hammerhead just continuing to push forward, getting some good scouting information. The Marv for S2NZO is back getting some repairs, but we have a base push here coming in from One Vision with the assistance of some Pitbulls with mortar upgrade. Going to be coming forward, picking off lots and lots of Harvesters, so Jake White's taking a lot of damage. But there are a decent number of Grenadier squads with the EMP upgrade here from S2NZO. Going to be trying to assist in this assault, as he needs to get forward and actually EMP the construction yard, just deny any additional base defense production here from One Vision, and just deny this base push a little bit. And that, the Marv is very heavily damaged. There is a rig on the front lines here to try to keep this alive, but it is very, very heavily damaged. EMP does come down on the construction yard, though the sonic emitter probably would be a good target at this point in time as well. The construction yard is going to be sold off. It looks like One Vision is going to go ahead and give up on this attempt at base pushing here. We do have Firehawks coming in. It looks like they are the Firehawks of S2NZO. Not quite sure what they were just hitting. Most likely some part of the screen base. But what else do we have going on the left-hand side? We do have a decent-sized force here from Angel of Death, just continuing to run forward. Wow, as I cannot speak. And the EMP comes off. I believe that was from Incapaiza, but unfortunately didn't do a whole lot. Locked down one of the tripods, but it's really just a stopgap. As we do have this Tier 1, Tier 3 army pushing forward here for Angel of Death. Surprisingly enough, no Devourer tanks. Honestly, would have expected that to be a unit of choice here for Angel of Death, but maybe not the option here. Orbital Bombardment being called in for like the 8th time in this game between all of the GDI factions that we've had here. Going to be trying to just soften up this Angel of Death force once again. Again, unfortunately, that's what happens when you go with that Tier 1 army. It typically ends up taking quite a bit of damage. Shockwave artillery, where is that going to hit? Is it coming down on this force as well? No, it doesn't look like it. Where's the shockwave artillery? Shockwave artillery catches out the Redeemer of Jake White, and that's going to be going down for certain. That goes down, and we do have the Juggernauts. Going to be, I believe, the Juggernauts claiming the kill on that. No, actually, I think it was the Marv, as it didn't rank up. The Juggernauts surely would have. Angel of Death continuing to push forward, so this is actually looking pretty good for Team Agonizers. They've actually managed to pick off the Redeemer from Jake White and forced him into kind of an infantry spam mode here, and it looks like everybody's rallying over to the left-hand side, realizing that Inca Pies is in a pretty tough spot. And we have both Marvs actually trying to hold the line here. Shockwave artillery coming in. One Marv goes down. Shockwave artillery going to be locking down the Marv of Icor, but it's really, again, just going to be trying to hold the line. Actually gets all 4 of those Juggernauts as well, so should be able to keep this Marv alive for just a touch longer. Actually, a number of Zone Raiders going to be jump jetting forward, going to be trying desperately to kill off that Marv. Need to be careful about being too bunched up as that... Oh, they all get picked off. And that Marv will be surviving for just a touch longer. What else do we have going on around the backside of things? Looks like there were a couple of pit bulls that have managed to make their way around the sides of the map. Going to be getting cleaned up there by Jake White. And the Juggernauts pushing further and further forward, more than likely just trying to clean up that Marv. But the Hammerheads trying desperately to kill this thing off. It is so low on HP, but now the Firehawk's going to be able to hold the line, and holy crap, that thing is still alive. Oh man, we just saw an engineer in a V-35 Ox transport trying to come in. The Juggernauts do finally get the last shot off on that force, and the Marv will go down. So I think that's all of the epic units for Team Myrmidon are down at the moment. I don't know that we've actually seen what happened to the epic unit of One Vision. It looks like it is still alive at this point in time. And have I been saying his name right? Yes, I have. So One Vision, he does have his Marv still alive. It is veteran. It is a Zircon Marv, so that going heroic would be very, very bad for these guys. That would just absolutely eat through pretty much everything. And it looks like the construction yard now going to be the focus fire here from One Vision. He needs to move his Marv into range and actually get those Zone Raiders firing on it as well. And they are now, and they should be able to clean this up pretty quickly. No EMP available here from Inca Pies, so that's most likely on cooldown. Jake White, he's managed to hold the line here for Inca Pies on the left-hand side, but he's now forced to rally his forces back off to the right-hand side now that One Vision has responded over here. That Marv just continuing to eat away, and that's exactly what you want to be doing in this situation. Oh! Supersonic Airstrike doing quite a bit of damage, but once again, the ceramic armor reigning supreme here, going to be keeping 2 of those Hammerheads alive, but I do think he managed to clean up maybe 1 or 2 of those Hammerheads as well, so not the worst thing in the world. So we have coming out Angel of Death. He's been pretty quiet here in the last couple of minutes, but just a single pit bull coming out from One Vision, just going to be putting a little bit of damage here. We do have the EMP coming out on the Marv here, on the Marv of One Vision, and that needs to be focused down. It looks like Jake White is going to move into range with all of his infantry. Should be able to focus this down. Phase Field may be available if Angel of Death has it, though. Jake White is losing a lot of his infantry force. He's actually got a pretty dwindled force here. I thought it was a lot larger than it actually is. It's mostly Confessor Cabal squads. And it looks like the base push is back on here. Combat Support Airfield, interestingly enough, being called in for One Vision. Not something you see very often, something that's been linked to desyncs in the past, but I know that has been patched. But anyways, it looks like the Marv's still continuing to take a lot of damage, but this isn't the worst thing in the world for him because he's continuing to get more and more rank on that Marv, and that's what you want to really be doing with a Zircon Marv, getting it higher and higher ranked, and just having it be that threat late game. But Iron Storm is back online. I thought for a second that we were seeing some battle markers maybe on the backside of Team Agonizers base, but honestly, Team Agonizers is just continuing to push forward with this assault. And Stasis Shield coming down from Angel of Death. Not quite sure what he was trying to lock down. Did he actually get the MCV? I don't think the MCV is actually locked down. It may be because it looks like that base defense is actually stopped. But then again, it may just be a matter... Nope, the MCV is still online. So not sure about this this Stasis Shield. Could have definitely been used in a better location or at a more opportune time. It looks like just some Visceroids running around the map, just managing to throw us off as far as our vision goes. But One Vision's Marv, he is getting some repairs here. He does have the Reclamator hub back down. Maybe thought that he was going to lose his Marv in that situation, so rebuilt that preemptively, thinking that he could get this back online. Zone Trooper drop pod being called in here by S2 Enzio is going to try to help hold the line here against the forces of Angel of Death. And actually, those Zone Troopers would be pretty good against this force. Hammerhead, unfortunately, being thrown into the mix. Oh, it looks like there was a Buzzer Swarm support power. I was wondering why those Zone Raiders were trying to get away, but the Buzzer Swarm support power was called in from Angel of Death, and it's looking like Inkapaiza could be tapping out of this game very, very soon. And Jake White, in the meantime, unless he's able to really push this this MCV out of here, he's going to be in a very tough spot as well. S2 Enzio kind of caught between a rock and a hard place in this situation. Looks like Jake White, he did manage to reclaim himself a Juggernaut, but that's going to be going down to the Pitbull rating from One Vision. A really good control there. And Team Agonizers definitely living up to their name, continuing to put agonizing pain onto Team Myrmidon, and the MCV now under fire here for Inkapaiza. He needs to desperately get out some base defenses to hold the line. Doesn't have a whole lot to speak of. Does still have his EMP control center, so that's still a potential to actually keep himself in this game, as we've seen those EMPs and the shockwaves and all of his support powers being very, very useful in keeping himself alive in this game. But I think, honestly, Inkapaiza is in a pretty tough spot. Looks like a couple of Grenadier squads are going to be running forward. There's Commando out on the field as well. Not something you ever see, or at least very rarely, but nice to see that out on the field. Should be running forward at this point, honestly. I think with the assistance of the Marv, it could draw enough fire to actually allow that Commando to really go in and do some serious, serious damage. Looks like some Firehawks have been called in to just kind of sit here and babysit the Marv. GG coming in from Jake White, realizing that he doesn't really have any way of dealing with this force. He's going to go ahead and throw in the towel, giving all of his control over to S2 Enzio. Most likely going to be seeing the GG coming in from Inkapaiza in the near future. He doesn't really have anything left to speak of. S2 Enzio actually throws in the towel as well. GG's coming in from all sides. And that is going to be it. Team Agonizers going to be picking up game number 2 and evening up this series 1-1. A pretty solid game there, 19 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. One of the longer games that we've seen today, and it ended up just being a slow roll forward from Team Agonizers, really able to capitalize on some early game decisions, and Angel of Death just putting so much pressure on the left-hand side, forcing out tons and tons of support powers out from Inkapaiza and S2 Enzio. So solid work from everybody in that game. Definitely a good showing from pretty much everybody. And that's going to be sending us into game number 3. It's all tied up, so it's anybody's series coming up here in game number 3, and that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of this best of 5 semi-final series, and that brings us to the map Nod Gardens. And spawning in the upper left hand corner as the cyan vanilla scrin, we have Incapaiza. And then sliding off to the right of him as the orange Reaper 17, we have S2 Enzio. Then just to the right of him as the final member of Team Myrmidon as the red Steel Talons, we have Jake White. And sliding down into the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Agonizers as the blue Black Hand, we have Icor. And then sliding down just to the left of him in the bottom position as the purple or pink, I think it is pink, as the pink Black Hand, we have Angel of Death. And then sliding off to the left of him as the final member of Team Agonizers as the green scrin, we have One Vision. Let's pop that up on the scoreboard. Nod Gardens is going to be the map. It is 1-1. It is a best of 5 series, and so it's anybody's game here. And even if one of these teams is going to lose this game, and they don't have to worry too much about it because they'll definitely have time to pick themselves back up later on in the series. But we do have a decent number of Professor Cabal squads going to be running around the map here for Icor. Going to be looking to get some scouting information. Going to be able to roll up into the base of Jake White and see that he is that Steel Talons faction, and going to be feeling pretty comfortable about that information there. Looks like there is a scout here from Jake White. It looks like it was ready to take one of those towers, but it just seems to be just kind of chilling out there for the time being. Doesn't seem to be too worried about it. Not that I would necessarily be too concerned about it, but all the same, you want to grab those bunkers if you can. Bunkers being beaconed all over the place, and Professor Cabal squad actually going to get crushed by a harvester there, and actually not forcing out too much of a response there from Jake White. He does drop a watchtower, but does sell it off instantly and throws the rifleman squad inside of the harvesters, so it should be able to deal with any follow-up scouts. We do have an assimilator out from who is this? Incapaiza. Going to be running forward. Looks like he's going to be trying to steal away the Tiberium spike here from our green player, which is going to be, I believe, One Vision. So going to be fighting over this a little bit. It's going to be scrin v scrin on the left-hand side here. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, we do have... oh, actually, wait a second. I thought for sure that there was a EMP control center in each of the corners of the map. I stand corrected. That has been removed. Okay. Good to know. But no more EMP control center, even though I told these guys there were 4 on this map. I don't know if there ever was one, or... I'm just kind of crazy. I'm pretty sure there was one. Looks like there was a Reckoner here. It was focused down. It looks like One Vision actually trying to come in here and take this out. Very, very risky proposition to actually send Reckoners in. Holy crap! Holy crap! Look at how many Reckoners he's got! These are going to get crushed! The Titan's just going to come in. The Titan's going to get the crush! Look at this. This Titan's going to get free ranks. Oh my god, 3 Reckoners thrown down in the drain. That one gets de-garrisoned at the very last second, but that Black Hand squad going to have to run away. I don't know about the choice to actually send these Reckoners into the base of Jake White. That should have been sent somewhere else. Like maybe the Scrin base, or even the Reaper 17 base. That would have been a much better choice. But now we have the drone ship movement forward here from One Vision. He wants to grab this Tiberium for himself and just prevent Incapaiza from actually jumping in over here. One Vision, he is going to grab the bunker here, and he should be able to flame down the Tiberium spike of Jake White. Jake White doesn't really have any way of dealing with that. He'd have to drop an operations center, or not an operations center, but a command post, and get out a... oh, jeez, what's the word? The Grenadier squad. Yeah, I don't know about the choice to send 3 Reckoners into a Steel Talons base. That was questionable to say the least. And we do have Devourer Tank getting cleaned up here by a couple of these Mechapedes. So Fast Tech coming out from One Vision, going to be coming in and looking to put some pain onto I'm sorry, not S2 Enzio, but Incapaiza. Meanwhile, S2 Enzio, who is he? He is the Reaper 17. So we haven't seen a whole lot out of him, and likewise out of whoever this is. Going to be Angel of Death, so it's mostly been wow, actually I think it was Icor. I think he was the one that sent all of those Reckoners. Did he actually build all of those? He had to have. He was the only screen. No, I'm sorry. So we must have seen a couple of Reckoners coming out from Angel of Death as well. So again, I'm still kind of reeling from the choice to send 3 3 of those Reckoners over to the Steel Talons base. Not the greatest decision in the world, but this Compressor Cabal squad now upgraded with the Black Disciples upgrade should be able to focus down that Tiberian spike if it's left to its own devices over time, and it's looking like it will be able to do just that. Devastator warship's going to be flying over the top here, going to be able to clean up a Tiberian, or rather a lightning spike. I don't know if it will go down. It will go down. That final shot from that plasma missile battery will take it down. Flame tank rolling through here. It's looking like he's going to focus down the warp sphere, and that's actually not the worst idea in the world. That's going to go down. So the flame tank coming all the way around the outskirts of the map here. I believe that was in fact One Vision's flame tank. I think it actually managed to start over here, if I'm not mistaken. So it went all the way through the middle of the map. Excuse me, unless that was a separate flame tank. I'm not quite sure. Take a look and see what else is going on here. Angel of Death in the meantime, he's just continuing to mass up. No, that's S2 Enzio. I'm sorry, I'm going to get these guys mixed up all game. S2 Enzio, because I think they swapped colors. Really kind of messing with my head right now, but Harvester taking a little bit of damage here for One Vision. Looks like Incapaz just trying to be irritating with that that lightning spike, but the Mechapede's now going to get focused down here by the Devourer tanks of Incapaz, and he's going to be able to hold that off pretty well. I don't know if they managed to take down any Harvesters, but it didn't look like it. Those Harvesters will survive. It looks like the lightning spike is still alive, still continuing to put more and more damage out on these Harvesters. And, ooh, bikes coming in on the back lines here for, I'm not sure who this is. This must be Angel of Death. He manages to pick off a Harvester from Jake White. Should be able to get himself a second full Harvester here, and that's actually going to be a really good pickup. Unfortunately, he splashes down one of his own bikes. Oh, he needs to commit into killing that Harvester. He spent so much time here. He's going to lose those bikes regardless. He needs to kill that off, and he does manage to kill it. Blue Flame, holy crap, Purifying Flame going to be coming forward here, and that's unfortunate. He led the Hammerheads right to the Flame tanks. And they do have that Blue Flame, and these Pitbulls just getting obliterated. Icor going for that Purifying Flame upgrade, not something you almost ever see, but we've been seeing a little bit of a resurgence of it in recent days. Now these Militant squads, or rather the Rocket squads as well as the Confessor Cabal squad, is going to be even more powerful with that Flame upgrade. They should be able to clean these forces up very, very quickly. Honestly, it's going to be up to the Hammerheads to really hold the line here. There's a decent number of Hammerheads. They should be able to hold the line pretty easily. A couple of Buzzer Hives being dropped as well should be able to hold the line very, very well, even despite the Blue Flame. Holy crap, they just completely melt those base defenses, but the Hammerheads are getting some free shots. They do have the AP ammo upgrade. Honestly, these guys just need to turn and fight. They can't possibly hope to run, and I think they were just trying to get back into range of these Raider Buggies. They do have EMP upgrades as well, so EMP is a potential here for these guys in the near future. It looks like Mastermind running around. It looks like the Buzzer Swarm support power was called in to try to kill this off. He's continuing to give chase, but that Mastermind is a little bit faster than the Buzzers, and the Buzzers are actually quite fast on their own. Blue Shards upgraded as well. What's going on with the blue upgrades? You almost never see blue shards. So Blue Shards upgraded for Angel of Death. I really like this. This is a fun game. We've got Purifying Flame and Blue Shards in the same game on opposite teams, no less. Should be interesting. So actually the Blue Shards will be great against this infantry spam coming out from Icor. Meanwhile, they need to get their economy established on this center field. It looks like Angel of Death has actually done a pretty nice job of getting his eco set up and running. But unfortunately, he gets the majority of his purifiers actually caught in a stasis shield. These Harvesters all going to be eaten for lunch by the forces here from S2 Enzio, and they're just going to come in and absolutely obliterate this force. You have the Raider Buggies coming in trying to get some EMPs off, but great stasis shield coming out from, I believe this is One Vision. He comes in and locks down these forces. That will give these Purifiers an opportunity to either run or actually engage into this fight. I think, honestly, with the numbers advantage that S2 Enzio has here, he's probably going to want to run. I don't think he necessarily wants to fight this. And I think, honestly, the Purifiers lose a 1v1 fight against the Tripods to start with. Actually, there's a decent number of Purifiers here. Holy crap. Will these guys win? There are the shield upgrades as well. They need to actually move into range to actually get the flame to work in their favor. No blue flame on these guys just yet. Is it double black hand? How did I miss that? Oh, it is double black hand. So Icor and Angel of Death both black hands, so definitely a scary proposition to say the least. We do have more flame tanks coming around the sides of the map, and honestly, with that blue flame upgrade, they can be very, very potent if they manage to sneak in behind the lines of these guys and sneak into the back infrastructure of their bases. Could definitely be a bad situation, but it looks like Angel of Death is content with pushing forward here, despite the fact that there are hammerheads as well as the blue flame, or I'm sorry, blue shard launcher upgrade on the shard walkers. They're going to rush forward here, maybe just trying to draw fire from these purifiers, but now everybody is responding to this fight. They're going to be able to commit to killing these forces off. Flame tank catching out the MCV of Jake White, and it's looking like he's trying to micro this MCV to actually stay alive. Oh, it's going to be so close. The MCV does go down, but the flame tank goes down as well. That blue flame just so good, and Jake White not happy with the way that one turned out. He was trying desperately to keep that alive. Angel of Death, he's lost about 8 purifiers on the front lines. This could honestly be going into the hands of Team Myrmidon. It definitely looks like it's going to be. And Angel of Death, I think he needs to focus down the purifier husks at this point in time. He does not want to allow these to get into the hands of Team Myrmidon, because that's a lot of damage output that could potentially be going into their hands for very little cost. And more purifiers getting focused down here. This is why purifiers, you don't see them very often. The damage that they can do against your own base is often not worth the damage that you will end up doing with them. Hammerhead army coming, or rather Hammerhead fleet coming in here. That Hammerhead is actually elite. You may actually see it go heroic in the near future. It is coming forward and is trying desperately to kill off whatever it can. It looks like it is going to be a couple of harvesters that it's looking to focus down. Raider Buggies versus Hammerheads. They're trying desperately to focus down the Raider Buggies quickly enough so that way the Hammerheads are still in large enough numbers to be a threat. More Hammerheads going to be rallying to the cause, but more Raider Buggies going to be joining them as well. That Tech Lab should be going down. That one Raider Buggy is not going to be enough to actually hold the line. Meanwhile, what else do we have going on here? And now the purifiers are going into the hands of Team Myrmidon, and this is where it starts to get really scary. Angel of Death way overcommitted with those purifiers, trying to put some damage out on this Scrin team, but they're not going to be able to push through, and now these are being thrown back in their own faces. And Angel of Death, his base is going to be pretty much ravaged here in a second. Once those purifiers get into range, they can just be set to a full attack stance, or rather aggressive stance, and they should be able to clean this stuff up. Behemoth's out on the line here for Jake White, going to be able to siege down this construction yard. So despite being pressured pretty early in the game with a lot of flame weapons, he has managed to survive, and he's managed to take down the MCV of Icor. So Marv is out for somebody, not quite sure who it is, to be completely honest. I'm not sure. It looks like Hammerhead's a heroic Hammerhead is out on the field, so that's a damage threat that will need to be dealt with in the very near future. But there is a huge tripod army coming out from S2 Enzio, and it's just sweeping through with the support of Inkapaiza, grabbing up some of these purifier husks for himself. He does have a couple more as well. Looks like more and more of these assimilators just waiting to pick up the remainder of these husks that are left over. Rocket Squad just running forward, going to be taking a lot of damage there. Not doing a whole lot in return, just some scouting stuff going on around the sides of the map. Looks like that was I think that was an attack bike. Attack bikes with the Tidcore missile upgrade done, but they're going to be absolutely killed off here as we see the forces of S2 Enzio continue to push forward. GG coming in from Angel of Death. I think he's realizing that his base is pretty much gone. Jake White calling the GG as well, and it's looking like One Vision has maybe already called the GG as, or no, One Vision's the only one remaining, so not quite sure what ended up happening to Icor. He must have tossed it in a little bit earlier on. So One Vision, the only remaining player for Team Agonizers, and it is a 1v3. He's got a lot of infrastructure. He's got a decent-sized army. Maybe not ready to throw this one in just yet, seeing maybe if he can do a little bit of damage here. But the problem is he's one set of eyes versus 3, and that's a difficult thing to try to overcome even at your best skill level. And I think he's honestly just trying to add a little bit of damage onto this base and just say, hey, I did something here. But honestly, I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late. The Hammerheads are going to respond to this force. There's no anti-infantry to speak of coming out from One Vision to deal with this. He does have a storm column that he's dropped. Takes down one of the Hammerheads straight away. May take down a second one. But it's just so little so late. And now these Annihilator tripods continue to run forward, but they're going to deal with an Annihilator tripod or a Reaper tripod army, which is much larger, going to be chasing them down with the assistance of the Hammerheads. They should be able to clean this stuff up very, very easily. Meanwhile, we do have Inkapaiza just continuing to ravage this backside base, the original base of Angel of Death. And One Vision kind of dragging this game out a bit longer than he probably should. Honestly, it's probably... Oh my god, all those hammerheads being thrown into the mix. Oh my god, that was like 10 hammerheads that just went down. Now the heroic hammerhead. Oh, the heroic hammerhead! It goes down. I don't know why these guys are allowing that to happen. I don't know if they're talking in team chat, maybe thinking about the next game. Not quite sure, but yeah, Jake White realizing now that he just lost those hammerheads. Probably not too happy about that, but all the same, busy managing my talons. Not quite sure what he means by talons. I'm not quite sure what he means by that. But anyways, we do have the Behemoths continuing to push forward here. There is a supporting Marv. Looks like it has a Grenadier squad as well as maybe a Rifleman squad inside. Kind of interesting. Just going to be an anti-infantry Marv by the looks of it. Has 2 repair pads as well. We just continue to push forward, and it looks like S2 Enzio. Wow, look at the laser fight here coming out from these guys. The lasers coming out from both sides. One Vision getting absolutely smashed in the mouth by S2 Enzio's forces here. He's going to absolutely come through with a crushing victory here, and One Vision taps out, and Team Myrmidon is going to be up 2-0. By 2-0, I do in fact mean 2-1, as we did see Team Agonizers pick up the last game, or not this game, the game prior to this. At least I believe that to be the case. But anyways, it is going to be 2-1 in favor of Team Myrmidon over Team Agonizers. So the next game could potentially decide who moves into the finals if Team Myrmidon is able to pick up another victory here, or we could be seeing Team Agonizers sending us into an ace match, which would be pretty fantastic, as well as every single series so far has gone to an ace match. So game number 4 is going to be coming up momentarily, everybody. I hope you're all having fun. I know I certainly am. We have about 60 people watching on YouTube. Let's take a look over at Twitch. We have about 8 people watching over on Twitch. Not sure if there's any doubled up there, but that's about 68 people when you think about it. So that's pretty fantastic. Thank you all for joining me here today. We've had a pretty decent stream. We've been dealing with some technical difficulties, but it's been fun all the same. So with that said, we're going to be jumping into game number 4 momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. And this just in, guys, I just heard on the other side of the bracket, Team Scorcher Buggies lost 3-1 to Team Red Arrow. So Team Red Arrow is in the finals. They'll be facing off against the victor of this match, so they're more than likely waiting on this match to conclude, which could potentially be ending with this game, depending on how Team Agonizers plays. So it's definitely on them to make something happen in this game. I'm looking forward to it. We've had a great set of games here today. So we're headed into game number 4 momentarily, everybody. We're just waiting for everybody to get their position set up as well as get the connections solid. So maybe a minute or two, but we will be jumping into the next game momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 4 of this best of 5 semifinal series, and that brings us to the Octagon. And sliding into the upper left corner as the first member of Team Myrmidon as the Cyan Traveler 59, we have Incapiza. And his teammate just in the top right, or rather the middle center position, mid-top position as the green Vanilla Scrin, we have S2 Enzio. And then sliding down to the right of him as the red Vanilla Scrin, we have Jake White. And sliding down to the bottom side of the map as the first member of Team Agonizers as the yellow Vanilla Nod, we do have One Vision. And sliding just down to the left of him as the pink Steel Talons, we have Angel of Death. And then just to the left of him as the blue Mark of Kane, we have Icor. Let's pop that up on the screen. It's 2-1 in favor of Team Myrmidon, so it is do or die here for Team Agonizers. And meanwhile, we have Team Red Arrow waiting patiently for these guys to be completed, as they are going to be taking on the victor of this series. They did manage to edge out their opponents 3-1 in the series on the other side of the brackets, so good on them to actually do that. And I think the other side of the brackets was... who was it? Was Scorcher Buggies. That's who it was. So we saw them earlier on in the day. They were actually the first set of matches that we actually caught, so good set of games there. But all the same, going to be jumping into this game. It looks like we got a decent number of buzzers out from Incapiza. I don't know why he spammed out buzzers. Probably not what he meant to do. Imagine he was looking for disintegrators. Why did he go buzzers? Missing something? Flame Tank out for our bottom right player, which is going to be One Vision, so he is playing as Nod, so only a normal Flame Tank, not a veteran Flame Tank like you would get with Black Hand. He does have an opportunity to do some serious damage here, and it looks like it's been largely unscouted. And I am getting a phone call, and that doesn't really help me much. But what else do we have going on here? Looks like we do have just the Black Hand squad going to be rushing forward. The Flame Tank is quite a bit ahead of that. Looks like a Secret Tank coming in. Not sure if Jake White maybe read this somehow. But the Flame Tank's trying desperately to stay out of the range, but it looks like the Secret Tank has managed to find it. So the Black Hand squad and the Flame Tank could probably take that down without losing too much HP. That Flame Tank's actually taking a very, very long way around and trying to get into range of the Foxhole maybe? Not quite sure, just to add that additional damage. But that Flame Tank versus 3 of those Secret Tanks not going to be able to do a whole lot. But a Flame Tank on the backside of things, going to be able to get in completely unscouted. I completely missed it as well. So One Vision going to be able to take out a Refinery, should be able to get himself a Warp Sphere kill as well. And this could be the end of Jake White very, very early on here in this game, as he's being dropped down pretty low on HP. Could actually lose another Refinery. If he loses that Refinery, I think that's GG. He actually went tier 2 as well, so he's invested a lot of money already. And the beacon comes down from Jake White, and he is not going to be happy about that. LOL coming in from One Vision, going to be feeling very, very good about this game. And Jake White, he is in dire, dire straits, trying desperately, I think, to get out a Refinery here just to keep himself alive in this game. But he's been set so far behind. That Flame Tank is actually elite. And that's actually a very, very scary thing to deal with. And now that Flame Tank's actually going to chase down a Harvester and kill a Harvester. Holy crap, not something you see very often. But it will manage to take that one down. The Flame Tank just continuing to chase some stuff backwards. May actually get himself a Secret Tank. Oh, wow, that Flame Tank paying serious dividends there for One Vision. In the meantime, it looks like we did have S2 Enzio as well as Incapiza actually going to be trying to return the favor onto One Vision's base, but not doing nearly as much damage, as Jake White is seriously, seriously hurting. Does have a Refinery now, has a tremendous number of Harvesters, so needs to start spamming out some serious Refineries as well. And it's going to be on Team Myrmidon, the rest of his teammates, to actually help Jake White out. He's in a very, very tough situation, and he really needs the time to get his eco back up and running. Otherwise, he's going to be completely useless in this game. May just want to throw in the towel, but I think he should be fine if he's able to get that eco established, but it's going to be on Team Agonizers to actually continue to put the pressure where it's going to hurt the most, and that's going to be on Jake White. I think, honestly, if they could just continue to put more and more pressure on this right side of the map, they could potentially force him out of the game, or at least put him so far behind that there's just no chance of him recovering. So we'll have to see how Team Agonizers chooses to go about this. It looks like some Bike Buggy actually going to be engaging into some Tier 1 screen attack here. And it looks like fast Tier 3 into Pitbull Mortar upgrade coming out from Angel of Death. That's really interesting, especially with Steel Talons. I wouldn't have expected that. Not sure if maybe that's what he was expecting, but yeah, I would have to imagine that that's what he was planning on, considering the number of pit bulls that he's got. And I mean, it's an interesting choice. I don't know that I would have made the same choice, but then again, I lose a lot of my games. Oh, is that a tip vein? It's shaking a lot. That makes me think that it's a tip vein. Maybe it's just so many explosions. I think it's just all of the explosions. And, okay, so we've got an outpost actually being deployed here for Jake White. He wants to get his economy established back on that field. He's been left pretty much to his own devices here to get himself back into this game. Got a decent number of seeker tanks that were out trying to increase that pressure that S2 Enzio was already moving on. What else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like One Vision not really able to continue too much more production. Has 2 war factories but isn't producing anything off of either of them. Should honestly just sell one of them off. And really be producing off of the other one. I don't know about the choice to have 2 of them sitting around. But meanwhile, what else do we have going on here? It looks like finally some forces here are actually going to be engaging into Jake White's base, but there are some seeker tanks here from S2 Enzio to actually hold the line as well. Meanwhile, we've got the seeker tank army coming in here from, I believe that is from Inca Pies. They're going to be trying to come forward and get a little bit of damage out. Just check my phone real quick, make sure this is nothing urgent. Think so. We'll have to see. I don't know if I'm going to have a knock at my door in the near future. We'll know if that's the case. But anyways, we've got Bike Buggy continuing to fight on the right-hand side here. One Vision, he's spammed out quite a bit of Bike Buggy here in this small amount of time. Got something over here as well. Sees some kind of yellow... Okay, so it's just a militant squad. I'm sorry. Totally wasting time. Looks like he actually called in the decoy army as well, just trying to draw some fire, but attenuated force fields come online, and that's going to be swinging the balance of power. Wow, actually, did they come online at the exact same time for both of those guys? That was weird looking. I don't know if it was just a visual glitch on my end, but it looked like they came online at the exact same time. But we do have a lightning spike coming down. That looks like it is from S2 Enzio. Going to be drawing some fire from those bikes while the seeker tanks actually focus down the heavy harvesters, and one goes down straight away. It was fully loaded as well. Another harvester going to be under fire here, and that should be going down. Going to be losing a couple of these seeker tanks to the bikes as well as the pit bulls, but honestly, a decent number of disintegrators here on the front lines as well for Inca Pies, and he's just continuing to rush forward. It looks like I'm getting about 1 frame a second into this game, but all the same, just the harvester killing right now is just immense. As we do have a couple of Ox transports returning. Not sure. Whoa! Where are all they going? Okay. I don't know where the Ox transports came from. Holy cow, that was like 10 transports. Must have been a misclick. Anyways, decent number of seeker tanks here on the front lines for our Skrin forces, and it's looking like Team Myrmidon in a pretty good spot here. Despite the fact that Jake White was pushed back really hard, the rest of these guys really capitalized on this. 3 Skrin factions going to be able to continue to press forward here, and fighting in the Tiberian field, it actually benefits them a little bit. They've got the repair drones out here as well, to be able to keep themselves alive for just a touch longer. But we do have shredder turrets with the supercharged particle beam done here for, I believe, Icor, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Icor is in fact Mark of Kane, as I cannot speak. He is going to be able to get a decent number of shredder turrets out on the front lines, and they're actually doing quite a bit of damage, and at least, if nothing else, just making this a lot more confusing to look at. Look at all the freaking lights. It's between the map lighting and the lasers, it's just insane. Flame tanks on the back lines. Holy crap! These things are doing tons of damage. One of the warp spheres is actually getting focused down. An extractor getting focused down as well. Both of these flame tanks may go down without taking out either one. The refinery does go down, but the warp sphere will survive. Albeit with only a tiny bit of health left. That could just be an assimilator popping out to save that. And meanwhile, Jake White, he's recovered completely up here in the top right. He's managed to get both of his refineries back established on that field. Nobody actually moving for either of the green Tiberian fields on either side of the map. They're committed 100% to the center of the map here. And we haven't seen a whole lot of harassment on the outskirts of the map either. Everybody's been pretty much invested in trying to hold the line. And we do have Tib Catalyst, or Tib Vane called in. Going to be able to thin the forces here a little bit of Team Myrmidon, but there's just so much Skrin tech here coming forward. And it's all Tier 1 just going to continue to rush forward. And it's looking like these guys are content with just spamming out tier 1 units. Stasis chamber is down, so we could be seeing a stasis shield, provided that it's not already been used. Though there is a Redeemer engineering facility down on the field now, so Icor is going to be working on that Redeemer in the near future. Harvesters are once again under fire here. Tib Catalyst Missile going to be coming in. Where is that going to hit? It's going to be hitting over here somewhere. Okay, so it hit Jake White. So that was actually a pretty good decision. Going to be hitting Jake White. He's the one that we know is a bit further behind, but he has managed to get both of his refineries established onto this on this main field. So he does feel okay about that. Decent number of Seeker tanks rolling around here from Jake White. Not sure what his plan is. Maybe just trying to clean up any units on the outskirts of the map. Maybe looking for some flame tanks coming out from One Vision, but there are none to speak of, at least not that I can tell. Meanwhile, we do have Shredder Turret base defenses on the left-hand side, Shredder Turret base defenses on the right-hand side, and really Myrmidon's the one continuing to put the pressure on here. Agonizers really just trying to hold the line, despite the fact that Jake White has been set far behind. So very, very interesting that Jake White's been able to keep himself alive in this game. He needs to get down a refinery. He does that now. So great decision-making here coming out from Jake White. He's going to be able to stay in this game, and despite being set a little bit behind. The Shredder Turret base defense drops have been absolutely astounding coming out from Icor. He's invested a lot of money into power as well as those base defenses. So honestly, if these power plants start getting picked off here, that could be a bad situation for Icor, as now we have Jake White. Oh no! Okay, please don't be the start of this. We really don't need this in this series. So Refinery actually taking quite a bit of damage. It looks like the Seeker tanks from Jake White going to be poking quite a bit of damage onto this Refinery. Let's see if he manages to take this out. One Vision has actually thrown in the towel. Angel of Death throws in the towel as well, so GG is coming in, and it's looking like Myrmidon has managed to take this game and the series. And that is going to be it. So Myrmidon is up 3-1 in this series. So congratulations to Myrmidon for solidifying their position in the finals. As I'm starting to slur words, you'd almost think that I've been drinking this afternoon, but it is not the case. So Myrmidon moves on, and Agonizer is going to be dropping out. So we'll be moving on into the finals momentarily, but great effort from both teams. It was definitely a good game there in that last one. One Vision managing to do so much damage with those flame tanks, particularly that one flame tank that made it all the way around the outskirts of the map. But anyways, good effort on everybody's part here, and we're going to be moving into the finals momentarily. That's going to be a best-of-7 series, and that's coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, sorry for the super long wait, and I do have to apologize. We're going to be looking at a little bit of a longer wait here. We're actually working out what to do. Some players have actually disappeared, particularly one player, so we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do about that. Phantom's already on the case, so we're going to decide what we're going to do, whether we're going to wait for him or if we're going to plug somebody else in his place. So again, I do apologize everybody for the long wait. I know we've been sitting here for a very long time waiting for these guys to come back, and now that they come back, another one has to leave. So needless to say, I'm a little bit miffed about it, but hey, it is what it is. It's only about noon, 12:30. We've been running for about 4.5 hours here, so it's not an outrageous amount of time, but I mean, if we have to wait for too much longer, then we may have to take other action. So we'll see. We'll give it a little bit of a break, maybe an opportunity for you guys to go refresh your popcorns, get those big Slurpees ready to go. We got some epic 3v3 action coming your way here. The finals are coming up, best of 7, and that's going to be coming up after this short break, everybody, so be sure to stick around. All right, everybody. So I do apologize for the long wait, and I just realized that we should take this opportunity to actually do some stuff that we haven't done all that often in the past, but we've done a couple times. I'm going to open this up to a Q&A session. So while you guys are submitting your questions, I'm actually going to run you through a quick little tidbit about the tournament. So like I said, things that we've done in the past is I've run a Q&A session while we're sitting here waiting, and so if you have any questions for me or questions in general that you would just like to hear answers to, be sure to ask those questions. Also, I'll use this opportunity to plug my Ask FM channel. I just started a new Ask.fm channel, which you can check out on my main channel page. It's ask.fm/SpartyTV. It's just an opportunity. It's really just a Q&A page. You just hop on there, ask a question. You can ask it anonymously, and you can get my answer to it. So, and it's something that will stay in perpetuity, provided that you guys ask reasonable questions. So, if you're interested, you can ask questions there, or you're definitely more than welcome to ask questions in the stream chat. I would be more than happy to answer anything that comes up. We are waiting for somebody to come back from dinner, so unfortunately it's going to be a couple minutes, so I'd love an opportunity to actually interact with you guys while we're sitting here, instead of just sitting here munching away on pretzels, which is what I've been doing for like the last 10 minutes because I'm friggin' starving. But while you guys are getting those questions in, I will actually give you guys an update, because I was just informed as to where the team names came from for this tournament, and it came from Phantom, and he actually used the new unit names from a mod called CNC Kane's Wrath One Vision. It's the One Vision mod for Kane's Wrath, and I guess each name of each of the teams is named after one of the new specifically created units for the One Vision mod. So if you guys are interested in that, you can check that out at moddb.com/mods/CNC3-Kane's Wrath One Vision. But anyways, that aside, feel free to get those questions in. I'll be happy to answer some questions for you guys while we're sitting here waiting, maybe make this waiting time a little bit less painful, and have a bit of fun, keep my vocal cords moving. But with that said, I'm going to go grab a drink, I'll come back, and hopefully you guys got some questions for me. Alright, so a couple of questions have come in while I've been walking away for a minute, and you guys have got some great questions. Let's see. Sunny Badcha, Spartacus, my question is, can you say, or I'm sorry, Spartus, thank you. Spartus, my question is, can you say my name? Sunny Badcha, I cannot say your name, I apologize. What else do we have? IRD, I have a question. Should I go left or right? Neither. Not be defined by normal directional choices. That's my answer. You can quote me on that. Really, no questions? You guys are killing me here. Okay, another question. What happens if you fly higher? Well, that's actually a great question, because if you're flying higher in a lower... I don't even know. I'm not even sure where I was trying to go with that one. The question is, if you fly higher, you end up higher than you were before. That's what ends up happening. Solid questions, I have to say. Checking over on Twitch chat, your firstborn asking, we all want to know what his dinner is. I'm assuming you're talking about Jake White. Yeah, I think he's said something about a roast, so maybe a pot roast or something. I don't know, I'm pretty hungry. Made it sound like it was a slow cooker type of thing, and sounds right up my alley. Question for you, I have another question. If I am 9 years old, how am I? How old are you in respect to what? Your birth? Approximately 9 years old, because if you're 9 years old, that technically means... Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you're past the exact 9-year date of your birth, that means that you're over 9 years old, even though you are technically 9 years old. I gotta tell you guys, this is the best Q&A I've done in a long time. Questions are incredibly relevant. Why is the universe very big? Well, it was very hungry, you see, Sonny. It gets hungry at times, and that's what happens to us as we get older. The universe is very old, and as you get older, you get bigger, fatter. That's why the universe is very big. It's incredibly old. Next question. Let's see. Why did they scrap Orca Bomber? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the Orca Bomber. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe for the addition of the Firehawks. Thanks for asking. Oh my God, I can't even speak. Thanks for answering my question, Spartacus. You're welcome, Suni. Your current audience big enough to sustain the channel and your CNC activity? I think so. I think it's actually a lot larger than what I would really need to continue going. So it's pretty awesome to see that we are growing. But that's information that is coming soon. You're going to hear a decent announcement on that in the near future, what I think about that stuff. Question, how much more time do you think? I'm hoping very soon. I don't know where Jake White is. It doesn't look like he's back yet. It looks like the lobby's filled up, though, so these guys can just chat for a bit. So it'll be a couple more minutes, hopefully not too much longer. Let's see. 51 oh, I see what you're saying. 51 watching, is that enough? Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't have any view requirements as far as finding my reason for doing this. I mean, if I was streaming to 3 people, I probably wouldn't stream for 6 hours. I would probably just stream the semifinals and finals, but I'd still be there, and I'd probably still end up casting some of the games as single game commentaries. But I don't know. I have fun with this. Let's see. If I like your video, would you have 31 likes? I don't know. Would I? Oh, I would have 30 likes, I think. I don't know. I'd have to refresh my browser. No, I'd have 34 likes because I have 33 likes right now. Ooh, that one hurts. Will you ever be good at the game? Oh, I'm sorry. No, let me take this one back. So, Erd12345, because Erd12344 was taken. Will you ever be good at any game? No. Done. That's it. That's it. Stop, you're killing me. Sparty is trying to deconstruct troll questions. It's okay. What is the software to get multiplayer working with CNC3? Well, you gotta head over to cnc-online.com. That will answer all of your questions. Raffle this Q&A, Sonic Twilight, aka Phantom. Get back to work. If happiness was the national currency, what kind of work would make you rich? Wait, is Jake White back? Hold on, these guys are telling me to X. Okay, I guess Jake White's being replaced by Bobby MacBob. Okay, I guess we're gonna get going. Anyways, let me see. If happiness was the national currency, what kind of work would make me rich? Now, is that a general question? Like overall, what kind of work would make a person rich? That's tough to say because happiness is subjective. or rather, what generates happiness is subjective. But for me, what would generate happiness? Oh, that's a tough one. I don't know how that I can answer that easily. Generate happiness. Probably comedy, for me at least. Producing comedy. Let's see what else we have. Playful Joker, do you love bananas? No, I do not. I'm actually not a fan of much fruit, to be completely honest with you. Just the texture thing and the flavor has become part of the texture thing in my mind for whatever reason. These guys are so furious in the game. They're trying to get this game started up, but Inkapaiza not ready to start. Let's see. 9 gag currency, I'm not sure. 8L, well, at least you're a good caster. Well, I appreciate that. Sounds like Jake is back. Alright, so Jake White is in fact back. Let's see what else we got going on. What? I am working? No, you're not. Nate L, do you stream in Twitch? Yes, I do. You can check that out on my main channel page, or you can check it out at twitch.tv/SpartyLive, all one word. What is best in life? I have no idea. That's a good question. Again, a very subjective question. I'm not sure that I could answer that properly. Looks like Jake White is back. Not sure why Phantom's in here, but we are good to go by the looks of it. Okay, looks like these guys are ready to get started. Best in life. Okay, I already answered that one. I have no idea. How come Nod's advanced in technology rendered... Oh, wow, I can't speak. How come Nod's advance in technology rendered the stealth towers visible while in Tib's Sun they are hidden as well? That's a good question. I'm thinking that that's not necessarily meant to be an immersion type of thing. I think that's more of a balance type of thing. Like, I mean, if you put down a disruption tower and it cloaks everything, how do you know where to even look? I mean, there could be stuff anywhere on the map. It just makes it almost impossible, especially if you end up in a late game situation where you have literally no stealth detection. Somebody could have no force and survive for the entire game because you can't find them. You'd have to force fire on every portion of the map, which is just unreasonable when you think about it. How many licks till you get to the center of it? How many licks until you get to the center of licking? Where does the center of licking start? I don't know where you start. I guess the center... Where does the origin of all licking begin? I think that's the better question. What will happen if the moon destroy? What will happen if the moon is destroyed? Well, the our ecosystem will be completely screwed up. Right now, our tides all based on moon movement, proximity to the Earth. That would not be a good situation for us. Hi from South Africa. Hello from the United States of America. Alright, everybody, looks like we are going to wrap up the Q&A. I do appreciate all the questions, even the trolly ones. It was fun. And like I said, if you guys are interested in asking more questions, even if it's not necessarily in a live stream environment, you can actually head over to ask.fm/SpartyTV, and you can feel free to ask those questions over there. You can be as silly as you want. I will answer legitimate questions. If they're ridiculous and literally impossible to answer, or they're inappropriate questions, then I will not answer them. They will be removed. But I will do my best to answer pretty much everything. So thank you all for participating in that, and hopefully I'll see you guys over on Ask FM. You will see that stuff coming up in some upcoming videos, but that's more to come down the pipe. Looks like we're about to jump into this game. Game number 1 of this best of 7 finals coming up, everybody, right now, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 7 final series, the long-awaited final series, and that brings us to the map Tiberium Resistance. And spawning in the upper left-hand corner, already on the move as the Cyan Black Hand, we have Incapiza. And then sliding over to the right-hand side in the middle position in the top as the blue Vanilla Nod, we have S2 Enzio. And then his teammate just to the right of him as the red Black Hand, we have Jake White. So sliding down to the bottom right corner as the first member of Team Red Arrow, as the orange Vanilla Nod, we have Extremizer. Then his teammate just to the left of him in the bottom center position as the yellow Traveler 59, we have Virus RU. Then rounding all 6 players out, and the final member of Team Red Arrow as the purple Vanilla GDI, we have We Got the Rockets. This is game number 1. It's Agonizers versus Red Arrow. Or, I'm sorry, no, it should be Myrmidon. I'm sorry, my mistake. Yes, that's right. Let me just double check this because now I'm kind of confused. Yes, that's right. Myrmidon versus Red Arrow. My mistake, everybody. And I just realized the color. We'll fix that. So let's see what's going on. Is that an APC engineer? It is. It's an APC engineer coming out from We Got the Rockets. That's an interesting move. Not something you almost ever see on Kane's Wrath. But, oh, you know what? These APC engineers being sent out to grab all of those structures away in the top left corner. Oh, that would be so dirty if he grabs away all those Tiberium spikes. Actually, no, I don't know if it's worth it to actually capture those, because you can just send engineers back there and probably grab them back before they really pay off. I don't know. That's an interesting choice. The decent number of APC engineers coming out. No, they're going for the base. He is committed to going for the base, and that's a scary move. There's a Shredder turret popped and ready to go. It does drop down. It is going to kill off the. It's going to kill off that engineer. Engineer is still inside of this one here, so may force the sell-off of the War Factory. I think he's going to have to sell that off. No! Oh, he saves it at the last second! He shot over the War Factory. I've never actually seen that happen before. Never in the history of Dota. But the APC... Okay, so that APC is just continuing to run away here. But wow, that was interesting. Looks like we have a Reckoner coming out from Jake White, going to be coming in and putting some pain on this refinery. It looks like that one refinery should be going down. No, it's going to be close. They need to de-garrison. Oh, they de-garrison at the very last second. Now the Scorpion tanks are going to come in for the crush. They do get the portal in the meantime. That refinery did, in fact, go down. So trading 2 Black Hand squads as well as a Reckoner for a refinery as well as a portal. There are worse things in the world to trade, to be completely honest, but there are a couple of APCs going to be falling back. It looks like there was some burning something. Not sure what it was, but something died there. All the same, these guys just going to be continuing to eco here. We did see the flame rush coming out from Jake White, so he's going to be a little bit behind in terms of getting his eco running, but he's going to follow this up with a bike rush. Interesting choice. I like that a lot. Just continue to follow up on aggression with aggression, and we'll have to see if Oops, that's not the button I was looking for at all. We'll have to see if Inkapaiza can hold off on the left-hand side, as he's likely going to be pressured there pretty soon. But actually it looks like, I'm not sure if this is Extremizer. It is in fact Extremizer. He's going to be moving in with some Seeker Tanks. It looks like there is a veteran Seeker Tank there going to be kind of moving around the map. Going to get some scouting information, maybe a little bit of damage onto some Harvesters. I have to see. It looks like Scorpion Tank's going to be coming out for S2 Enzio. He's going to be looking to add a little bit of an army, or put a little bit of an army together there. On the other side, Harvester getting chased away here by some Scorpion Tanks. It is going to reverse move, so that way it's not taking too much damage. These APCs could actually drop some mines and actually blow up these Scorpion Tanks pretty easily, but they are going to go ahead and cut and run. Not the worst idea in the world. Predator Tank out now, should be able to hold the line there pretty easily. What else do we have going on here? It looks like a lightning spike. I thought maybe for a second that I saw a flame tank, but it is in fact just a Scorpion Tank. A couple of Seeker Tanks continuing to do some damage here. They do have repair drones as well, so they're going to be able to stay a little bit more healthy. One Harvester does go down. I don't know if they managed to pick off another Harvester, but Jake White under fire now. He's got a couple of Scorpion Tanks in his base from his ally that are managing to hold the line for him. He's got a Scorpion Tank or two of his own as well. There's going to be follow-up aggression coming out from Extremizer. Oh, okay, so that wasn't Extremizer. That was, in fact, Nice RU, or rather Virus RU. I think that's Nice RU, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if those two players are different or if it's the same person, just a different game. But all the same, what do we have coming out on the left-hand side? So it looks like Inkapaiza is content with just continuing to eco here. I keep pressing the wrong button. Stop doing that. Yes, that is Inkapaiza. So Inkapaiza is the top left. I do apologize for having to pop that up on the screen all the time. It's just one of those things where I can't keep these guys straight in my head because there's just too many people. Anyways, we do have the Obelisk actually poking down a couple of those Scorpion Tanks, so it looks like Extremizer has been beaten back here, and I think S2 Enzio is going to continue to give him chase in this situation. I don't blame him for that. He's got a decent number of Scorpion Tanks. Pitbull's out for we got the rockets. And we do have the Predator Tanks falling back here. That APC needs to get back into range of the War Factory. We do have an EMP coming out. It is going to lock down a decent number of these Predator Tanks. And it's looking like he's going to try to capitalize on this by putting some damage down on this force. And if he can thin the numbers here of these Predator Tanks, he'll actually have a decent-sized force as he continues to push forward. And it's looking like Inkapaiza ready to commit heavy into this push. He's got a second MCV, I would imagine, because he's dropping those obelisks very quickly. Yes, he's got double MCVs, dropping a hand of Nod on the front line as well. And this is going to be halting the harvesting on this field as well if they do not actually die. So two harvesters do go down there. What's going on the other side of the map? Looks like just a couple of forces fighting one another. Nothing too crazy. Actually, it may have just been the lightning strikes. Pitbull's going to be thrown to their death here by We Got the Rockets, and Inkapaiza's feeling pretty comfortable about this. But now that the Disintegrator's coming in here for Virus RU, he's going to be looking to come in and destroy this base push at the start. But the Obelisks as well as the infantry here coming out from Inkapaiza are going to be enough to actually hold the line. Obelisk going to be contending against the Eradicator Hexpod. It is getting repairs, though. The Redeemer is going to be joining the front line as well. Needs to be careful. It looks like a decent number of Scorpion Tanks out from S2 Enzio, actually upgraded with the laser capacitors. Not sure what they're doing in his base. He needs to be sending those to the front lines and actually helping Inkapaiza with this base push. They could actually put a lot of pressure on the Hexpod here. Looks like actually EMP coils are done for Inkapaiza as well, so we could potentially be seeing those Raider Buggies being sent in to actually EMP the Hexapod, but oh, he gets the Rage Gen off. I think he got the Rage Gen off at the very last second. He did. Juggernaut's getting focused down by their own forces. The Hexapod actually focusing down its own Corruptors, takes down two of them as well. Oh my goodness, Tiberium Vein Detonation taking a huge chunk of this army down. Oh my god, that whole army, the whole GDI army aside from one Predator tank goes down. The Redeemer is very heavily damaged. It's going to get chased down here by the Eradicator Hexapod. The Hexapod can commit into this, but it needs to be careful. The Raider Buggies are going to come in for the EMP. All of the Raider Buggies get EMP'd. What's going on the other side of the map? S2 Enzio is pushing hard with the assistance of Jake White here on the right-hand side. He's going to be looking to put more and more pressure on this side of the map. Tiberium Vapor Bomb coming in, doing almost no damage to these Scorpion tanks, putting a little bit of pain on them, but there is a Redeemer out on the field as well. It looks like S2 Enzio managed to get the Force Fire down on the ground before the Rage Gen actually took effect, so he's going to be able to keep those guys firing. The Redeemer is point blank range. It is going to go ahead and get phased, so that means there's no phase for this Hexapod. But the Hexapod should be able to survive with the support of the Corruptors. What's going on the left-hand side? It looks like the Redeemer did go down unless it was teleported away. No, these guys are all Nod factions, so no teleporting available for them. But the Scorpion Tank army here from both Jake White and S2NZO are going to have to fall back as there are Devastator warships flying over the top and there's no anti-air defenses for that force. Tid Catalyst missile going to be coming in, locks down a refinery as well as a Tiberium chemical plant, so that's a great pickup there for whoever fired that one off. Not quite sure. All three players for Team Myrmidon are actually Nod factions. Looks like We Got the Rockets is going to go ahead and send out some engineers to grab back these Juggernaut husks, get those things back in action. Meanwhile, we do have the Eradicator Hexapod picking off some harvesters that looked like they were kind of overcommitted to grabbing this Tiberium. More than likely a missed rally point from Inkapaiza. I think he was sending all of his forces all the way over there, but he is going to be rallying those guys back in the other direction. Inkapaiza, he's lost pretty much his entire force. Needs to be careful though. Looks like the Scorpion tanks here from Extremizer are going to get caught out here by the Scorpion tanks of Jake White, and now the Storm Column going to be getting focused down and then likely going to be moving on to killing off those harvesters. Actually, no, those harvesters belong to Jake White. They're going to cut and run and try to get out of there while they're still alive. That is an enormous Scorpion tank army. Like, look at that. That is just an insane number of Scorpion tanks, and with the laser capacitors, that's actually a lot of damage output, but no anti-air. There's only... Okay, so there's actually a decent number of Raider Buggies mixed in here. I didn't even notice this. One of the Raider Buggies is actually elite. It could potentially go heroic. These guys are actually getting some nice shots. They need to be pathing down in this direction here, come back down and around and catch these guys while they're flying underneath. But then again, that may actually be what they're looking for. Redeemer with 2 rocket squads inside of it. That's interesting. I don't know. Is he marked of Kane? Is that why he's doing that? No, they're all Nod factions. That's kind of an interesting choice. I don't know why you'd put 2 rocket squads in there. Maybe just going to be looking to use that as anti-air. Mass EMPs coming off on We Got the Rockets. He's going to be losing all of these forces. It looks like Inkapaiza managing to send all of his Raider Buggies in. Going to be getting some great EMPs, and all of these Scorpion tanks here from S2NZO should be able to clean these guys up without any trouble whatsoever. And yeah, he will be able to do that. Meanwhile, the laser capacitor is done on these Raider Buggies. Going to be able to clean up these Devastator warships pretty quickly, as well as do nice work against these disintegrators. Actually, they're being forced back pretty far. These Devastator warships still able to fire. They need to get into range and kill that Devastator warship. Just eliminate that as a damage threat. Ooh, unfortunately, straying into range of the storm columns, as well as the Eradicator Hexapod, which is now a veteran Hexapod, so that's very scary indeed. The EMP is sitting on the back lines. He's allowing all of S2NZO's tanks to actually be damaged, and it looks like the Hexapod is going to be called back off of the front lines. Honestly, these Raider Buggies could come forward and at least EMP the storm columns, eliminate that damage output, but it doesn't look like he seems to be too worried about it. What's going on over here? It looks like actually a Visceroid going to be taking out a Pitbull. A couple of Pitbulls, actually. That's not what you want to be seeing at all. But in the meantime, it looks like Jake White has transitioned into infantry as well as a couple of supporting Raider Buggies. He does have EMP coils as well, so EMP all around for these guys. And with Nod factions, obviously the EMP capabilities are pretty substantial. But it looks like a number of infantry have come forward. They're going to be able to pick themselves off a harvester here from We Got the Rockets. Another harvester most likely going to be getting focused down. Unfortunately, this infantry is standing on Tiberium, so they will die over time. You can see they are dying. But more and more Raider Buggies coming out, and that's honestly not a bad choice at all. Holy Avatar transition, Batman, as we see, it looks like S2NZO going to be going heavy Avatar spam in this game. Needs some anti-air. I cannot stress this enough, these guys need some anti-air. They need to be able to deal with these Devastator warships, whether it's the Venoms or even Vertigo bombers. Honestly, that's not the best in the way of anti-air, but better than nothing. Mantis coming out from Jake White would be really good, but something needs to come out to deal with these Devastator warships, and there's just no answer to them right now. A couple of infantry getting some free shots as the Devastator warships are on a force fire move on the MCB, unfortunately not able to catch it while it's on the move. And looks like more and more Raider Buggies just going to be continuing to run around here. Not sure what they're doing up here. They're not going to be able to do too much to those harvesters. They're pretty heavily... Ooh, EMP comes off. Great blind read on the EMP. Going to be able to lock down that Hexapod. That Hexapod's gone! That Hexapod was just eliminated, so great blind EMP coming out from, I believe it was GAMING.YOUTUBE in that situation. If it wasn't, I am mistaken. I do apologize. But it looks like, oh, there's just fire all over the place. We got the Rockets. He's only got a small Tier 1 army here that's just trying to hold the line against these rocket squads. He's actually not trading all that effective. On the right-hand side, we do have, it looks like the Redeemer is potentially going to get caught out. It does get caught out here. And now that will be going down. The Avatars damage is pretty significant, but it may actually still be alive at the end of this, though there are follow-up EMPs. They should be able to keep that locked down for the duration of the EMP coming out from that. But the Tiberian Vapor Bomb being called in, Mine Drop coming in as well. That's actually pretty good against the Avatars. And the Redeemer does go down, so Extremizer's Redeemer is down. Juggernaut's being pumped out now for We Got the Rockets, realizing they need something to siege this base with. And Tiberium Chemical Plant is still down here for GAMING.YOUTUBE, so that's a damage threat that's always going to be sitting there. We'll have to see, but what else do we have coming out? So S2 Enzio, he's doing a great job of just massing up these huge armies. We do have Venoms out now. Tiberium Catalyst Missile, where is that going to hit? Okay, wow, I'm kind of surprised I managed to find it. 2 refineries going down there for We Got the Rockets. Those are both... Actually, that's all of his refining, I think, right now. Yeah, he doesn't have any harvesters on this field, so honestly, there's not a whole lot of Tiberium left on this field. It's not a huge concern, but those harvesters all had Tiberium in them that went down, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Redeemer from GAMING.YOUTUBE are going to be falling back, and we do have a couple of refineries down here from Jake White. Looks like he's going to be trying to grab some of that Tiberium for himself. They must have communicated that on the backside of things. Purifier is going to be running forward here. Jake White doesn't want to commit into this. He did get a Rage Gen off, but I think all of these infantry, as well as Avatars, had fire orders already. But the Purifiers, they could honestly come forward and at least kill off all these rocket squads. They should definitely be getting into range to use those flame abilities. They must be focusing elsewhere, but we have infantry moving on the left-hand side. GAMING.YOUTUBE pushing it hard on the left-hand side of the map, as we do see him just running through the middle of the base with the Redeemer. It's not on aggressive stance, so it doesn't look like it's actually focusing down too much of this stuff. Lots and lots of units going down, but he isn't doing a whole lot of damage. The Redeemer actually goes down as well. The support of the Hexapod, as well as the Devastator warships, able to take that down. Raider Buggies coming in here from Jake White, going to be trying to lock down these Avatars. Actually, they came back online surprisingly fast, so that EMP must have whiffed somehow. But now the Avatars facing off against Purifiers as well as the Redeemer here. But still no anti-air! Where are the Venoms? Where did they go? Did they all die? Where did the Venoms go? Enzio, I know he had Venoms out. He must have lost them. That's unfortunate. But the Redeemer just continuing to try to poke down damage. It's going to be taking on an Obelisk, but they're taking a lot of damage for pretty much no return. Rage Den goes off, but it's not going to be doing too much. The guys that are already here already have fire orders. Mantis coming out from Jake White now, but it's in range of the Eradicator Hexapod. May be able to take down one Devastator warship if it's lucky. Oh, it's going to be so close. That Devastator warship will survive, but those Mantis actually quite good in that situation, but unfortunately not going to be very good once those aircraft are gone. Stealth tanks on the backside of things here for, I believe it is Extremizer. Going to be coming in and doing some harvester harassment. Lots and lots of harvesters here to potentially go down. They should be able to clean up a decent number before actually going down, or even going down at all. They should be able to clean up all of Jake White's harvesters without any trouble, as they don't have stealth. There is a Shredder turret down now just to get that stealth detection ability, as well as the fact that they have charged particle beams. Devastator warship's going to be falling back. One does go down. Venom's going to be falling back as well. Unfortunately, Tip Core missiles very, very good against those Venoms. So the Devastator warship's actually a really good transition here. Honestly, I'm not sure how to deal with that. It does look like a bad situation here for our team Myrmidon. We have coming out from these guys. Jake White just has a decent number of infantry out on the map. It looks like that harvester going to get away with just a tiny bit of HP. It looks like it was maybe auto-rallied to grab some Tiberium from those fields. And now the stealth tanks from Extremizer are going to be able to take down a couple of these Tiberium spikes as well. And I think they're from Extremizer. Oh, flame tanks on the back lines. That's a heroic flame tank. Who's this from? That's GAMING.YOUTUBE, I believe, as it does have cyan accents. So it's going to be running through. It should be able to clean up this entire base uncontested. Heroic flame tank, that's a scary thing. And no, that's actually it's a black hand. No, okay. Oh god, it goes over to the hands of Virus RU, but he's gonna lose his Prodigy. So the Prodigy, while it did get a capture on a heroic flame tank, it will go down. So GAMING.YOUTUBE going to be able to keep that back in his own clutches. What do we have coming on the right-hand side of the map? It looks like Looks like there's a blockade set up here from Team Red Arrow on the right-hand side. They're just not going to allow Jake White to really push through that side of the map. But in the meantime, Inkapaiza and S2Enzio have been able to do pretty much whatever they want on the left-hand side. That one Avatar just going to stand and hold the line against all of these forces. It will probably go down. Raider Buggy's going to be falling back. Where'd that Flame Tank go? Flame Tank is still alive. MCV is in a precarious position. Could potentially get one click there, but will not. Flame Tank's actually going to cut and run. He's probably going to actually just cut and run completely, and I would not blame him for that. And actually, we do have Venoms coming in, going to be trying to clean this guy up. He's going to turn and fire on this Tiberian Spike. I think he realizes that his time is up. Just going to have to go out with style. But honestly, just commit into putting some damage on these units before he dies, but trying to save it nonetheless. Redeemer v. Redeemer, not quite sure what was going on in the middle of that, but you guys are both just hanging out here in the middle of the map. I believe this is Extremizer, who has rebuilt his Redeemer. It is unable to be spotted here by the Redeemer of Incapacit, so it could potentially get into range of those Avatars. That would actually be a very scary thing if he can get on top of those Avatars. He could really kill a lot of them off. Rage Gen comes off, just going to be killing off some of these infantry. It doesn't look like the Avatars were really affected too much by that. They're not actually going to fire on one another, so that's a good thing for Inkapaiza. Decent number of Mantis coming out, or Manti coming out for Jake White. He does have Tib Core done as well. Oh, actually, Stealth Tank's flying around the backside of the map. Going to be able to pick up a couple of Harvester kills. This is exactly what you need to be doing. Extremizer using those Stealth Tanks very, very well. Mantis coming in. That's going to be dying for nothing. Yeah, goes ahead and turns that one back around. I don't blame him. There is a Disruption Tower down in the base of Jake White by the looks of it. Yes, it is. It's going to be shielding the tech as well as actually all the tech. This is a very scary little position right here, as that's primed to be destroyed pretty quickly by a harassing force. But now it looks like it's going to be Virus RU pushing forward with the support of We Got the Rockets in the form of infantry squads. Maybe living up to his name here. Lots and lots of rocket squads going to be pushing forward, and actually a great way of dealing with these Avatars. But the teleport forward from the Eradicator Hexapod, as well as the phase field, going to be keeping those Avatars on the run. So S2Enzio is going to need to keep those guys running just to keep them alive. And a SAM turret coming down on the front line is going to be able to hold the line against these Devastator warships, but for how long, I'm not quite sure. It looks like it is spreading fire here. Taking quite a bit of damage onto a decent number of different units, but that Eradicator Hexapod actually getting some decent crushes there. Didn't take too many of those guys down, but took a decent number down nonetheless. Flame Tank coming down into the bottom right corner, going to be able to clean up all of this tech infrastructure here. Or Extremizer needs to take down the Tiberium silos as well. But no, actually not going to do that, interestingly enough. Oh, and these Tiberium silos were left as well. Interesting that they would leave those behind. I don't know why they would choose to do that. Imagine taking those out would be beneficial in that it would at least force those guys to build more refineries. I guess it doesn't really matter. Not really a huge deal. That Purifier is going to be going down to another shot from that Redeemer. So Extremizer pushing once again into the base of Jake White. Not able to crack through this defense though, so very, very back and forth game. Nobody really showing too much of a strong position here to really be able to push forward and win the game. A heroic Flame Tank once again going to be rolling through this base. Not sure where all these Flame Tanks keep coming from, but they're just managing to make it in and do some serious damage. But these guys have recovered, and again, it's very, very much back and forth. The Devastator warships sitting back and just preventing our team Myrmidon from actually pushing forward. Oh, those bikes going down to the shots from the Devastator warships. That's very unfortunate. So they are going to fall back here. What else do we have going on? It looks like on the left-hand side, looks like the Avatars are going to get back out into the fight. They are pretty healthy by the looks of it. Yeah, all of them in the green. And the Redeemer is out as well. A decent number of Raider Buggies out on the field, so that EMP option is available. And both of the EMP spikes have been killed off. A decent number of Harvesters look like they are stuck here or maybe just forgotten about. Not quite sure, but they need to be rallied back by whoever they were belonging to. And that's actually a pretty surprisingly large Avatar mass here coming out from Extremizer. So he could potentially be moving in for a good bit of damage. Actually, a decent number of them are pretty heavily damaged. Actually, no, only a couple by the looks of it. I think it was a Rage Gen coming out on the forces of Jake White from Extremizer. On the left-hand side, nothing really much to speak of. Looks like these guys aren't really sure where they want to commit into. We Got the Rockets is actually tossed in the towel. Did I miss something here? Why did We Got the Rockets throw it in? Maybe they agreed and they just said, hey, We Got the Rockets, you don't have any ability to really do anything in this game as of right now. His infrastructure has been pretty heavily ravaged by flame tanks. But yeah, he's going to throw in the towel, so that's going to be given over control over to Virus RU. Virus RU, it looks like his hexapod is... Ooh, it is EMP'd, so I'm thinking it may have been teleported while it was EMP'd, but likely just an unintended bug there. But all the same, those avatars are going to be, or rather, tripods going to be going down. Redeemer does get EMP'd before the tripods go down, and now the Juggernauts, as well as all of the air forces here from these guys, are going to get into range. That Redeemer's good as gone, and there it goes. It will go down. So unfortunate there for Incapaiza. He doesn't really have any way of defending that. Get a couple of Raider Buggies out. Honestly, Incapaiza's, he's in a pretty tough spot as well. Doesn't really have any eco to speak of. All of his Tiberium spikes have been destroyed. Meanwhile, we do have Extremizer completely pushing into this base here of Jake White. Great temporal wormhole coming down from Virus. Are you going to be able to lock down the majority of these forces? The question is, will Jake White be able to hold the line? Tiberium, or rather Overlord's Wrath, going to be called in on these forces, just trying to soften them up just a touch more, maybe get some damage on that infrastructure as well. But Extremizer, he's continuing to press forward. It looks like the Redeemer is the focus fire at this point in time, and if that Redeemer goes down, this is likely going to be GG for Jake White. I don't quite know how he would potentially recover from that. Looks like he has not gone down just yet, but Extremizer, he's rallying more and more forces to the front lines here, and he's going to continue to press forward. And despite the fact that that we got the rockets through in the towel, it looks like Jake White is actually going to be forced out of this game. Though the great placements here of the disruption towers to actually keep this base stealth, so that way these artillery units can't really fire on the targets they're looking for. But that finally does go down, and this base is revealed. Now the remainder of these forces will have to hold the line. The Avatar is trying desperately to clean up whatever they can. Obelisk sitting on the back line is going to be trying to take down whatever gets into range as well. Doesn't look like it's ready to fire on pretty much anything yet. Thought I heard a Tiberium Catalyst Missile. No Tib Catalyst Missile, but decent number of refineries out from Incapaiza. Nothing really out from him from what I can tell. It looks like he was pretty well destroyed in that last attack. And it looks like we do have a base push coming out on the left-hand side, coming out from Nice RU. But it's looking to be all she wrote here for Jake White. I think he actually already threw in the towel. No, he didn't. GG coming in from S2. Enzio, it's looking like he's going to tap out of this one, and it leaves Incapaiza and Jake White left in this game, and I'm thinking Red Arrow is going to be taking this game. This was a marathon game, though. The Redeemer finally does go down for Jake White. He does have a Hand of Nod, so he's not out of the game technically, but, I mean, the chances of him being able to hold off against all of this with just a single Hand of Nod, pretty unlikely, and that Eradicator Hexpod is actually going to come forward and get crushes on all these units. Jake White taps out, and that leaves just Incapaiza left in this game, and Team Myrmidon has been defeated. Team Red Arrow going to be up 1-0 in this best-of-7 series. Whew, that was a game. So very back-and-forth game early on, and I mean the fact that we got the rockets actually tapped out, I don't know if that actually helped or hindered these guys, but I would imagine Extremizer just used that opportunity to just say, hey, YOLO, let's just push through and win this game, and they did manage to come out on top. So very good effort from Team Red Arrow to come through with the victory there, but good showing from both sides. Neither side really looking too weak, as we saw good placements of engagements on both sides of the map. So with that said, that's going to be it for game number 1. 25 minutes, or about 25 and a half minutes on the clock there, and that's going to be sending us into game number 2, and that's going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of this wait a second, let's start this one over. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 7 final series, and that brings us to the map 6-shooter showdown. If I can keep track of what game we're at, in the top left corner as the first member of Team Myrmidon as the red vanilla nod, we have Jake White. And then his teammate just in the top center position as the blue vanilla scrin, we have S2 Enzio. And then off on the far right side as the cyan nod, we have Incapaiza. Sliding down to the bottom right corner as the purple vanilla scrin, we have We Got the Rockets. And the next member of Team Red Arrow down in the very bottom of the map as the orange marked of Kane, we have Extremizer. And sliding over to the left-hand side, the last member of Team Red Arrow as the pink GDI, we have Virus RU. Let's pop that up on the board. We have Team Red Arrow up 1-0 in this best of 7 series. And it's looking like Jake White is going to have eyes on the fact that there is an APC engineer on the way to his base. And Virus RU, he's been using this strategy quite a bit. And I'm not sure if he's a Tiberium Wars player and that's why he's doing this. But I don't know, maybe it forces out a response. Maybe that's what he's really shooting for. But honestly, a Shredder Turret drop is going to immediately dispatch that engineer regardless. And oh, is he going to get the crush? Oh my god, is he going to get the refinery? Oh, that was very, very close. Oh, that was super, super close. But it looks like there are a couple of bikes. Oh, they're going to get picked off by the tower capture here. So great blind choice here to go for the tower from S2 Enzio. He also grabs 2 of the bunkers here with just some buzzer squads, so he's going to be able to have that map vision for quite a long time. It's honestly not going to be de-garrisoned for a very long time. But a couple of bikes coming in here. Not quite sure what they're really hoping to hit. Oh, okay, they're actually trying to hold a line here. It looks like Jake White's actually going to put some counter pressure on here. Going to be looking to poke down maybe one of the harvesters, but it's going to potentially lose 4 of his Scorpion tanks for the price of that one harvester. Oh, needs to focus down that harvester. It's so close to going down. He's actually trying to take down the Predator tanks, but great Tiberium silo drops coming in here from Virus RU. Should be able to keep himself alive. What's going on the right-hand side of the map? Let's take a look. It looks like we got some Fanatics as well as some Scorpion tanks going to be coming forward and looking to do some damage to this drone platform. Fanatics just streaming forward here from Incapaiza, actually getting that drone platform down to about half HP. And they almost managed to get the damage off, and it doesn't look like they will be able to. That drone platform going pretty low in HP, but it could potentially go down here. It's down to about 1/3 of its HP, so that's actually a decent chunk of damage right there. We'll force out an assimilator for repair anyways. Ooh, Scorpion tanks actually firing on that garrison. Not what you want to be seeing in this situation. They need to be microed. Ooh, could potentially take out a harvester that's managed to be misrallied here. But Jake White, he's expanded towards the center. He's going for that aggressive push. Wants to get those refineries established on this field. So choosing to go for the aggressive move rather than the defensive one to go for one of these fields back here just allows him a lot more map pressure, and he can always expand back in that direction later on. Rocket Squad's most likely going to be on the way. It could potentially be Fanatics, not quite sure. Fanatics would actually be fantastic in this situation. And it's looking like the Scorpion tanks are actually being beat out pretty hard by the Predator tanks here. So the Rocket Squads are firing over the little hill here. They are going to get crushed by all of the Predator tanks. And now I'm thinking Jake White is going to need some assistance in this base, as he desperately needs to actually throw down an operations center and get out. Oh my god, is he all in? No, okay, what am I talking about? His MCV is right here. But anyways, he's taking a lot of damage. On the other side of the map, we do have some kiting Devourer tanks coming in from S2 Enzio, I believe it is. Yes, they're going to be falling back, going to be taking out a couple of these units, as we do see Incapaiza continue to put some more pressure on. It looks like the drone ship is gone. Did he kill off the drone ship? Holy cow, I think he got the drone ship kill. Where is it? Oh, but there's a foundry down, so this game's not over for him just yet. But We Got the Rockets is in a bad spot right now. About to lose the majority of his infrastructure here. He does still have some forces to try to hold the line. These Devourer tanks should be able to hold the line against these forces pretty easily. He's also got some support from his ally in the form of Extremizer. Using the Scorpion tanks, going to be pushing back this Scorpion tank army of Incapaiza, but he's lost quite a bit of his forces to start with. Well, Fanatic's going to be running forward here, should be able to clean up a couple of these Scorpion tanks. If nothing else, they'll actually force these Devourer tanks to actually fall back. Oh my god, the damage on those Devourer tanks was massive, and 2 of those Devourer tanks go down straight away. That Fanatic, last member of that Fanatic squad, going to be continuing to chase over there. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, it looks like S2 Enzio has actually come to the aid of Jake White. Is actually going to be down here with some Devourer tanks. Should be able to get up here and maybe get a snipe on this construction yard. That would actually be a really nice pickup. That construction yard taking a lot of damage. I don't think he's going to be able to save it. That's looking like it's going to be going down. The construction yard will be going down. And Virus RU, he's lost his MCV. He does have double War Factory, so it's not a huge concern. But these guys are not looking to be in great shape here in this game like they were in the last one. It's looking like Team Myrmidon going to maybe push through to the victory here. They need to take out those Shatterer tanks, and they do manage to take down that Shatterer tank. Lightning Spike going to be getting focused down as well. Everybody is still in this game. Nobody's tapped out just yet. Virus RU with the BM saying lucky to Jake White, but all the same, it's just some early game decisions that he made. It ended up working out for him, and S2 Enzio really coming to his aid. Beam cannons on the back lines for Jake White. Great transition, realizing that S2 Enzio is going to sit on the front line with these Devourer tanks. He can sit comfortably on the back line and take those guys out. Looks like there is a photon cannon down in the mix of these guys. Honestly, not sure what he's focusing down. Oh, that's actually a photon cannon from S2 Enzio. And it looks like all of the production here from Virus RU has gone down. Does he have anything left? No, he doesn't. So he should be tapping out here in the near future unless he is still alive somehow. He does have a power plant down in the base of Extremizer, but this is not looking good. I mean, both sides have been lost here for Team Red Arrow, and it's only the center position here that Extremizer is really still holding on to. And that's only because he hasn't really been pressured all that much. It's been up to the middle player to actually support both of the side, more or less side lanes if we're going to be using the MOBA terminology. And Virus RU, he's still in this game. He's beaconing something, maybe just beaconing the fact that there are still Harvesters. He's going to go ahead and throw in the GG. We got the Rockets going to throw in the GG, and this may be it. Redeemer does pop out here for Extremizer, so he's still in this one. It is 1v3 at this point in time, and the question is, can Extremizer really pull out a victory here? Honestly, he could just toss in the towel and just say, hey, we didn't make it work this game. They are still tied up 1-1. Or if he manages to pull out a 1v3 victory, I would be incredibly impressed. We did see that happen one time before in the past, and I think that was Plan Eden back in the day that managed to take a come-from-behind 1v3 victory over, I think, a team of, like, Bonus Rue, Technique, and Unleashed. I think Green Zero may have been mixed in at that point in time. But anyways, these Harvesters are going to be getting focused down, and it's looking like Extremizer maybe just not pleased with the way this game went, but he's still in the game. He's moving his MCV, so he's not ready to give up just yet. I think maybe once these guys start putting some pressure on the sides of the map, he should probably tap out. But it doesn't look like Jake White's capitalized too much on this. It looks like he's going for a Redeemer. Kind of interesting that they would choose to go for a Redeemer and spend this much time teching, realizing that Extremizer's been given all of this money, and that time's only going to benefit him at this point in time. They really need to just collapse on him with all three people and just go ham and kill everything they possibly can in his base. Take out the majority of his primary infrastructure, and I think he'd be in a very bad situation. And I think they had the forces to do it, but it doesn't seem like they're ready to group together and actually do that. Jake White, his Redeemer does come out on the field. He does have stealth tanks out as well, so those are definitely going to be a serious threat and may actually be the thing that tilts Extremizer in the other direction here. He's moving forward with that Redeemer, though. He's not ready to throw in the towel. There's a couple of stealth tanks rolling around the map here for Jake White. Where is he going to go with those? That's the question. Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say about this game, guys. It's really just a matter of time. I mean, honestly, if Extremizer comes through with a 1v3 victory here, it will be the most incredible thing I've ever seen, considering how far he is behind. But Jake White's actually pushing forward now with his MCV. Unfortunately, he is way too far forward, and that's actually going to get continually EMP'd. Those beam cannons do next to no damage to the avatars, and honestly should just be focusing down the awakened squads probably. Stealth tank's going to be coming in picking off the avatars. Looks like the avatars are focused on trying to take down the beam cannons, and they should be able to clean up the beam cannons pretty easily, but the MCV is still alive here. Decent number of avatars still going to be pushing forward here, but the stealth tanks coming forward with the... Do they actually have Tib Core? They have Tib Core. Going to be jumping in along with the assistance of the Redeemer here from Jake White. Going to be looking to take on the Redeemer of Extremizer. That should be going down momentarily. One more of those. Yes, GG comes in from Extremizer, and that's going to be it. Myrmidon evens up this series 1-1. So just a solid game from Team Myrmidon to come back from the 0-1 deficit. Going to be bringing themselves back up even with Team Red Arrow, and that's going to be bringing us into game number 3. Only 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. That was a reasonably quick match. Probably lasted about a minute, 2 minutes longer than it probably needed to. Extremizer just refusing to tap out, maybe just trying to put his finger on the pulse and see where the game was and see if it was even winnable 1v3. And I think he realized once that Redeemer went down that there was just really no way to do that. So anyways, that's going to be it for game number 2, and we're going to be heading into game number 3 momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of this best of 7 final series, and that brings us to the Roctagon. And sliding to the upper left corner as the green Reaper 17, we have Incapaiza. As the second member of Team Myrmidon, as the pink Reaper 17, we have S2Enzio. And then sliding over to the right-hand side as the final member of Team Myrmidon, as the red Steel Talons, we have Jake White. So sliding down to the bottom of the map in the bottom right corner as the blue Traveler 59, we have Virus RU. And sliding down to the bottom, or rather the bottom position, as the orange Black Hand, we have Extremizer. And then just to the left of him, rounding out all 6 players, and our final member of Team Red Arrow, as the purple GDI, we have We Got the Rockets. So that is going to be our 2 teams here for this game, and Red Arrow looking to get very, very strong factions here in this particular game, getting 3 of arguably the strongest factions in the game, whereas we got double Reaper as well as a Steel Talons in the top. So Team Myrmidon, I would put this, I would say it's Team Red Arrow's game to lose in this situation. It's all going to depend on the decision making. These games are definitely winnable. It's not like, oh my god, you know, it's 3 Steel Talons versus 3 Traveler 59. You know, it's we can't win. What are we going to do? Any game is winnable, especially in a 3v3 situation, because it's all going to be coming down to the decisions that you make. And we'll just have to see what happens here. Looks like we do just have some scouts running around the map here for either side. Just going to be trying to get eyes on what's going on here. Jake White getting into the base of, I believe this is Virus RU. And going to be getting good eyes on what's going on down here. So let's take a look around into the back side of things here. Most likely just some scouts. It's going to be just a pitbull out from, I believe that's Jake White as well. So just going to be doing a nice job of scouting all over the place here. He's actually going to do quite a bit of damage to this MCV while it's moving away. He's actually getting some rear damage as well, which is exactly what you want to be doing when you're attacking a heavily armored unit. But over here on the other side, we do have, I believe this is Virus RU? No, We Got the Rockets. He is just ecoing as well. He's sent his MCV to the middle, and it looks like he's got a structure ready to drop. It is, in fact, a power plant, so nothing too crazy. But meanwhile, Paiza, he is on the move as well. He's a little bit behind, though. He's going to be sending his MCV, or rather his drone ship, to the middle right now, whereas his teammate is already here. S2Enzio already working on his refinery there. Likewise for Jake White, they actually both look like they're ready to drop their refineries almost. And we did actually have that. What was that? Was that a shredder turret? It must have been. I think that was a shredder turret. I don't think that was a hand of Nod. That would have been unusual if it was. All the same, we do have refineries being dropped here, so it looks like everybody's ready to just eco in this game so far. Just a buzzer that's managed to make its way into the base of Jake White. Just going to be getting some scouting information, attacking those harvesters. That's why we have those hit markers, or hit markers. Jesus. This isn't an FPS game. The battle markers, rather, that's the word I was looking for. Stasis chamber is down, so more than likely fast legs are either done or on the way here. Oh, no, actually, wait a second. This stasis chamber has fast legs. Oh, I don't know why I'm thinking that the portal would show fast legs. That's kind of dumb of me. I get a little bit delirious as the day goes on here, everybody, so I do apologize if I get a little bit rambly. But anyways, what else do we have going on around the map? Really nothing. I mean, these guys are just ecoing, and that's not terribly shocking for this map. I mean, it's going to become a bit base pushy. There is a lot of Tiberium on this map, so there's a lot to be gathered. There's a lot of opportunity for some side harassment, so they need to be ever weary of that type of stuff going on. There are 2 Reaper 17 factions, so I'm thinking the later this game goes, the better that that Team Myrmidon is going to be feeling. But then again, they have to deal with the Traveler 59 of We Got the Rockets, so need to be careful about no, I'm sorry, not We Got the Rockets, but rather Virus RU. And it's looking like We Got the, or rather, Extremizer and Virus RU really working well together. We Got the Rockets has just kind of been left to his own devices, unfortunately, whereas Team Myrmidon have been working really well, all 3 together, particularly S2Enzio kind of spreading his support to both sides whenever it's needed. And that's allowing these guys to really capitalize on some mistakes or really get some pushes going in the right direction. Now the Shardwalker is going to be getting pretty much free lunch here as they're joined by the Wolverines here from Jake White. They should be able to hold the line. Looks like a lightning spike called in on the back lines. Not quite sure what it was able to kill, but Buzzer Swarm support power actually going to be called in as well. We're going to be able to kill off a couple of these rocket squads, and they do manage to get themselves a harvester kill there, so that's actually a nice pickup. Nice use of that lightning spike. Going to be able to claim that harvester. And a decent number of these Scorpion tanks here for Virus RU going to be going down. A couple of Seeker tanks coming forward as well. So Virus RU and Extremizer trying hard to push on the right-hand side, but not able to push through S2 Enzio's Reaper 17 here. And I don't know what Incapiz has been up to in the meantime. It looks like he is teching. He's got that tier 2. He's got some Devourer tanks out on the way. Not sure where the tier 3 is, if he's even built it just yet. It doesn't look like it's actually been built yet. But then again, I could be missing it somewhere. But all the same, beam cannons? Is that what I see here? Yes, it is a beam cannon. Okay, I knew I saw the beam. So beam cannon out for Extremizer. He's going to be looking to maybe deal with this quasi-base push coming out from Jake White. And honestly, those beam cannons can sit so far back. But now Jake White may actually be able to poke in with those pit bulls and actually pick off the beam cannon at least. They will lose a couple pit bulls here for taking it down, but it's probably worthwhile actually take down that beam cannon, or at least eliminate it on the front lines, force it to fall back and get some repairs. Ooh, Titan's moving forward here, but really only some anti-infantry base defenses and some infantry here to actually kill off. So Titan's not going to be very good at either one of those. I mean, the base defense is more so than the infantry, but honestly, there's really no benefit to actually sending those Titans forward. They should be sitting backwards. But we do have a decent-sized force here from Virus RU going to be pushing into the original main base of Jake White. It's been completely caught untouched, or rather undefended here by Jake White, and that's going to be completely cleaned up. Titans continuing to push forward here. Again, not sure about the decision to send these guys forward. They are going to try to fall back, but that one will be going down. It's not going to be able to get out of range. And it's looking like Jake White's infrastructure is going to be ravaged on the back lines here. And then S2 Enzio could be under fire if those units decide to keep continuing going around the outskirts of the map. They need to pick off that last power plant and then continue their move around the map before these guys can react too quickly. And what else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like a decent-sized force of S2 Enzio's forces are actually caught out of position. Not sure if they're S2 Enzio's or if they are, in fact, Incapizas. They have managed to get caught under that temporal wormhole, at least forcing out that support power. So that way that can't be used offensively. It is being used defensively. Oh, airfield actually being caught out here by a number of Seeker tanks as well as the disintegrators. They should be able to mow down that airfield without too much trouble. Looks like another airfield is down as well, so that one will likely have to be used as assistance here. Oh no, we've got a little bit of a disconnect. This guy's actually voting to kick him. Probably shouldn't be doing that. See if he actually reconnects. Hopefully he does. There we go. He's still in this game from what I can tell. Let me just double check. Yes, Incapiza is still here. And it's looking like the Titan's going to be moving forward. Should be able to hold the line against these forces, but they've lost quite a substantial number of units as well as forced out a lot of base defenses. So that's not very effective here for Jake White. Not what he wants to be spending his money on. But Predator tanks now going to be getting cut down by the forces of Incapiza, as well as a couple of supporting pit bulls here from Jake White, and they need to actually cut and run. Don't want to be dealing with these infantry. There is an engineer. Was this the MCV destroyed? Not sure what happened to Jake White's MC, or I'm sorry, not Jake White, but we got the Rockets MCV. Not quite sure what happened there. Must have gone down, must have been sold off. I'm thinking that he probably sold it off, realizing that he's going to lose it to all these Devourer tanks. That's a lot of Devourer tanks. Holy cow. It's a combination of, oh, actually they're firing on each other, so the Rage Gen actually doing great work there. Holy cow, that Rage Gen paid for itself for sure, in that it costs absolutely nothing to actually use it. And Extremizer's going to be feeling very, very good about that. He thinned the numbers of these Devourer tanks pretty significantly. They're actually going to try to go around to the backside. I don't know about sending all of those Devourer tanks to the backside of this base. I think, honestly, they could probably sit and sit on the front lines and do quite a bit more damage. Seeker tank's going to be rolling into the backside of things here, and it's looking like they're going to maybe try to deal with these shielded harvesters, but honestly, the air transition here coming out from S2 Enzio, it's been spotted now. The beacon's coming out from Extremizer. I don't know if that's what he's beaconing. No, it's not. These guys are in a tough situation. I'm not sure. It looks like we got the rockets as maybe tapped out. Yes, he is in fact tapped out, so he is out of this game. And now it looks like S2Enzio is going to continue to sweep around the map here with these Devourer tanks. Should be able to come in here and clean up this base from Extremizer, and he's going to be feeling very good about that. He's managed to hold off the forces of Virus RU on the other side of the map, and now he's actually sweeping in from the other side with the Storm Riders. So it's going to be Storm Riders on one side and Devourer tanks on the other. So caught between a rock and a hard place for sure. Team Red Arrow, they're going to really need to pull something out here in this game. Looks like the Eradicator Hexpot actually being caught out here, getting EMP'd by the tripods, and that one will go down as well. So Virus RU feeling very, very much pressured to actually make something happen in this game. Oh, okay. A little bit of a disconnect. What else do we have going on? We have Devourer tanks sitting on the back lines, just facing off against Shredder turrets. Not going to be a good use of his time. Needs to be falling back here. It's actually going to poke a little bit of damage onto these Harvesters. Oh, actually, he's trying to fight the Confessor Cabal squad. Okay, so I'm thinking that Devourer tank was forgotten about. What else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like rocket squads have been spammed out here. I don't know if did they actually hold the line against all of these Devourer tanks? No, they did not. Devourer tanks are moving into range now, and it looks like the Buzzer Swarm support power was called in from S2Enzio. Going to be able to clean up all of those rocket squads, just paving the way here for these Devourer tanks to actually get into range and do some serious damage. And it's looking like all of this infrastructure is going to get cleaned up. And Jake White, I think, actually going to be jumping in as well. No, actually, that's not Jake White. That's, in fact, Extremizer going to be trying to hold the line. Just got that one Confessor Cabal squad. He is dealing with low power, though. He does have his Tiberium chemical plant down, so that could be some support powers coming out in the near future if they haven't been used already. But as you can see, Team Myrmidon have managed to harvest out the entire top half of this field, and they're feeling very, very good about that. Great stasis shield coming in from either S2Enzio or Incapaiza. Either way it came in perfectly, locked down the Redeemer right on the edge of its range, and that's exactly what you need to do. And then he can just walk up a tripod right into this area here, and the second that stasis shield wears off, you'll get the EMP off, provided that rage gen doesn't go off sooner. So that's going to be the critical thing. Needs to rage gen immediately the second that stasis shield wears off, and he could potentially get away. It's very, very unlikely. Is the rage gen going to go off? No, it's not. No rage gen. That Redeemer will be going down. Huge shock trooper transition here from Virus RU, and they're going to teleport away. Looks like they're going to try to come in and save this Redeemer, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much here, honestly. Redeemer, will it get a rage gen off? No, it's not. But the shock trooper's going to be trying to do some damage to these Reaper tripods, but a little bit scary. They just teleported onto themselves. That was kind of interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Blue shards upgraded for one of these guys. Not quite sure which one it is. I think it is, in fact, Incapaiza. They're going for that blue shard upgrade. Just going to be making these units that much more powerful, making these tier 1 units just a bit more potent as well. Great against the infantry here from Extremizer, in that he's probably going to be transitioning heavy into infantry, and that's exactly what he did. A decent amount of rocket squads out on the field, but these blue shard launchers are going to be able to absolutely shut these guys down. And by shard launchers, I do in fact mean shard walkers. Looks like all of the Devourer tanks have been cleaned up here by the shock trooper spam coming out from Virus RU. And shock troopers, again, not something we see all that often, but actually pretty effective in these games. Prodigy is out on the field as well. Haven't seen a whole lot of use of the Prodigy in this game. X-Pod's back out on the field as well. So Virus RU, he's still in this one. Still holding on. Extremizer's still in this one as well, but it is 2v3. So again, I'm kind of tempted to give this one over to Myrmidon. They're looking very, very good. And again, despite my early game prediction, thinking that the 3 strongest factions would come out on top, it looks like the Scrin support powers, as well as the oh my goodness, the unit transitions coming out from these guys, actually very, very good. And obviously tripod spam is just so good late game. It's just so very good at crushing units and buildings and pretty much everything your heart could desire, and they don't have a whole lot in the way of weaknesses aside from maybe infantry, but these shardwalkers do a great job of dealing with them. And what else do we have going on? It's looking like they're going to try to push through the base defense wall here from Virus RU. That's actually a decent number of base defenses, but they're actually focusing down the turrets pretty quickly. Need to focus down all of these shock troopers sooner rather than later. It looks like Buzzer Swarm support power was called in. Not quite sure where it ended up going. Eradicator Hexbot is getting pressured now. It looks like S2Enzio has joined the, or I'm sorry, Incapaiza has joined the fight with a decent number of those tripods. They're going to be chasing away this Eradicator Hexbot. It is forced to teleport under its own power to actually get away, but it will go down. That Hexbot does go down, and it's looking like it is the slow push to victory here for Team Myrmidon, as they're going to be solidifying this game and going to be putting themselves up 2-1 against Red Arrow. I don't quite know how these guys could potentially hold the line. I mean, these Devastator warships, pretty much nothing to deal with them. I mean, there are some shard walkers. Not quite sure. Jake White saying, I am getting carried, but I don't care. Love my team. Very, very true, but hey, that's quite all right. All right to get carried every once in a while, man. Reactors getting focused down. This entire base getting swept through here. Incapaz and S2Enzio really doing the heavy lifting in this game. Though Jake White did take a lot of early game damage, particularly... Oh, actually didn't finish off that extractor. I don't know why he chose to run away. I think maybe he was expecting that to actually go down. Oh, wait a second. Whose flame tank is this? This is a flame tank from Extremizer. I thought that was Jake White's. That's a flame tank from Extremizer, so he's going to be going in looking for some real infrastructure damage, maybe looking to go for some kind of a base trade, but honestly, one flame tank versus all of these tripods, really not even comparable. These guys are just melting this base as they run through. There's just no way of stopping them. The shield's actually pretty good against EMP as well. We'll at least reject the first layer of EMP if any were to come out, but there's not going to be any coming out as these guys have completely swept through the map. And it's just a matter of finding those last buildings, and Extremizer has been defeated. That's going to be game. Team Myrmidon going to be picking up this game and going up 2-1 against Red Arrow. So despite my early prediction, Team Myrmidon able to come out on top, and again, it's just a matter of choosing where to be at the right time, and we did see S2Enzio and Incapaz really capitalizing on some opportunities to push in and do some damage and really support their allies. So great game from these guys. Unfortunately, We Got the Rockets was defeated pretty early on and left Extremizer and Nice RU in a pretty tough situation. But again, it's a matter of coordinating with your teammates, so you can't put all of that on his shoulders. But all the same, it's going to be 14 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock. Decently length game, not too long, not too short. But that's going to be sending us into game number 4, and that's going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Okay, everybody, so an interesting turn of events, and by interesting I do mean an unfortunate turn of events, left Team Red Arrow with only one player remaining, Extremizer. We Got the Rockets disappeared, and then Virus RU claimed that he had to leave, so I'm not quite sure why he had to leave, but he did mention that he had to leave. I would imagine if he is in fact in Russia or even Eastern Europe, it's probably pretty late for you guys over there. But all the same, it's a little bit disappointing to see these guys disappearing from the tournament. We will deal with them on our end of things, but at least we have a definitive score here. We do have Team Myrmidon going to be claiming a 2-1 victory over the top of Team Red Arrow. And a little bit of a lackluster best-of-3 finals, but it was actually a pretty great set of 3 games. Can't really ask for too much better than that. But anyways, that's going to be wrapping it up for here for us today here, everybody. I hope you've all enjoyed yourselves today. I know it's been kind of a rough, patchy bit of gameplay here today, and a number of technical issues on my end as well. But hey, it is what it is. We had some fun. I saw some awesome games. I'm actually going to watch this stream back myself just because I want to see kind of how I ended up in the zone, because I don't remember a lot of these games while I was casting them. Like, I would get to the end of the game and I'm like, I don't even know what happened. I can't even give a recap of this game because I have no idea what happened. But anyways, it was a good set of games here today, everybody. Thank you all for joining us. It's been a lot of fun. I know we had a decent number of people watching. Let's take a look. On YouTube, we actually hit 72 people watching the stream, which is actually pretty good when you consider that it's a 3v3 tournament. And, you know, it's not really a super competitive. It was really just meant to be a for-fun event. But, I mean, it ended up paying off. We didn't really see any landslide victories in any regard. And so I'd say that it was a pretty good testament to Phantom's effort here today. So thank you very much, Phantom and Toxic Shock, for working on this for us. Thank you again to all of the players, and congratulations to Team Myrmidon, which is going to be the team of S2NZO, team of, or rather S2NZO, Incapaiza, and Jake White, or Mr. Whitey998, whichever you prefer to call him. They're going to be claiming the victory here today with Team Red Arrow, of the team of We Got the Rockets, Extremizer, and Nice Are You going to be claiming that second place position via forfeit. And then I believe the third place match did not occur because Team Scorcher Buggies had to leave. So that may in fact lend credence to the fact that Team Agonizers may have came through with third place. We'll actually have a recap for you here in the coming days. It shouldn't be too long. Takes us a couple of days depending on personal schedules and things like that, but we will get that one up for you. You have my word on that, and it should be up relatively soon. But with that said, that's going to be wrapping it up for here today, everybody. I hope you've all enjoyed the cast, as I know I've had a blast, and it's been actually a pretty long day. I think we're approaching about 6 hours on the live stream, so quite a long stream today, and I think maybe we'll shorten things up for future 3v3 events, as they tend to run quite a bit longer than normal games. But anyways, thank you all again for joining us here today. I hope you've all had fun, and we'll catch you all next time.